Solomon's grip, I was swallowed into a bottomless pit, going down through the rocks from a cliff. Though the darkness wasn't the worst of it, as the curses eclipsed, I saw spots in the gothic were lit, going down the throat of black smoke, into a moat that covered my face and my back like a coat. I'm in his bowels with owls, and men that wrapped their head with towels. They spoke the Talmud, the owl school loud too. I'm in his guts, I see skeletal forms in his tusk. The winds are rough, a gust bends me up. My view is now in the spiral, confused as I go up in the cycle. Circular, 6 dimensions, my body light up. I'm a Merkaba, positive, negative in my messages. I thought the worst occurred. Soon as I lay the verse in the beat, it becomes a 12-person word. I raise it from the beast's digestive system. I resurrect with wisdom when I connect with rhythm. I see Solomon hands appearing closer as I reach, coming from debris with composure. Behind me, looks like debris from explosives on planets that nova. That's when I got the grip, he pulled me over. As he pulled, he slipped, my hand still in his grip. He tumbled to the edge of the canyon, his body dipped. I said, I got you, hold on. We both pulling so strong. Then he tapped me on the back of my shoulder, asked me what's wrong, asked me why I'm leaning over the canyon. I look again, I'm holding on my other hand like a companion. I said, wait, something not right. It went left, let's get this straight. As he curved the conversation, it could drive you to a place. I backed up, shocked, bouncing in my mind. A lie sends you mistakes. Food for thought, read it on the plate. Since Adam, Eve, and the snake, evil deeds inflated like a cake. Superstition, religion became a business. Truth is fiction, changed from old, new editions. New offenders, new to prison. Sign up to the system. Line up, choose a witness. We lose due to fitness. We chew with a vengeance. No clues for the sickness. Cold flu so suspicious. Mom brewing biscuits. A song that she knew, a stew or twisted citrus. Esau's the author of my free fall of torture. Evils and horror. Eagles got the waters. Energy has a sequel. Cerebrals getting stronger. The mummified hands trying to grab you. The son of I am. Jagged stone streaming past me. Abraxas reading Simha Paroma. Galaxy above my head holding my diploma. Graduated, not encapsulated. A lot infatuated with my greatness. Most of y'all favorites, I keep it basic.
Aroma, see what Rebus Abraxas. The word slow motion falling down side up. I read it backwards. The sea becomes a sky fish freeze, turning to blackbirds. Trouble is afoot with no ledge like Bishop's last words. Free fall until he crashed. Now they yelling free falling at an ankle. Need the cash, need the dough. See below, secret wisdom in the class nerd. We spill the juice crucible. Visions of the pastor. Alice's paralysis. I run Atlantic fast and blur from fire above the phallus. Niggas cured, now that occurred. Reflections coming back like who was fishing for a glass turd. Seeing through the shift is so different, it was absurd. Trust my gut feeling as I'm hearing what my abs heard. The band was playing spinal chords, in them with a crab served. Glasses full of passwords, wasn't and used tos. Has been plan on coming up to get new views. Falling out the sky while I discovered the blues clues. Colors and blue hues while touching the new views that shot the breeze of prophecies. Scuffing his new shoes. It's magic how they all became ducks from this fused blue. It's hypnostic like a cup full of blue booze. They're hiding bars inside my bars. I drunk up they boo-boos. The exes quickly ghosted them, bolted like loose screws. Got mad and shot each other like a couple of news crews. Last memory, we didn't get the password. I'm stuck in the rules. Who? Good luck on the yuzu. Gemini, they got them both in trouble like you two. Went from the esophagus, sent to the Moroccan trust. Hippos with colossal touch, told me what it's all about. The sunken place, me, myself, and ISIS had it falling out. Black Panther said the Jaguars right, while they hit a child asking me if had or bites. Watch as I develop. Hands in time lost their grip on watches I that fell up. Watching as the kings collapse. Eternal voice of life is a bitch with no wings attached. He died before he let a bungee jump with no strings attached. Rings I snatched, fire from the gods in a thinking match. The universe threw me ideas I didn't think to catch. The tallest towers turned into dust. The fiends think it's cracked. The bricks become cities in the sky. I brought the kingdom back, designed a new treaty with the devil with a handshake. Flip the planet right side up like it's a pancake. Children rise from underground. underground holes received the mandrake. Control me falling up in slow motion as I steer the crowd toward the sun manifest. Standing on the cirrus cloud, praising stride of Jesus. They was calling, I could hear it loud. I won't falter, nah, I won't falter. Scripted in the tomb, read the message in the water. The stars you thought were rising up, but dying what? The whole time I thought that I was falling, really I was flying up. Everybody screwing each other to get the tightest nut. T-I-T-A-N, y'all better tighten up and move this jangle piece that was held in the feet. Saw society collapse on itself in the week. Revealed the secrets that were burned on the selfish elite. Allegations shook the planet till they fell from their seats. Caused an earthquake, the killer priest felt and released as he slipped into the darkness to the essence of the beast and turned it into beauty. Child of destiny, police now. Worry took his piece out the game, none caught the fall guy. Start to fall apart just like a Libra telling tall lies. I never fell for it, saw the answers in this small lies. The camera said it's all lies. Candles, they was all high, but as the felons fell in the trap, the righteous all fly. For every God deed, I gained a feather to adorn my wings. The beat was kicking, arms flying. When I talk, I swing punchlines, spit the chemtrails. And when I got to the bottom of the seasons, to get even, out and out storm the spring.
Yes, we are here once again. I heard a guy introduce you on another platform, and somehow I agree with him. It's like he took the sentiments from my head and heart, and he was like, "There's nothing like having one of your favorites come back through." I think you remember the broadcast that I'm speaking about. One of your favorites coming back through. So I'll remix it a tiny bit. I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to gauge into the mind of one who seeks practicality but doesn't rest on the laurels of making it so. One who continues to endeavor along the path of practicality to perfect perfection, not for aggrandizement, but for a space of streamlining for those who seek perfection. So it becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce some brilliant others. One of the foremost of this day and time in regards to occult, in regards to the hidden culture, in regards to simplifying the mysteries and presenting them in the manner that they are due, and the honor and which our ancients sought to leave them as our ancestral inheritance. The one and the only Mr. Mitch Horowitz. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, my man. Always good to see you. Good to see you recently here in New York. And good to see you on the Podcraft. And thank you for everything.
So we get a chance to thank Mr. Newsom for connecting us physically and
our modern Hermes, yeah.
Right, the Grand Connector.
John Newsom, modern day Hermes. He connects seekers everywhere, and I owe him a lot.
Definitely. Likewise. So recently, I saw a talk with you in Amityville, New York, of all places. No surprise there, right? Occult and Amityville. So I'll give way to you, to describe that experience in as much detail as you would like.
Well, there's a wonderful community of witches, New Agers, general seekers in Amityville. There is a bookstore there called Amityville Apothecary. And the two women who opened it, maybe not even 8 years ago, just opened a store that became sort of a, how would you put it, almost like a campus for everybody in the area in that part of Long Island who's interested in witchcraft, metaphysics, the search without borders. And so they have a yearly conference, and I was very honored to speak there. And the hospitality was wonderful. And of course, you go to Amityville, and the first thing you say is, show me Mount Rushmore, show me the famous, infamous Amityville house. And of course, it's a beautiful house. It's on a It's on a saltwater lake that feeds into the Great South Bay. And people, because it's inexpensive, for obvious reasons, keep moving into it. So one of the proprietors of the bookstore very kindly was giving my fiancée Jacqueline Castel, who you met, and I a tour of the town, and inevitably it led to the house. And so the present owner of the house was outside, and she seemed to be putting out some trash. And we drove by, and we see it's not trash at all. It's toys. It's old toys. And I'm thinking, kids, don't do that. I mean, we're just waiting for one of the next to rotate at midnight. And I kind of thought, since you are such a profoundly sensitive viewer and experiencer and interpreter of cinema, as we often talk about, wouldn't that be the wonderful beginning to a new Amityville movie? Call it Amityville, Houses Don't Have Memories, and somebody's putting out the toys, and then the kids take the toys, and we know what occurs. It's just a little franchise idea, but I was very surprised to see it, and it was strange. And it's not a topic that everybody in town likes talking about, but everybody in town has a strong opinion about. And there's the house. More importantly, we really had a wonderful one-day conference at the local Masonic Hall, and there were a variety of speakers. And the participants, shortly before my talk, were led in, I suppose you would say, an ancestor ritual where you might speak with ancestors or lost loved ones. And after the event, people spoke about their experiences, and they spoke so vividly. It was a very, very good day.
And your talk was, profound.
Thank you.
I think in some of the moments you have one of those outside of my body, watching my body do the thing that I love. Like, you come prepared with a certain message or vantage point, and then you allow the space for divine to intervene.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. The thing I talked about in that particular talk, and it's up on YouTube. I think it's called Practical Magic,
Right.
And you'll see the viewer will see that it takes place in Amityville. The thing that I've been super interested in recently is attempting to go back to our earliest religious sources. And this was something you and I talked about in New York. Mm-hmm. We have just fragments of humanity's earliest attempts to petition the unseen, to understand self as more than just flesh and bone, to understand something about there being an extra physical dimension of life, every bit as real as the one that we experience right now. And we have these precious fragments, and they're so much simpler than all the cultural conditioning and layering that humanity brought to it. I think one of the things we were talking about here in town is that even our Neanderthal ancestors, our pre-human ancestors, pre-sapient ancestors, very much like us, but not us. They had a spirituality. We have retained statuary of theirs, bulbous feminine figures, thought to be perhaps a fertility goddess or a mother goddess. And in the 19th century, mid-19th century, when these things were uncovered, archaeologists called them Venus figurines. Of course, they're using a term that wouldn't appear until tens of millennia later. But these Venus figurines are statuary that we 21st century people would recognize. And our Neanderthal ancestors used talismans, an eagle claw, an eagle talon, bear claw, shot through with a hole, so it could be worn around the neck, as we might wear a talisman today, presumed to be a magical object that helped with the hunt. And we can recognize these things, and our heads get filled with all these ideas about right and wrong and angels and demons and who's on the right side and so forth and so on. And is it polytheism? Is it monotheism? And we feel these certainties that our religions today are ancient in form. And the fact is, many of our religions today, they may have ancient roots, but the liturgy and so forth tends not to be as old as we think it is. And yet, these are the things that divide people. And if one goes back, there's a greater simplicity, but at the same time, that greater simplicity reaches us only in fragments. So much has been lost, but we should be grateful just to the extent that we have fragments. I mean, that's amazing in and of itself. And so I'm working with that. I'm trying to go back to a time where, like, in Judaism, for example, we think of Judaism as strictly monotheistic, right? That's almost, in some ways, the definition of ancient Judaism. But the fact is, you had members of the Israelite tribes that were not monotheistic. They were polytheistic. And we know this because of the appellation that might get added to a name, a child's name, like El, for example, El being the Canaanite god. And many of our names today have a suffix or a prefix El, like Elijah, And so even something that seems so settled as that, the Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, began in monotheism. Not exactly, not exactly. And it was like in the Roman Empire, after Christianity became the official faith, there were still plenty of people worshiping in the old ways, worshiping Jupiter, worshiping the local gods. And they were called pagans, which meant like a backwater villager to whom the good news had not yet reached. So one can't, and of course, Christianity at its inception combined monotheism with Jupiter worship, and Jupiter worship specifically had to be banned on the steps of St. Peter's Cathedral. Would that we had that problem today, but this is actually what the early Christians, as an organized into Christendom, the early church, theirs was still a world in which monotheism and polytheism coexisted. All I'm really trying to say is that things get a lot messier and a lot more beautiful as we go back to our early fragments, and that's what I'm trying to work with nowadays.
Definitely. I want to stay there, but I want to segue a little bit, because if I stay there, I'm going to forget what what I wanted to ask about in regards to even like the Amityville horror. You said in cinema. Do you think cinema does, and also the literary work, like the written work, does it do the ancients justice in regards to its reenactment, if I use that word, reenactment of this ancient wisdom, so to speak? So, the realm of the occult, does the cinematic world do it justice or a disservice from your research and from your perspective?
It's got to be mixed. There are instances of beauty, instances where you say, wow, somebody got it. Mm-hmm. There was a movie that came out a few years ago, you might know, called A Dark Song, about a woman who took up in a British manor with an occultist. And, people were very angry about it because they thought, at one point the occultist in the film introduced some sort of Chinese calligraphy, Chinese brush drawings, and that seemed egregiously out of place. And I get it, but so much of that movie, I had my issues with it for sure, especially the ending. But so much of that movie I think did capture maybe the personality of the contemporary occult practitioner, um, his ordinariness, but also his learnedness, his real learnedness, and the rigor and the effort of the spell work that they were doing. Um, I guess that's something that I'm challenging, today. Is that rigor always and absolutely necessary? Much as I do respect it, the ceremonial magic that they were doing in that film and the presaging, to the results that they got took days and it was very arduous. And I thought that was accurate, and I liked it. Um, it's one can always find examples on either side of the fence. It all depends upon the ultimate sensitivities of the filmmaker and the wish for authenticity. Some filmmakers do put just tremendous effort in, and for others, it's all just decoration. It may as well just be, a cartoon, hieroglyphs that don't really mean anything. And we see plenty of that as well. But the filmmaker, he goes through so much. He or she goes through so much. The effort, you see that in Jim Jarmusch, and
Right.
I can't think of a harder job, frankly, in media. Um, People sometimes, the other day, I saw somebody, I got to get off social media. We have to talk about that. The other day, somebody was saying, name the worst film you ever saw. And I don't like things like that because it's like, the worst film I ever saw is the one that didn't get made because a wannabe, didn't want to get up off social media and go do something. And if only people realize what the filmmaker goes through. I hesitate to criticize any one of them because it's the hardest job in media. It really is. And to preserve that vision, Gurdjieff used to talk about, you have to have a wish, and that wish has to be so valuable to you that you carry it, protect it like a candle in a rainstorm. And he really meant it. He really meant it. That's what the filmmaker faces. So I never criticize. I mean, I criticize, of course, but not with hostility.
And you talk about wish in here very adeptly and in-depthly. So I want to go there in a second, but the film, when you told me the name of the book, right? I was leaving, right? And then we had to have like 20 more minutes, we were talking about it because I was like, The Sixth Sense, and The Sixth Sense resonated with me in the realm of storytelling.
Uh,
There's a couple of films, I would say, from a couple of different vantage points that hint in the realm of extrasensory, right? So Sixth Sense is one, Ghost is another, right? Um, Eve's Bayou is another, and The Gift is another, right? So there are four different sort of personages with stories that are told from different vantage points. So if you get who's telling the story, everything else makes sense. Otherwise, you just watch something and you don't really know what's happening, right? So Eve's Bayou is Eve telling the story of the summer where which she learned of her powers in the truest sense as an elder woman, but they show her pictorially as a young woman
mhm,
and seeing the aspects of all of the transitions that she would go through with these particular gifts, right? The gift of sight, the gift of these visions. So her mother is never discussed as someone who has any gifts, but she has the gifts. They just aren't pronounced in a way as everybody else. So she uses her gifts as a way of keeping the family on one accord, right?
mhm,
So between her and her mother, that's their gift, right? But her sister, the girl's aunt, who gives readings at the house, right? She has another sort of space where she has this power of sight, but it's horrifying to her because she hasn't reconciled that within herself. And then you add to the fact that every man that came into her life, went out tragically, right?
Mhm.
And then you have the woman in the woods, right, in the swamp.
Mhm.
You understand? Diane Carroll's character, she's in the swamp, over there, and she has to go through this little path, and she says she wants her father killed, right? So she says to her, like, it's already done. You
Mhm.
can't undo it. She was trying to come back and undo it because, of course, she figured out and found out that her sister lied, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So now this whole thing happens over the course of a summer in Louisiana on a plantation.
Mhm.
So knowing that all of these things are happening, all this energy is present as well, she's still, able to fluidly tell the story, from her old age and put herself in the space as the young woman that she came in to be, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So that's she's down in the bayou. This is, her place down in those murky waters, right? So that's her perception. And then Ghost is, for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's uh Demi Moore's story, but it's Patrick Swayze's story
Mhm.
into getting a medium to go from the shyster to
Mhm.
recognizing her own power, right? She's like, my mother had to give, her mother had to give. I thought I didn't have it. You understand what I'm saying? So via Whoopi Goldberg's character,
Mhm.
showing the space in the realm of both sides, like how the soul and its medium make this transitional journey together.
Mhm.
So I said all that in that realm, but because of Sixth Sense, all of these things come back into light, right? So with Napoleon Hill's journey that you're looking at, y'all have a connection in that regard, uh, in looking at what success is. So optimally, how are these guides or this energy or this spirit force or this ancestral realm? How are you reconciling this in the mind of those who walk versus those who don't walk, uh, to be in tune with that sixth sense? I think you did an excellent job with it.
Thank you. It seems to me that being in touch with an unseen principle, um, we call it the sixth sense in this book, term Hill used. There has to be passion. There has to be skin in the game. There has to be stakes. And those stakes can be a wish. I believe very, very, very strongly in the power of a wish, the actualizing power of a wish. There are countervailing forces, of course, and sometimes those countervailing forces can be overwhelming. But that wish has to be held, as Gurdjieff was saying, as a candle in a rainstorm. The trouble that many of us face is that because we have such a repeat loop of maybe 20 different conceptions in our head that we just repeat over and over, we think we know our wish. And sometimes our wish can be no more than a product of internalized peer pressure, or sometimes internalized peer pressure can condition that wish in ways that reduce its verity and intimacy and realness to the individual. We, I was talking about going back to first principles, fragmentary principles in religion. In a way, we have to do that with ourselves and be very deadly serious and real about it, because we start to internalize peer pressure so fully, probably around age 9 or so. Maybe today with social media, it's even earlier than age 9, that we become like these pull string dolls, worst of all when we're alone with ourselves. And the wish as a bridge to the metaphysical, I think, will only be felt if we are absolutely unembarrassed with ourselves in private. There's nothing public about any of this. It's all individual. If you, as the individual, within the environs of your psyche, maybe the last place that we have privacy, will really consider your wish without repetition, redundancy of what you've told yourself in the past, without any sort of embarrassment. Again, it's only to self that you're communicating. So if there's a time to tell the truth, it's now. It's all within. I changed my aim in life recently. I can't talk about it because it's so fresh that it's too fresh to talk about. But I realized that I had a previous aim that I certainly believed in, but it fostered too much dependency. It was based too much in dependency on other people. And it made me very anxious, always having to sort of petition other people. So it wasn't that I didn't want it, I did, but the conditions that it summoned could be dreadful. And so I started to try to down deeper, deeper, deeper. What's the kernel here? And so I arrived at something different, and it's been positive for me. So I asked the individual in this book, and I always ask the individual, this is all exquisitely private. Not only do not have to tell anybody, but I ask you not to tell anybody. Don't be telling your shrink, your boyfriend, girlfriend, your next door neighbor, Mike, because he's going to take it from you. He's going to take it from you because we do that to one another. As soon as somebody starts to sing a song that sounds a little off key from whatever it is I'm singing, there's the rhetorical questioning, there's the sarcasm, there's the cynicism, there's the scare quotes. Don't tell anybody. Keep your wish private, and feel at ease, feel encouraged that wish, if it's real, is going to provide a bridge, and things may start happening that prove very surprising.
So I think I'll back up. What was it about Napoleon Hill's work, and which of those bodies of work did you sort of lean towards giving sort of credence to? Was it Outwitting the Devil, Think and Grow Rich, the Laws of Success, or a compilation? And then you wrote about his benefactor, right, Andrew Carnegie, and their relationship. What did your research reveal about their relationship in regards to a success model? And one being like a tycoon, and another one finding some sort of esoteric enlightenment and beginning to give the practical gift of self-actualization in preparation for success.
There's a gap between Napoleon Hill the man and Napoleon Hill the message. And Napoleon Hill the man is a person who I have my conflicts with. I've been writing about his Calico character since late 2013, early 2014. I'm not sure he and Andrew Carnegie ever actually met. He didn't start making those references until close to 10 years after Carnegie's death. And I've tried to connect the dots, and it was certainly possible because some aspects of Hill's background story would make it possible, his journalism for Bob Taylor's magazine. But Carnegie certainly never made any mention of him. And I think that the circumstances are sketchy. At the same time, I will tell you this. I knew of Napoleon Hill's work. I knew of Think and Grow Rich for a long time. I had been involved in publishing a reissue edition of the book at a time when it was moldering on publishers' backlists. It was being neglected. But it wasn't until years later, and I always tell this to people, if you want to benefit from that book, Think and Grow Rich, you have to read it and you have to do the steps as though your life depends on it. You know, it will not work without that level of dedication. And in 2013, I was working in corporate publishing, and my publisher had just been bought out by a larger publisher. They called it a merger. But whenever they use the term merger, then you know you're really in trouble. You know, there's no such thing as a merger in the corporate world. Somebody's in charge, and it wasn't me. And so I thought to myself in 2013, I don't know how much longer I'm going to last in this world. And I lasted a little longer than I expected to, but I felt like the axe could come down at any time. And before it came down, I started thinking to myself, where's the fire escape here? You know, what's going to be my route out of here if this place becomes uninhabitable, if I get fired? And so I took a copy of Think and Grow Rich, it's probably in April of 2013. And I started reading it really, really dutifully, And I started doing every exercise, even if it seemed familiar, with absolute dedication, like a man gasping for breath, you know, just really going at it full on, because it's very easy to look at these books, especially when you think you know the literature and you've been around for a while and so on, and say, oh, you know, I get it. I can skip that chapter. You know, I'm not doing another personal inventory. It's like, this is not occurring, but you really have to. You know, you have to give it everything. And things began to happen for me as a writer, as a speaker, as a participant in screen media. And these things afforded me so much, so much, so that by the time I was fired in fall of 2017, I had sea legs under me and I was able to go off and do my thing on my own. So no one can tell me that the program in that book is not effective, because I feel that the program in that book was my help at a time where I really needed it. And I've met so many people who feel that way around the world. And the cynics will never get it. Hill, as a person, was flawed. The ideas that he brought are actionable, practical, serviceable, meaningful ideas. And I'm proud to be associated with them. The person who's seeking is not a cynic. The person who needs answers and who says, wow, you know, the floorboards that I'm standing on, these floorboards might not be here tomorrow. There's no cynicism in that person. And those are Hill's readers, and I'm among them.
That's a bar. See, you said it's so profound that you summoned, you know, the spirit of the Iron Salt, you know, the spirit of the mastermind, the reason that we're all here on this Podcraft, because it's his, you know, and he touched our hearts and minds in such a way that, you know, we converge here. You know, every time we get a notification that it's live. So it becomes my honor and privilege at this time to introduce some of the others and welcome the Iron Salt himself, the one and only Killah Priest.
Hello there. Yo, what you get up from down there? I'm on.
Yeah,
oh,
you
peace,
are.
peace. Oh, yeah. Mitch Horowitz, what's up?
How are you?
Greetings to you, my brother. Yo, to the great knowledge born. Oh man, this is a journey. What's that right there?
Sixth Sense, the newest book. That's what we're discussing today.
Ooh, I'm chiming in on that. I need a copy of that right there.
We'll send.
Man, the
Yeah,
other one was taking me through worlds, man. Taking me through worlds. It's like you channel or you just open. Just what happens?
the Podcraft is what happens. You know, you create a space, you know, and we're wandering around.
Man, beautiful, man. Word. No, I'm just listening. You can finish with the question. I'm gonna come in with some questions after you finish building. I don't want to break it.
All right. So we had an extended, build on the Sixth Sense, the movie, right? Mm-hmm. So, Napoleon Hill's work in regards to building the success model, and your work in the realm of giving us access to practical magic from a practical standpoint. In one of the discussions, you talked about, even for the cynic, they use words like vibe, they use words like intuition. Yeah. They're so colloquial nowadays, right? But I'll ask in this manner, even as far as quote unquote technologically advanced and advanced society we have become, blah, blah, blah. You said what, in 2007? Mm-hmm. They was like, hey, we don't want to talk about this. Like, this is craziness. You understand? In 2007. So as we approach 2026, right? As far as strides we think we have made in the realm of understanding outside of the physical world, right? We give evidence daily of our novice sort of nature in regards to understanding self and those things beyond the self, right? So in the film Sixth Sense, there's a space where this young medium, right, is the son of, he's his mother's son, right? And his mother is one who recognizes things that are out of place intuitively, mm-hmm. right? But then finds herself in a position where which she has to deal in the realm of what we deem rational thought, right? Mm-hmm. So she's trying to figure out what's going on with her son, but she recognizes these presence and this outside of the realm of physicality present, right? Mm-hmm. And teetering in between and back and forth. Like, okay, am I tripping? What's going on with my son? I'm working 2 jobs. All of these things in regards to the rationale, but still there's a space of recognition, right? Mm-hmm. So they're doing this tug of war throughout the film. And in the end, they both have to come to grips with reality based off of questions and answers that they were seeking that they could only find within each other. Yeah. Right. So, that's the happy version, or like, the ghost film, another version, right? But like ESP had been presented to us with the Carrie version, if you remember back in the day, right? So what's the space in regards to extreme understanding, or anything you wanted to say about the question I asked in regards to this stride within our society as far as we have quote unquote come, yet so naive and so much of a novice in regards to the phenomenon. So
yeah, the I mean, people who study ESP, who are interested in ESP, interested in the Sixth Sense, sometimes there's a divide among them. Many of my heroes have been parapsychologists like J.B. Rhine, living figures, Darrell Bem, Dean Radin, others. And they make an effort to study ESP in the lab. Their tools are the tools of a scientist. Methodological replication is their tool. And it's very hard because in a laboratory setting, you're not always able to engender the passion necessary to invest the individual in the process. But nonetheless, their method is a disciplined, rigorous, rationalistic method. And it's almost a, how can I put this? Hegel didn't use this term, but you could say he wrote of a rational mystique. There's no difference between the rational and the metaphysical. Rational doesn't define content or outcome. It defines the methodology that you use to get there. And so these guys, they use a rational methodology, and I love them. And then there's a lot of other people, like the scholar Jeffrey J. Kripal, who argues with great support for what they're doing, but with a different emphasis that, you really need to be out in the field. You need to be out in the field because there's more dramatic, more exciting, more extraordinary episodes playing out in the field than there are using Zener cards or rolls of rolling dice, or pictures that you're trying to get a precognitive hit on, in the lab. And so, in the field is more dramatic, but less trackable. In the laboratory is less dramatic, but more replicable. And I kind of go back and forth between both those worlds. In honesty, I'd probably say I'm a more laboratory guy. Jeff Kripal says to me, you got to get out of the German lab and spend more time in the Irish woods. That's what you got to do. And so I'm trying to do that, and the laboratory has delivered amazing things to us. One of the things I read about in the book is that Darrell Bem, a clinical psychologist at Cornell, did a series of precognition experiments, which he published in 2011. And in short, and I detail this in the book with references and counter voices and a lot of transparency. But in short, what Bem found, and this is dead to rights accurate. This is dead to rights accurate because we've been testing, probing, and repeating it for over 10 years, is that if you take an exam and you continue studying for that exam after the fact, in the present, your score will spike. Just a few points, but statistically significantly spike. And even though the data is dead to rights, it has been meta-analyzed in an experiment that consisted of, it was a study consisting of 90 distinct experiments, including the originals, in 33 different labs in 14 different nations, and it proved confirmatory. And people say ESP data is not replicable. They have no idea. 90 different experiments, 33 different labs, 14 different nations, and it proved confirmatory, according to the best models we got. Darrell Bem is right. And it's very hard for people to wrap their minds around. There was a Thai kickboxer, Spencer Hanley, who came to me a few years ago, and he said he had a match coming up in 9 days, and he felt good about his training, but he wanted some help staying on his mental game. So I gave him this thing called the 30-day mental challenge, which is just really a contract with yourself to think productively and affirmatively for 30 days. And he said, well, I will do that, but my match is 9 days away. I need something more short-term. And I said to him, this is short-term, because based on our understanding of retrocausality, as I was just describing it, your continuance of this mental exercise after the fight will help you on the day of the fight. And I can promise you, nobody in your opponent's corner is talking about this. He did it. He won. He was relaxed. It was incredible. He came out. His entry music is the song Heaven is a Place on Earth. And one of the ringside announcers said, the fact that he's coming out to Belinda Carlisle makes me so happy. And knowledge, I swear to you the truth of this, and I can play you the message, not that you would need me to. A few days later, out of the blue, and I mean out of the blue, no writing, no talking, no social media, no nothing, I get 2 voicemails from my high school crush, Belinda Carlisle of the Go-Go's. She's a fan and she's reading my stuff and so forth. I mean, you just can't invent these things, you know. And this is what this is the unknown world. You know, this is the world we don't see because it's been conditioned out of us because we talk about it in the wrong times, wrong ways, wrong places, and somebody crushes it down because Wikipedia tells us that this is pseudoscience and not real. No idea. That's the real world. And I think we all to a person will feel better about ourselves if we start experimenting with that of our existence, because in one of your favorite movies, which you speak about so eloquently, Unbreakable, the hero doesn't know himself, you know, and when he does know himself, it's not necessarily so happy, but he's a man and not just like half a person.
Right. And he's what you wrote about the dualities. He's a whole part of the half part, right? So there's a triune space. So he's really a third. The mastermind is a third. That's why he's fractionalized. The hero is a third, and the villain is a third. So you got the Holy Trinity that adds up to the totality, right? And that was the grave mistake in Glass of the other part, right? The fourth part of the circle that would make it a square, right? Dr. Ellie Mae and the society that she worked for that was supposed to snuff out this thing that they thought wasn't going to get out to the world, right? They thought about by snuffing out the individuals that this stream of consciousness won't reach the masses, right? And the people that they pulled in, the mother, the son, and the girl, were the purveyors to bring this out, right? So the world sees about it because of that. And by the time she figures out that the mastermind had this all in his mind long before anything else happened, right? It was too late. So that space of becoming unbreakable, indiscriminate to what their maladies were. They were not, content, so to speak, with this. That had to be more, right? So in Split, the motivation behind, the Horde was the world has to know about us. The world has to know that we exist, right? So he's documenting these things. He has a video journal of his different personages, as a record. Like, oh, okay, if I'm not real, why am I the only one? And he has to get insulin, right? Like, well, I'm the only one that has to get this insulin. And he spoke to the psychiatrist for all intents and purposes. She thought he was, she could understand on the surface, but not on the highest level, right? So because this was a space where there was a conflict, he's telling her, he's like, I read this journal that you published about a person who was blind, a German woman who was blind, and when they described it, her other personages could see. She was the only one that was blind. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like these instances where which we're going through these aspects of, okay, I may appear to have a limitation, but you don't know how this is affected. So it lends to the next, question in regards to trauma, right? So trauma from your research, from your study, from your analysis and computation. How does trauma positively affect and adversely affect the overall perception of self and the world around self?
That's a heavy one for me, because if I'm going to be frank, and I must be if we're going to have an exchange, trauma is a filter through which I'm constantly processing things. And I've had to ask myself, everybody's asking themselves in one form or another, how do I resolve this trauma? I'm not sure it can be resolved. If there's an arrow in the side of the horse, and Gurdjieff said the emotions are like a horse, they kick like a horse, that arrow cannot always be shaken out. In fact, maybe that arrow is never shaken out. But I wouldn't be doing the things I'm doing if it weren't for a response to pain. And I was, I'll tell you something. I'll say something very private, but why should it be private? We're having a real exchange. John Newsom, our modern Hermes, introduced me not long ago to Raymond Pettibon, and designer of the Black Flag bars and so much else. Brilliant artist and a graphic artist with X-ray eyes who sees right through us. And I was talking to him, and it was very loud where we were. And so, it's one of these situations where you're picking up maybe 70% of what the other person says. It's not ideal, but it didn't impede us from talking. And I appreciated that. And I said to him, every book I write, people say, you're so prolific. You put so much out into the world. Every book I write is written with this fear, that I have to compensate for being seen as stupid or, something like that. And I'm not embarrassed to say that, because I know that we all have those things inside of us. And for me, the writing and the seeking and the research and the expression has been, in part, a response to that. So who am I to damn the thing that moved me in a direction that allows us to be having this exchange right now? And so I don't know that trauma can ever be resolved. I don't know that anger, shame, self-doubt ever goes away, or that it should go away. I don't know even what that would look like. The man who was my teacher, who I love, who is no longer with us, said that if he had a wish, his wish would be to know what it felt like for one day to be non-identified, not to be attached to the objects, the titles, the accomplishments. And I loved what he said. It's not my wish, it's his, but I loved what he said, because these words like enlightened or realized or awake, they come too readily to our lips. I don't ever want to use those words. I don't ever want to even use the word consciousness. And what would it be like, to be non-identified for one day? Again, not my wish, but my teacher's wish. I think that gives an idea of the scale of the barriers that we all face. But those barriers sometimes just cannot be damned, because they're our response to those barriers, the friction with those barriers, that's the creative act. We wouldn't be human without it. We wouldn't be Promethean beings. What would we be? I have no idea. Some people say, well, we'd be one, we'd be reunited with the whole. And that may be true. But one would have to have an experience like my teacher wished for in order to know that that's true. And then that experience would have to be carried out into the world, not just going to the top of a skyscraper and saying, oh, look how far I can see, and then coming back down to the street. Then it's just a memory. Then it's just like I'm showing you my vacation photographs. I don't want to see vacation photographs. You know, I want to know what's going on with the individual right now. So I think trauma is perpetual. I don't think it ever goes away. And maybe we just can't dam it. You know, it's like damming the ground we're standing
on. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that perpetual voice of Carrie, right? I was talking about it earlier. They're all gonna laugh at you, you know, that whole situation, right? So maybe they were laughing at her, maybe they weren't. Who knows, right? But they paid for it.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
paid for it. They paid for it, and her mother warned her, right? Her
Mhm.
mother warned her before she left. Now, you know, her mother was out to lunch a little bit, but she told her not to go. She
Yeah.
told her not to go to that place, and she thought that her mother was trying to stop her from.
Mhm.
But again, this was her path in order for her to, if she didn't go, what would she
Yeah,
know?
I'm there.
Right? So if she didn't go, what would she know?
Mhm.
So evidently her mother walked that path before her,
Yeah.
one way or another, right? So she was trying to save her.
Mhm.
You know, it's like, oh no, I know you went out there and did something wild, and she hugged her and stabbed her. I was like, whoa, this is wild. You understand? So it's like, all right, this is my only recourse, and she
Yeah.
brought the house down from that perspective. So, you know, the space that sort of shame, right? She didn't have it before, right? Until there was an interaction where she thought someone liked her, right? Before that, it didn't even matter. So when someone expressed interest in her, she could begin to see herself outside of the rigidity of her own prison of image,
Mhm. Mhm.
you
Yes.
know. And once that interface came and she was up there and they were cheering for her and they were celebrating her, and then they dropped that pig's blood, you know, all bets were off, right?
Mhm.
Everybody could get it. You understand what I'm saying? And I rejoiced watching. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, all
Yeah.
right. You understand? Like, yeah, it was a vindication for everybody who didn't fit in that box.
Yes.
So it was interesting.
Yeah. Ew. Oh, did Killah Priest want to say something? I thought I heard him. Yeah.
You know, no doubt. I'm sitting here just drinking some tea, enjoying the convo. I'm like, yo, this is incredible. Yeah, you was mentioning Carrie. Have y'all seen Donnie Darko?
Of course.
Yeah, Donnie Darko, where he dealt with and Jacob's Ladder too, when he was on the train, and and what's crazy is that the subway is always like it's something to do. I don't know if it was time traveling, because even in the Matrix 2, I think they was on the train. The
Right.
key holder was going inside the train, and we know that time and catching the subway. What do you say about that? Like, what do I have to do? Like the train, is it a train of thought? Like, what is it passing through? Like, is it catching our thoughts that way? Look.
I wonder if
Portals, light portals.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible.
Mhm.
You find this in certain mystical traditions. You find this in aspects of quantum theory that are so airtight, they're almost a logical necessity. It's possible that every decision that we make enacts a different strand of reality and experience for, well, some people call it the multiverse, an infinitude of serial universes, one on top of another, on top of another, on top of another.
Mhm.
If in the experiment, the thought experiment, Schrodinger's cat, Erwin Schrodinger argued airtight. that someone could be dead and alive at the same time, because quantum physics shows us that different outcomes are possible depending upon when we check the result. A decision, a perceptual decision, localizes a thing, but that
Right.
doesn't mean that it's the only thing occurring, because it can be demonstrated that a different decision would have localized a different thing and thereby localized a different past, present, future for that thing. Where does that go? Where does that go? It's not just a figment. You know, it has to be real and actual, because we see physical implications of these things on the quantum scale, including in computing, which we haven't even as a public been exposed to yet. And so it's possible that a train of thought, different outcomes that grow from what we call decision, are really just one strand of a vast, vast, vast multiverse that keeps multiplying. And it could be that that's our past as well. You know, right now, everybody listening has his or her own conception of where'd you grow up, who were your parents, what did they do for work, and so forth. It could be that instantaneously changes at every moment based on decisions that we make. Each one as real as the other. It's not illusion. It's just we're beings who live in a serial universe.
That's deep. That's deep. And to the average person, like they seem like this is far fetched, but like in other schools of thought, you have to understand we sleep with the light on, you know, and it's just like when things are there for you, like what you said was so profound. If you can't grasp, you just can't catch it right now, but you'll get it later on. That was heavy. You said the train of thought, the vast of people that are coming in. Yeah, I was checking that out. I gotta see some more movies. You gotta see some. So your book, when did you drop your new book?
It's just out.
It's out.
And I talk about all this in the book. You know, I think it's really important that, like, I mean, dig this. William James made the observation, and I think this really holds up, that your ability to believe confidently in something, like a warranted belief, will increase the impact of that belief in your life. So James made the point that people who believe in God, for example, and that belief is very, very strong, they will feel in a concrete way, not just some imaginary way, but in a concrete, actual, experiential way, results of that belief. And so when I talk about these things, you know, some of the things, retrocausality, the multiverse, I write about them in this book in a way that I really try to be very transparent and point people to the evidence in a very, very plain way, because the ability to have a warranted belief in this material will, I think, increase its effects in the life of the individual. So that's why it seems to me that it's worth going through the effort to say, okay, stuff to, you know, kind of break this down, but it can be broken down, and it can be verified, and it can be spoken to in ways that stand up to any degree of scholarly scrutiny, except Wikipedia, which is not really scholarly scrutiny. If you want to have your beliefs punctured, go there. But if you want to really engage with material in a way that I think is objective and fair and exposes us to the world in all its facets of incredible unfolding weirdness, I try to point that way in this book.
Wow. Dag, I know now I was born, you going through the chapters. And I already know how you comb through. Yeah, give me a interesting, like, what's one of your favorite chapters in there? And let's elaborate on it a little bit. Like, let's sit back on it and just let you go in. You know, like what's one of your favorite subjects?
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
I would say among my favorite subjects in the book, well, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, like the power of a single wish, the power of a very, very well-defined, sincere wish, a wish that you keep private to yourself, that you don't talk about to anybody, because if you talk about it, people will take it from you. And I have asked myself the question of whether the wish by itself is sufficient. You know, we have all this complexity coming out of ceremonial magic. And then we have the method of people like Neville Goddard, you know, one of my heroes, who tells you to live within your visualized ideal. And I love the man. I love the man. But that visualized ideal can be very difficult for the person who's suffering grief, suffering anxiety, suffering depression. Very hard to ask the suffering person to live from within that ideal. So I'm asking myself, okay, did Mother Nature play some cruel trick on us where we can't unlock the key to some greater awareness, some greater psychical causation without complex ritual or without visualization methods that the grieving person may not always be capable of summoning? Is there some other way? Is there a simpler way? And I'm really asking the question in this book. I guess you'd say that's my favorite chapter, Power of a Single Wish. Is there a possibility that the well-defined wish, by which I mean sincere, you know, that itself might be the turnkey to metaphysical causation, possibility, relation, petition to some unseen facet of life? And so I'm really interested in that, because I feel that people today, all of us, are under unbelievable stress. You know, people are suffering, and we don't know what's coming around the corner financially and in terms of relationships and so forth. And everybody feels it, you know. And so it might be asking people too much to do liturgy and ceremony or adopt a mental state that emotionally occupies, you know, a different, more positive state, because that can be very hard to reach. But what's not hard to reach, if a person is honest within, is the wish, you know. And it could surprise a person, and some people want to push it away, you know, because in my world, there's no, that answer is entirely private. So, you know, you don't have to condition it with whatever, you know, pretty perfumed terms we get taught to condition our wishes. Just be frank about it. And even if a person can't act on it, because a person might say, okay, I've sincerely arrived at my wish and I'm not hiding, but there's no way. It's like, all right, I dig that and I understand that, and we deal with some of that in the book too. But let's first get to the starting line. You know, we'll have time enough to deal with the question of, is this actionable? Is this practical? You know, we'll get there, but let's know what it is first, because I think we don't know what it is for, you know, within ourselves, and it can be very powerful. And so, and keep it private. I can't say that enough.
You know, man, fire. You know where I'm going with it, and I know Niles Born know where I'm going now. Because I'm gonna use two versions of the same movie. So the Wiz, when Dorothy wished she was home, and she had to go, and even in the Wiz, when this was, they had to get back home. The good witch told her, click your heels 3 times, and that was the wish. Her belief brought her down that brought her up that path. She had to go through it.
Yeah.
To get to where she wanted to get to. So when you say the wish, that, you know, we wish it upon a star. There we go in the universe again. You know? So it's all conscious. So I see what you're saying in the full amount, in the whole spectrum. That's crazy, because I was talking about these movies. As soon as you said that, that's the first thing that came in mind.
Yeah, and then you add in the Twilight Zone, the Big Tall Wish, right? With the boxer, Boley Jackson, right? And you know, the young man, you know, Henry, right? Henry Temple of all things, you know, Henry Temple was his name, right? So he was the one who had the belief, and Bowley didn't have that belief anymore. You see what I'm saying? He had lost that essence of himself, but he could find it in this young man and his mother, of course, actually, So she was talking about the power of his suggestion, him wishing, but the big tall wish was causing, it was so powerful that it was causing things into existence. She needed some money, she said, for a bill or something like that. And she said Henry made that wish, and next thing you know, that money came. You understand what I'm saying? So when he said he was calling this big tall wish down for Bowley to be on, to feel like a winner, to feel like a champion again, that would ignite a spark in him for him to look at himself in a righteous manner again. But he rejected it, and because he rejected it, he ended up on the canvas. You understand what I'm saying? And he got the broke hand, and like he's coming home. He'd rather come home carrying defeat than victory.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So there's a situation, and what y'all speaking about, the train, earlier, that was the train man's doom, right? In the Ghost movie and the Matrix, the train man was subjected to the train. That was it. So the man on Ghost that was on there that taught Patrick Swayze's character how to actually, move things to make his presence known in the physical world, he was doomed on that train. So he wasn't in heaven or hell. He was on that train. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Get off my train. So he was in that space, right, that he was stuck, right? So he was like, who sent you? You think I jumped? You understand what I'm saying? So it's like that kind of thing where he was in a perpetual loop that was stuck, because even though he had the ability to affect things in the reality that he existed in and the reality that was adjacent to him, it wasn't enough for him in his thought space to want to get himself out of the position that he was in. So that becomes a space, right? And then Dorothy in The Wiz, I love The Wiz, right? She was not only Dorothy, but she was every character, and she was also the witch that she had to destroy. There was an aspect of her that was suppressing her inner children, right? So that is the thing that she had to be able to destroy first, because she was a grown woman living in the brownstone with her aunt and uncle, and she was afraid to go out on her own. So she had everything that she needed in order to go and be successful. She just was afraid, and she was justifying her existence, saying, "Oh, well, who's going to take care of you and uncle?" Right? So she's there in a way where that's an umbilical cord, right? So it's arresting her movements based off of her own fear, right? So nobody could bring her back home. The Wiz couldn't help her, but she helped everybody along the way. She helped those aspects of herself, her heart, her head, her courage. She built herself up, and she resurrected herself from a dead state in regards to her power from within. And now her and her Watoto or Toto, her child, her godchild, they can go now and explore, because they had conquered those aspects of self that were limiting her, that were giving her limiting beliefs and all of those things. And she destroyed them. Now she can go. Now she can, explore. So these aspects of one instance where we're looking at somebody who has, it's stuck in a limiting belief and how it imprisons them, versus someone who vanquished that idea and has a new schema or a new aspect or persona that you speak about in regards to that. that one wish, right? So if you had that one wish, you holding on it, and you call an aspect at the end, witchcraft of that chapter, the end of the chapter, you're talking about witchcraft, and you're going through the mechanics of what you're thinking about when you think about it in regards to this wish, right? So yeah, it's just real interesting. I think my favorite chapter is, in addition to that one, is the plus you.
Oh, that's heavy.
Yeah,
Meaning plus entity.
yeah, right.
That's heavy.
That's very Gemini of me. Your plus self.
Yeah,
Yeah. So when you
that's
get into the plus self and the aspect of dualism.
yeah. I mean, it speaks to exactly what you're saying. Every one of us walks around with the notion that there's two of us. There's somebody who could get the straight A's, or could do this, or could be confident at the right moment, or could, not be an idiot like me and lose his temper, after promising himself 10,000 times that he won't. And it may be that our perception is correct, that there is this plus entity, because it's encrypted into so many of our religious parables and myths and stories. You mentioned Gemini, Cain and Abel, Castor and Pollux, Jekyll and Hyde, Jacob and Esau. And there's many, many stories. Edgar Allan Poe wrote a story, William Wilson, Stephen King, The Dark Half. Jung talks about the shadow. Throughout history, the Hellenic god Janus or Janusz, the idea of the man with two faces, the twins, the divine hermaphrodite, the joining of the male and female, we can't get away from it. It haunts us. So what if it's true? What if it's true? What if those bangs and raps up in the attic aren't just my imagination, but in fact, there's something up there? So could we experiment with the idea of meeting this plus entity, this plus self that we refer to in this alienated way? And, we keep thinking that proper alignment, proper discipline, maybe getting awakened by the ghost of Christmas future, whatever it may be, some vivifying shock will occur, and finally I'll get down to who I'm supposed to be. It could be that this split self, it's a divine paradox, it's an esoteric paradox, is real. And what will it take to meet this plus entity? I think the first thing that it would take is wanting to do so, is acknowledging the possibility and wanting to do so, and realizing that we may be deeply alienated from this aspect of self, but it is as real as a limb, and it is as distant and separate to such stakes, to such a degree that we could go to our death without ever meeting this person. So if one thinks of the imminence of the death of everyone we lay eyes on, maybe it's time to experiment. It's just an experiment, Nobody has to go and sell their possessions and sit on a mountaintop awaiting Armageddon or a divine messenger. It's just a personal psycho-spiritual experiment. So that chapter is based on a story called The Magic Story that was written in 1900 by a man named Frederick Van Rensselaer-Day. And I recount the story, and then I also recount areas and aspects of myth, religion, parable, classical ethics that suggest to us that maybe this is altogether real. And then I provide suggestions. Okay, let's say you do wish to meet this other self. What would it take to cultivate that invitation? And I believe very strongly that the individual damn peer pressure, should do whatever he or she wants to do in terms of look, tone of voice, media intake, choice of friends, including no friends, save us from our friends. I think the individual, damn peer pressure, should do whatever he or she wants to do, walk that path for a while, be exposed, and that is a massive step in meeting this plus entity.
Yes, 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 yes. I guess I'm overflowing with these Twilight Zone references tonight. You know, they had the doppelganger sort of episode that they had where the guy and the lady, they saw their doppelganger, right, in this bus station, right? So we went from the train to the bus. So it's some aspect in regards to traveling and what that, you know, uncovers in regards to discovery, right? So on this train again, you know, the scene in the Matrix with the train aspect, it was a life death resurrection sort of situation, you know. So finding yourself along the way and, you know, rising from the ashes of those limiting beliefs to being limitless, but then starting over again, right? So it's like a new birth. Like you know, he goes from the neophyte to the one, but he has no idea what the one does. Like, what's the function of the one? So he's like, okay, I don't want any barriers or control or any of those things, right? But then who is he without it? He's lost, right? So so he's lost again, right? So it is very interesting in regards to these aspects of the self. You know, you're looking to find self versus yourself, you know, like you're cleaved to yourself and you miss self at the expense of holding on to yourself, this image that you have of the self in that way. So yeah.
I wanted to bring up something that you had said here in New York that meant a lot to me, and I'm going to repeat it faithfully, but whether I get it exactly right, I do not know. I had taken a picture of us, and you said, you know, take the picture, but so long as it's for you, you know, not for posting. So of course I didn't post. And I said, why? You said, you know, everything on social media should be pointing towards something in the physical world. So you're pointing towards a movie, or you're pointing towards an article, or you're pointing towards an exchange, or you're pointing towards something in the natural world, whatever. And it really unlocked something for me, because social media is like, and this is true probably of everybody listening, it's a suffering and a necessity. In my work, I need social media to some degree to let people know about a new book. I'm not on that much social media. I'm on X, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Substack. I guess you could say YouTube is a social media. I've never set foot on TikTok. I just can't. I'll be lost and messed up if ever I try. But social media has a place, and it's also an agony, because all the human sicknesses come out over social media, all the sufferings come out over social media, and we're not ready for it. But here it is. And your principle is a rescuing principle, because it says into my ears, yes, you know, be on it, yes, participate, but only to the extent that what you're doing is directing people to something in the physical world. And that way, there's none of this nonsense and the sarcasm and the stupidity and people arguing about some little tweet or whatever we call it nowadays that's pointing towards something else, but they don't care about the something else. They just care about the conflict. And that's really what social media is selling us. Their number one product is anger. Their number one product is contest and conflict. And it's nothing that's going to save us other than ourselves, each individual. And it was so helpful to me. It was like I took a 40-pound weight off my shoulders, because I realized that, yes, I'm going to be active, but I'm going to be active letting people know, here's the new book, here's an article, here's a discussion with Knowledge Born tonight. And so come and join us, but not just this random stuff or like idiot questions like, what's the worst movie you ever saw? And, things get much worse than that, obviously. It was such a help to me. And I think it's a principle that I'm now carrying with me. So thank you.
Honest, it's disciplining, right? It's disciplining in a way, and it's freeing in another. So if we shared something sacred. I had to be reminded one time. I was with General Steele, Smith and Wesson, and I went to meet him at the studio. And I'm thinking, all right, I'm just going to see what's up with him, blah blah blah. And Tech is there, So Steele and Tech, right? They're both there, and we're in Ninth Wonder Studio. So this is like, okay, you got invited here, right? In the same place where they recorded the All and some other records in this place, like just in this sanctum, so to speak, in regards to music, because Knife doesn't just play or produce hip hop beats. He's a lover of music, and he's so soulful, right? And so down to earth. So I'm in this environment, and I'm like, I got to get an interview.
Mm-hmm.
And General Steele, he looks at me and was like, God, look where you are. You want to interview? So it's kind of like cheapening the experience, right? In regards to not being present enough in the moment to enjoy the aspects of where you are in the moment. And that was a ride, right? That was a ride. And it was a reminder. Because that's normally my thing, to have someone present in the moment. I detest the phones being out and people, doing this with the phone. You're here. If you're in the concert and you pay $200, you're sharing it with your audience for free. You can't even enjoy the moment that you're in because you're doing this instead of this. Like you're here. Like we're here in the physical. You understand what I'm saying? So that was a reminder, again, for me. In that moment, I was just so excited and taking everything in. Yeah. So I wanted to do something. I'm like, nah. So I got a picture. I got a picture, but I had memories out of this world. Yeah. I heard albums that people may never hear. Mm-hmm. Present in that moment. You see what I'm saying? And I got to interact and I got to share thoughts on what I heard in the moment. You know what I mean? And those, discussions are there forever. I met a young man who's a phenomenal artist. You see what I'm saying? And a room full of people. So it's very interesting what you get when you're present. And your presence is received as a gift. So
it's I felt that social media at a certain juncture was starting to get inside me. It was starting to kill me. And I'm not saying I wish I could tell you that day will never come again. I don't know. But I cannot participate in that. And not only does it take me out of experience, but it forms an addiction, of sorts, to look at me, give me attention, hear me, witness my every action, my every meal, or what have you. The thing now where I guess this has gone on for some time, people sit down in the restaurant, they photograph their food. I've never understood that. And I'm like, I'm not putting myself above it, but I've not ever understood. And anyway, it was a real help to me because I am naive enough to be frustrated with people commenting on a little picture with a headline that I've posted to point them to an article that I've written. And instead of reading the article, which might even affirm their point of view if that's necessary, they're arguing, and you're arguing with a shadow. You're literally arguing with a shadow, because that's all this thing is. It's an image of an article that I've cast onto this digital platform made of binary numbers so that I could tell you that I wrote an article somewhere. And I don't want to argue with that shadow. So your principle rescues us from arguing with those shadows. If you must argue with something in the physical world. Maybe you've got a good reason to argue with it, but go there.
Yeah. One of my greatest lessons, I believe, from the realm of academia is to have your ideas challenged.
Mm-hmm.
So it afforded me the opportunity over the last 7 or 8 years to be in environments where everybody has an idea, right? So how do you substantiate your idea, your claim, your position, whatever it is, in the realm where everybody has an idea? Everybody's looking to substantiate. There's a sharing of ideas, but there's also a challenging of ideas. So if this is something that you're looking to stick to, it should be able to sustain the weight of scrutiny, right? Not necessarily ridicule, but scrutiny. And does it change you? Does it begin to alter you in a way where you become subconscious about it, and now you're afraid to share your idea, right? So this is your idea, or this is your stance, or this is your claim, or this is your position. So the ability to be in an environment to think and to be able to show and prove in no limited time, that thing right there, that thing where, okay, this is an aspect of you, but you're not married to it so much so that you become volatile in your attempts to prove it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that environment gave me an opportunity, and it's a complete opposite of what it was initially. School in me was a fight. School in me was a fight. So who I was had a grave disdain for school. Who I am is thankful for the opportunity to do the knowledge, so to speak, right? So it's different. It's different variants. And those memories are associated with it. So when I look at my children going through the same thing as I went through when I was young and I was their age, there's an age where it changes also. It goes from a chore to a space of enjoyment. So,
I dig.
yeah, it works.
Yeah. The everybody says they want their ideas challenged. Then when they actually are faced with the challenge, they're not so sure. The principle of challenging an idea is so vital to the human experience, but it gets stolen from us by our lust for contest and conflict. And if somebody wants to debate something with me, it's rare that debate can occur without the just the closed circuit of contest as an end to itself taking place. And people don't want to know or to be challenged. I'm trying to think with all frankness, I'm trying to think of an instance where somebody has challenged me on an idea and I've really been put back on my heels about it. I guess, there was a Kabbalist years ago. There was a Kabbalist who referred to me as his outward looking brother, And I didn't like it because nobody on the path wants to be called outward looking. It sounds kind of corrupt or something like that. And so I was unhappy with it. And as time passed, I thought to myself, okay, he is right. I am outward looking in the sense that I certainly spend a lot of time trying to hone this or that activity in the world. I pursue this or that success or recognition in the world. I hope with ethics. I hope with heart. I hope with reciprocity. But yes, I am outward looking. And then I got to thinking, okay, it's an aspect of experience. It's an aspect of experience. Rather than fight being outward looking or say to myself, I'm not going to be outward looking anymore. It sounds absurd, I'll be the best not outward looking person you ever met. It sounds ridiculous. I thought, accept that because it's certainly there. And yet it's part of experience. So if it's part of experience, I have nothing to fight against, because again, it's not content that we're dealing with. It's not outcomes so much that we're dealing with as what's the method, what's the discipline, what's the conduct behind whatever the experience is. And I feel very strongly, very, very strongly, and I tell this to my own sons, I really, in my heart of hearts, I don't care what you do so much as the conduct behind it is sound. Are you keeping your word to people? Are you showing up when you say you're going to show up? Are you loyal? Are you truth-telling? Do you pay people fairly and quickly? Because money is, regardless of all our flowery expressions, the primary human exchange in which we as individuals in this world operate on. Money must be handled with honor and fairness and living up to oath and word. So whatever it is the individual wants to do is going to be very personal, and it's going to be an aspect of his or her experience. It's the principle, it's the honor, it's the nobility, it's the loyalty, it's the fairness, it's the veracity, it's the sincerity with which that thing is done. Because none of us can control where that pendulum swings within. So this guy calls me his outer looking brother. I can't help it. I can't change that any more than my eye color. But what I can do is be accountable on that path. It's just an aspect of experience.
Definitely. So what I'm going to do is, last time you were on, I played this song, but I got to play it again because I really want to get your insight since we were, delving into this realm, occult and sort of a sixth sense. So I'm going to play it real quick. We come back and get your thoughts and tell somebody to tell somebody. It's about to get very interesting here on Royal Priesthood Wednesdays with the one and only Mitch Horowitz.
You ever been in a dream that was so real? Inception, making your mind begin to question. Real from illusion, lost with no direction. Life's a mirage and thought and a reflection. We're all gods playing the role, we're just pretending. Inception, making your mind begin to question. Real from illusion, lost with no direction. Life's a mirage and thought and a reflection. Dreams within dreams, the cycle is never ending. Nothing in this place. Backwards on a giant track, running with no pace. Crowd of people in the stands, knowing how to face. Slow motion, looking at my shoes, cobras with a lace. Tossed them off before they bit me. Biggie wearing roller skates, gliding past me, blunty past me, took the toe and hit the brakes. Body started levitating like I'm floating out in space. Mobs were hunting, jumping out the stands, going for the chase. Still trying to keep myself from drifting, rope around my waist. Disappearing when I thought of it, do it like a lasso. Trying to hit the light pole, I loop it like fiasco. No gravity here. In the mind of a flying man, sanity's fear. Pull the rope to get back to the land I was near. Stampede across the field of dreams, cracking the ground turf. Projections getting closer like the map of the round earth. The clouds came, the sky started rapping a loud burst. My children didn't appear like immaculate childbirth. They pointed to the door, my peripheral view. Mob closing in, grabbed me before I dipped like a stew. They heard a loud deep sound like a didgeridoo. Then my thigh was sick, blacked out, woke up on a pirate ship, floating in the sky tip over the side. Feeling nauseous, barely see the town below me so high. Cruising through the clouds effortless and no one knows why. And out came the Capitan, holding the mic. Then when he called me to the deck and he showed me a knife and said rap or go overboard while smoking the pipe. So I spit a couple bars and the lightning words. When I reached the third line, hit it right with a surge and jumped off the plank and landed on a fiery bird. Inception, making your mind begin to question. Real from illusion, lost with no direction. Life's a mirage, a thought and a reflection. We're all gods playing the role, we're just pretending. Inception, making your mind begin to question. Real from illusion, lost with no direction. Life's a mirage, a thought and a reflection. Dreams within dreams, the cycle is never ending. Perched upon a mountaintop, I was highly disturbed by the goat man walking in the line with the satyrs. Borns rock climbing on the rise, doing labors. Even heard they eat babies when describes their behavior with a white owl. Smoking white owls who caught the neighbors that was thrown by the archers, so I couldn't outgun them. Horse leg centaurs couldn't outrun them. Again I was hit, I emerged in the crib in the underworld realm where the serpents is spit. If the venom gets the venom, then you should've forget. Have you thinking this is all when the world isn't it? In the mazes I stumbled to escape through the tunnels. Came upon the bridge of the flames in the jungle. I came to a walrus, his brains are thesaurus. He told me about the coming of the sage and the Taurus, but so many stood still, it became rigor mortis. Then he turned to kill a priest and ran away through the forest. Lifted from the ledge of a rock cliff where I saw a griffin with a fez, with a sparrow living underneath, sitting on his head, casting shadows beneath. They grew arms and hugged the son of man, battling grief. Who succumbed to his exhaustion, he was found on the beach. Other subconscious minds stayed almost drowned in his peace. But woke up inside a flaming UFO with a crab shell. Padded walls painted with the ocean in pastels. Trapped me so long as I waited to fly, but I became no man, they just waiting to die. No recollection how I got here remains in my eye. There's a single tear containing 30 days in July. A young man to retreat became as dangerous to try. A couple minutes turned to epochs. My thoughts became mad and turned to sins into sheetrock. The screens became a portal. I was sitting to the key lock. I'm choked up, I woke up. Damn, I'm still in the stew. Leo's chilling with 3 ghosts mixing out you. Thought cuisine that an awkward dream, but is it what's true? As I walk into the booth again with lyrics on cue. Mic check 1, 2, couple lines that I spew. Work begin to fall apart like it's missing a screw. On his knees like he's sick top chew. Woke up inside the ink in the picture I drew. Indicators of the Zodiac mystery zoo. I'm the god of hip hop like I'm missing a shoe. As I tripped across the ley lines, I fell toward the ceiling, started drifting up away. I'm hovering the floater inside a giant orb like the bubbles in a soda. Thanks to the dream and another that was slower. While above he's in a coma in the slumber on the sofa. Superman flew, he got sleepy, never pulled over. Legend has it, he's a Taurus, that's a bulldozer. A brief nap for a minute or two. In his sleep, that's a half a day, tilted anew. Cause once again, he was ripped into his signboard. He's playing quantum leapfrog, searching for the time tortoise. Hidden as an island with the connected cathedrals. Guarded by the Buddha mark, electric mosquitoes. Vultures been through him from the crystals in the star computer. Vessels in the heart computer, messes in the ethos. Devils in the pico, said he was the peak goat. His words became flesh, told him everything that he wrote. That's when the sky became black with 100 crows. He told him stop, but they wasn't even coming slow. Turned out they wasn't in his mind, it was brother glows. The water and earth cried, the fire and air scream. Royal Priesthood trapped inside of a shared dream. A single road through to the heavens approached. Meditating in the center, held my breath in the smoke. The shore of the subconscious, overstretched on the coast of eternity. My 7 doves measure my growth. 12 virgins of me on 12 levels remote. One alarm, sudden bomb, really heavenly spokes. Synchronized at the same time as all 12 of us awoke. So many see me wake, they don't know that they sleep. The journey is within, bring your soul to the peak. Dream work, rebirth, living omen I speak. Close my eyes, see myself flying over the sheep. So many seem awake, they don't know they asleep. The journey is within, bring your soul to the peak. Dream work, rebirth, living omen I speak. Close my eyes, see myself flying over the sheep.
So your thoughts, sir?
Work of beauty. It's interesting how the archetypal man, he has to pass through these trials. In one case, he is burned and consumed by flames like the phoenix and then rises from the flames. He's running the race of life, and everybody across the globe is more or less in their own way running it with him. And he starts to reach higher stages. They're not always happy stages. Entering the UFO is first an experience of wonder, but it does become an experience of inevitable decay. And there is then a turning in the world towards a kind of techno-apocalypse. And the imagery is haunting. It's the imagery that populates our collective psyche. The Hermetic seekers called it nous. Emerson called it an oversoul. Napoleon Hill calls it infinite intellect or infinite mind or the mastermind. But this collective mind and these nightmare images are ones that we all share. And he experiences this technocracy and this technical apocalypse. And then he's back to learning. He's back to learning. And he's living a kind of bucolic, hermit-like existence at the very end. And has he reached a place where he can join Nous, or is he conscripted to repeat the cycle again? It leaves it as a question mark. So it's powerful and it's somber, because this is our life.
So I want to add in one of my brothers to the discussion. I believe y'all spoke on more than one occasion before. The twin. I said, what I said about your plus self. This is the aspect of the plus self itself.
How you doing, Mitch?
All right. This is a good Mercury retrograde. It's wonderful to have you here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just ordered your book. I usually try to stay up on what you were writing. Interesting subject. Some of your lectures, I did see that you were trying to bridge the gap between psychometry, I guess, and science, right? Like repeatability, right? By day, I'm a clinical engineer, so I'm in a lot of labs with analyzers that, if it doesn't work, like if we're getting discrepant results or something like that, they're not going to keep that instrument long. So it has to be able to be each time to be precise, right? And I think with like this notion of psychometry, that I've had some friends that were, as you call them, seers, that I could sit with, and they could tell me many things, but couldn't find their car keys. Right? But I actually have sat like years with them, and I know that this to be true. And I often wondered when I spoke with different psychics, I've had readings that I could talk to, 4 psychics and get 4 different aspects of the same subject. And I guess that would be because just like with anything in the physical world too, a person could view it and still see, a car accident, for instance, and everybody would have an aspect of it that they see, right? But in the physical world, something like that goes on in the world of psychics would be dismissed as being, pseudo, right? So I wanted to ask this. I didn't know this until this movie came out. I don't know if you guys already discussed it, but one of my favorite movies is Dr. Sleep. Have you seen that?
I have not, no.
And Mitch, you shouldn't even wrote your book yet until you've seen Dr. Sleep.
You
must see Dr. Sleep. Dr. Sleep is really what The Shining was. And I know you've seen The Shining, right?
One of my
favorites. Stanley Kubrick, I think that's who did The Shining. He took it so far. It's based off of a Stephen King novel. But the movie that you see, you don't get that is about a psychic ability. Did you know that? That The Shining was about?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So in Dr. Sleep, which is part 2 of that, Dr. Sleep is like, he's the little boy from The Shining, but he's grown now.
Dig.
But he has all of this psychic ability, but the thing is he doesn't want it. He wants to hide. When he comes on, he's an alcoholic. He starts drinking because he can see so much.
Yeah.
And it weighs heavy on him. And not to give too much of the movie away, but it kind of corrects what you didn't see. You see I don't know what the gentleman's name is, the old black man. He played the voice of Hong Kong Phooey in the cartoon. He was
This
in
is
part.
Scatman Crothers, the
Yeah,
actor.
so they do a supper rendition of that of him talking in part 2. Of course, he's dead now, but a younger version speaking to a little black girl about. No, actually, he's speaking to the grown man who was the little white boy in the movie about how he shared with him his experiences, that he was a little boy and he was abused by his grandfather because he could see so much, and that was the kinship that he shared in that hotel with the little boy whose father was an alcoholic. And he was saying, I have the shiny and you have it also. And you can't run away from your duties, because Dr. Sleep, he doesn't want to deal with it. He's like, look, he told this psychic, this little girl who could really see, hide, don't show your light, because there were these people that would find little kids and basically murder them and take their life force from them. And so I thought it was kind of interesting that you wrote a book on it. I know I saw you speaking on psychometry, and I didn't realize you were going to be writing a book on that. So it's very interesting. Do you know what Manley said about it?
Yeah.
I think Manley wrote a book called The Invisible Records of Thought and Action.
Yes. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite books.
Yeah.
And Manley he gave a good argument for the reason of why that psychometry is real.
Yes.
And that man it's not about, he said, man has used telescopes and man has been able to see much, but until man himself evolves to a level, he said that the atom has everything in it, these impressions, the recording. He said every atom has the record recording of the universe, but man has not evolved yet to be able to access those records.
That's beautiful. You know, it reminds me of something that some of Carl Jung's students said. This idea of the atom containing the universe, the particle containing the whole, which is really a universal religious idea. Certainly, founders of quantum mechanics would have immediately defended that idea. And so Jung and his students, they were very interested in the Chinese oracle, the I Ching. And Jung wrote, as others have written who've worked with the I Ching, that the oracle seems to almost have its own personality, seems almost to have a sense of humor. You ask the same question too many times, and jokes start getting played on you. And there's an uncanniness to the symmetry of the I Ching. And I would carry that same over in some cases to tarot as well, another pictogrammatic device. And so Jung students theorized that maybe the I Ching or tarot, for that matter, can function as a kind of multidimensional snapshot of whatever's going on at a given instant. And so in the same way that the atom contains the whole, it could be that the instant of reality contains all the constituent elements that go into reality, all these crisscrossing events that are playing out, sometimes simultaneously, that the image bears a timestamp in a certain sense. So the selection of an I Ching hexagram, the selection of a tarot spread or something like that, its very randomness makes it all the more authentic, not just in some metaphorical way, but actually really and literally. And it's something that they worked with, and it just reminds me of what you're saying, the idea that within every particle is the whole.
Right.
It hold true, at some level. And there could be, in terms of oracles, like it's possible that, in fact, I feel that it's almost logical necessity that thought emotion, the psyche, which is part of our experience at every instant, is interplaying with whatever the pictogram time step of reality is. So anyway, that's just an adjacent thought, but I thought it related to what you're
very
saying,
interesting.
Adam principle.
What do you think of the Sibyls? Have you heard of
Sure.
the Sibyls?
Yeah.
Heard of? Yeah.
I mean, it's so fascinating because I believe it's Notre Dame itself, Notre Dame Cathedral itself, that's built on top of a temple to the Sibyls, as many of the early cathedrals in Europe were built on top of the Roman and Persian and Greek temples that had stood there for millennia. And so I believe that our ancient ancestors rightly recorded the capacity of sibyls, prophetesses, oracles, and Manly actually, when he wrote in the Secret Teachings of All Ages his chapter about the oracle at Delphi, similar, to the sibyls, what he wrote was considered fanciful. The idea that this woman would climb a golden tripod and be over a crevice from which fumes were emerging, they would intoxicate her, and she would tell the future. Many historians and archaeologists considered that to be fairy tale, and it was in the 1990s, as recently as the 1990s, where a very the cave at Delphi was definitively identified.
They found proof,
in the earth, and very much with the natural features that were described by Herodotus, and so people in the early 20th century would have dismissed Manly Hall as some antiquated myth maker who was quoting fairy tale, and in fact, in the 1920s, he was right. The esoteric viewpoint was right and would not get validated by the sciences until the 1990s. So it speaks to the man's prescience. He was in that way a Sibyl himself, I think it could be said.
Wow. Yeah. That's interesting. I don't know if you covered it, or do you cover it in your book? What would be the reason why present man is the psychic ability seems to be like, hit and miss? Like there are some people that can see, there are many that can't. What they said the Atlanteans, they were all, not all psychics, but they could see. The Lemurians, that they were, if you believe that the Lemurians existed, that they were psychic, they were clairvoyant. What would you, if that would be true, what would you say would be the reason for present man not being able to open that third eye, so to speak?
It's funny. Within the alternative spiritual culture, there is a point of faith that I don't really use the word consciousness very much, but that consciousness is evolving. And to a degree, you'll see that reflected in the work of Madame H.P. Blavatsky, who I have here on my shirt. And Madame Blavatsky wrote about us being the fifth subrace of the fifth root race. These are really Vedic concepts.
Yes.
And that we were undergoing a transformation to the sixth subrace, and that this would entail greater psychical abilities. At the same time, these changes occur over, in her schema, thousands and even millions of years. So they're not things that we're necessarily going to feel. Gurdjieff, who I would say is probably my chief influence, Gurdjieff argued that humanity is not evolving, humanity is descending, which would speak to exactly your observation. And within the New Age and the alternative spiritual culture, find that a very difficult pill to swallow. because we have been taught that humanity is evolving, and Gurdjieff taught the exact opposite, and that in terms of our development, we are sinking. The octave is descending. The octave is descending. I will say this, in terms of psychical ability, one of the true greats of parapsychology, Charles Honorton, who died very young at the age of 46 in 1992, much too young. But Honorton did a series of experiments called the Ganzfeld experiments, and he demonstrated with really very solid and replicated data that we all, as a human community, seem to have a greater capacity for ESP, or what might go under different terms and names, from a state of hypnagogia, that state when we hover in between wakefulness and sleep. And we all go through it naturally twice a day, just as we're drifting to sleep at night and just as we're coming to awakening in the morning. And that state is very supple, very flexible. It's unique in the human experience because the mind, the rational filters are lowered. So we might have waking dreams. We might even have hallucinations, sometimes even oral hallucinations. We'll hear things, and yet we can still direct cognition. So it's a very unique moment in which the rational barriers, the rational filters have been lowered. And that can be very difficult for some people, like people who are experiencing grief, for example, will say that the early morning hours are the toughest for them. And people who experience anxiety, those early morning hours are the toughest for them, because a mouse becomes a dragon due to the fact that the rational barriers are lowered. Then the person gets to work and it's the experience, oh, this is not so bad. But use that time, because those rational barriers, they are down, but we still have cognition. And if we can direct ourselves along the lines of, say, wanting to convey a message to somebody telepathically, or glean some piece of information, or even just recite prayer, affirmation, visualization, those moments seem to be prime time for ESP. So we're not gone yet, we're not gone yet. And I ask people to use those moments, just as you're drifting to sleep, just as you're coming to.
Is that like, I've heard the term the witching hour?
Oh, that's an interesting question. It's more of a numinous hour, or dreamscape, dream time. It's the twilight zone. I think Knowledge Born would agree with that. It's the twilight zone. We're in between states. And in these intervals, maybe that's where the magic happens.
Wow. You like that. I like that. You mentioned Gurdjieff. He wrote the Meetings with Remarkable Men, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed in the movie, it was the main person who was the seeker, and then he had a companion. And they were both seeking, I guess, that brotherhood, right? That secret brotherhood. And at a certain point on their travels, the companion decided he was not going to continue on that way. He had found, I think they were on like a ship, and he was going to deal with the mechanics and hydraulics and all of that. I've often thought that, and then the main character continues on. I've often thought that was Gurdjieff's way of saying that at one point, science and religion or theology was one, and then they diverged, right? Because of what the companion did. He was more interested in the physical sciences, if you will, and the main character continued on to a more, I guess, etheric realm that, so they're like divorced. I know Manley even spoke about how science and religion was once one, and then it was divorced. I would think that would also lend credence to the psychic ability too, like why it's not, even with scientific proof of repeatability, like Edgar Casey and all of some of the greats, it's still looked at as being hokey because it's so divided. Like, yeah.
The Western man has, in parts of the culture, this is more deeply felt in some parts of the culture than in others, embraced a kind of physicalism as a definition of what's rational, whereas rationalism, reason, method, it's just a rigor, it's a discipline by which you get to some conception of reality. But Western man has taken method and made it into a description of what he likes. So to say something is rational or to say something is reasonable is almost to steal the word in a certain way. I don't determine the outcome of the experiment. If I'm doing a good job, there's sufficient safeguards in place so that I don't determine that paper burns at 451 degrees. You know, I simply report that. And when we here in the West don't like the reportage, we flip over the chessboard. It's done. And so we get Wikipedia educating kids saying that these psychical experiments and so forth have proven non-replicable, or that they're pockmarked by mistakes and errors. And I've written quite enough about this. I don't want to go too much into it, but Wiki's very often drawing on the same sources, the same basic well water over and over. And that well water is getting pretty brackish and pretty muddy. And what you find nowadays is that people in the sciences, in the so-called hard sciences, engineering, medicine, chemistry, they are more open to this data than people in maybe what you would call the social sciences or letters. And it's really not a necessary divide. We have to be able to face reality. And I think that we're reaching a point, for example, when quantum computing eventually gets introduced to the public. I've never used it. It hasn't been launched yet. It's going to confront us with questions, because there are problems being solved in beta models of quantum computers. In one particular case over at Google, a math problem of such complexity was solved in under 5 minutes that engineers calculated would have taken more than the known time of the universe to be solved. So the answer came from somewhere. The answer must exist somewhere, because we don't have enough time as we think of it to get the answer. So when we start to talk about these things and the public starts to experience these things, the ultra-physicalist position is going to become very difficult. And we're going to have to acknowledge a marriage, again, of physics and metaphysics, or we become ridiculous. We become clinging to an argument that says, no, the Earth doesn't revolve around the sun revolves around the Earth. To save ourselves from being ridiculous, at a certain point, we have to acknowledge something that was far out has now become common observation. And I think that's what's going to happen with psychical abilities.
Really? Wow. Do you think, I noticed you were saying about, someone you said that would say that man is not evolving, but basically.
Yeah.
Gurdjieff says that. Okay. Yeah. I would think, right? Like, so technology is not civilization, right? That's not. So I know, like, we use terms like the West and the East, which seems to be kind of like switching places at times now, you know, like what the East was known for spirituality, the West was known for material. and that it seemed to kind of like maybe the yin and yang, of things. But would you say that there's a assorted effort to make sure man stays as dense? If we like the fifth root race, and we're the sub fifth root race, and they're supposed to go through 7 root races, I believe Madame Blavatsky says, and then it will return to the first root after all of that. But do you think that there's an effort, whether it's in the food? Some people believe that the reason why most of us do not have these psychic abilities because the pineal gland is actually calcified. Have you read anything on that? Like that being one of the reasons?
Well, what I'm going to offer may be a metaphor for the pineal gland. Gurdjieff, in his masterwork, his magnum opus, Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, he wrote that we here on Earth exist at a very unfortunate corner of the universe, so to speak, and that our planet had past cataclysms, and our energy as human beings went towards stabilizing those cataclysms. And because man doesn't want to be in the service of anything other than himself, and would probably kill himself if he found that his real job on Earth was just maintenance of these floating planetary bodies that broke off from our planet, and that we are presently today serving as food for the moon, that our energy is going towards feeding and stabilizing and developing the moon. That winding down, that lowering octave would drive a man crazy. So we were implanted with an organ called Kundabuffer that caused us to see reality upside down. And that is our situation. Even though that organ is no longer needed, it's part of our makeup. And different teachers were sent to awaken us. And what do we do to our teachers? We kill them.
Right.
So our situation, as the octave just kept going lower and lower and lower. And that is his view of the human situation. And it is grim.
Wow.
I won't argue with it. I can't possibly challenge it, because what would I challenge it with?
Right.
So yeah, this was Gurdjieff's view. And as far as humanity developing, what Madame Blavatsky wrote about was very much an echo of what the Hindu masters, the Vedic masters, theorized. And their view of the world was in these cycles that went on for millions of years. Like some will speak of our existing right now in a cycle called Kali Yuga. Maybe
like decay, the age of decay? The age of decay?
Yes. And if you look at the world from a Vedic perspective, you could say that we are in the midst of a very terrible crater right now in this Kali Yuga cycle. And humanity will exit it, but it's not going to exit it possibly for hundreds of thousands of years. Sometimes it's counted to over 300,000 years. So we're in a very, very deep crater. So that would support both the Gurdjieffian view and the Blavatsky view.
Yes. I think Manley outlines that too. He gives some of the things in the Vedas that they list a bunch of things you would see during the Kali age of the Kali age, right? Yuga. And we definitely seem to be the things I read, the list I saw in his book of Fundamentals of Esoteric Science does seem to line up with much of what we're experiencing now.
Yeah. And the great Hermetic seekers wrote along similar lines, that we would exist in a world where the wise were considered insane, the cruel and the coarse would be worshipped as heroes, and it's very hard to challenge.
Right. What would you say? I'm not sure if you guys spoke about it. Okay. What would you say is the how to one is able to see? Like, is a psychic a person that is reading from, I don't know, from a different plane of, like, the etheric plane, or is it just an inward ability to see? I had a friend, I live in Austin, but I would sometimes drive to San Antonio, and she had been a psychic since the 80s. Old enough to be my mom, but sometimes I would be driving and she would text me and say, "Hey, are you driving to San Antonio?" And I'll be like, "Hey, stop that. Yes, that's intrusive. I'm sure there's some rule, some ethics about that." But she was able to see, and I got some recordings, and when I was able to sit down, have dinner with her, and ask her questions like, "How were you able to see?" And she said she was able to see since she was like 7, but later on in the 80s, she got her master's degree, became a school teacher, but she actually went to some type of psychic, not a school, but just a place where she could develop it, and she took tests, and then she became this pretty well-renowned psychic. She was a pretty good friend of mine, but I seen her frazzled over. I would go help her set up at a psychic fair, and would see her couldn't get like the cloth on the table that she was using. I would have to do it, and I was like, man, like, I'm getting a real live view of a psychic, and she's helped me in many ways. But there was just some simple things that I was like, man, you really are normal. But she could see. I asked her every question I could possibly ask, as far as what she could see, how she could see. And I remember she would speak to her guides.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked her, I said, well, could you tell me, do you know who your guides is? And she, remember one time she said, no, she could not. She didn't, she would ask, but they would never say. But definitely her abilities was there. It's not that much guessing in the world. And so I was just wondering, by what means do you think psychics are able to see, or does it differ from person to person?
One of the things I always hoped my intellectual hero, J.B. Rhine, the great parapsychologist, would do before his death, but he did not, was offer a theory of ESP, clairvoyance, sixth sense. He never did offer that theory. And I think it's really critical for the field to have at least an effort in that direction. Science can overvalue theory, but at the same time, people have pointed out, hey, look, before Darwin, we had fossils, and then Darwin came up with the theory of evolution, and people fit the fossils into that, and it became very compelling. So it has a place. As a layman, I make an effort in some of my books, including this one to a degree, to arrive at a theory, which is, I think that some people actually do have the capacity to see these different intersections of time that we were talking about earlier on the Podcraft. This idea of a multiverse or a serial universe. It's a logical necessity coming out of quantum mechanics. And if it is a logical necessity that there are different intersections of time, or what we would call different dimensions, it's possible not only that a person could see into these things, but these things could see us. And it may be that some of these truly unexplained UFO encounters are interdimensional, and it may be that the individuals that we're witnessing are as perplexed to be seeing us as we are to be seeing them. It's like a glitch if one uses that line of thinking. And it seems to me it's possible that the effective psychic could intermittently see into different intersections of time and capture different glimpses of something. I've certainly had psychics I've known who have listened. Some have sometimes in the same person saved my life and almost destroyed it, but the response because it can also be uneven, and we as seekers have to. I think we have to ground ourselves in that. Experiences are very, very real, but as you were saying with your friend who is having trouble getting the tablecloth, onto the table.
Yeah.
We're imperfect beings, and there could be that one moment of vision and that one moment of just missing the mark.
Yeah, she was accurate when it came to her psychic abilities, but but one of the things I would do, because we became very close and she has her personal views of things, so I would have to go, are you telling me this as the psychic or as the person, right?
Mhm.
Because she could see something and she could feel like, well, I don't think you should do that, and so that would come into the reading, and I learned, like, hey, I just want you to give me what you see, I'll work with the rest. And but I had no doubt that it was real,
Yes.
very real. But the only thing I did notice with different psychics is many times it's a matter of they won't always have the time can be a factor in it. They would say that, well, nothing's set in stone and that it can be changed. Depends on what it is you're asking. You could be looking back, I guess, and something. The person that I'm speaking on, they were also empathic. They can I remember one, she has an interview online where a lady had brought her a rock, and as soon as she touched the rock, her head started hurting. And she was like, oh, it's like this really, really bad headache. And she asked the lady, what was it from? And she said, her husband was a motorcycle. He drove motorcycles, and he actually had no helmet on, and he died, and that was the rock that hit. And these are just some of the readings she had over the years. I was like, wow, there was no way of her knowing that. I had a friend who didn't believe that, in psychics, and went to her, and she was sitting face to face, and he had a throbbing headache. So she's doing the reading, and she asked him to breathe. This is where she usually starts out. And she asked him, she said, do you have a headache? And he said, yes. And every time his head would throb, she would just point to his head, boom, like that. Well, needless to say, he definitely became a believer after that. So, she said a lot over the years. I've had many recordings on it, but just after a while, you would think you would want to just keep asking. After a while, not really.
Gifts come with a curse.
Yeah. She would always say, I'd be so happy after a reading, like, yeah, or come back and tell her what it was. It was correct. And she would say, well, I'm miserable, but I'm glad I could help you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Gifts come with a curse. My mother had that ability from 15 or so. Coincidentally, this is when her first child was born, my elder sister, right? And she sat with doctors, and doctors told her that she wouldn't have any children. There's 7 of us. And she said, in regards to that, our relationship with us extended beyond the physical realm. So our relationship existed in spirit and in truth. That's how it still exists. But there are defects that come along with sight. There are defects that come along with hearing. There are defects that come along with this intuitive feeling. Something is always at a deficit. I know a medium that can't drive. Right. She can't drive because she could be possessed at any time. So, imagine that cognitively in that instance where, they dramatized it in the ghost film, where there's a room full of spirits there that they make us aware of, right? But when she's actually talking to Patrick Swayze's character out on the street, you don't see him. Really. Yeah. but she can hear him and she can see him.
Mhm.
So they're bridging the gaps in between the world. So my mother used her gifts in regards to helping people through the science of iridology and herbology. So I was like, I asked one day, I was like, Ma, you don't need that chart, right? She said it's a parlor trick. She said it's a parlor trick because people, they'll base their belief off of the chart, and then they'll be more apt to do what she says based off of it. But before she sat down with them, she already seen all of the maladies. She knows what the science teaches and what it doesn't teach. So she could tell you things that happened to you, surgeries that you had, all kinds of things. So these are all the things that are part of her sight. But those things also affect your being, right? John Coffey could save everybody, but he couldn't save himself. And neither did he want to.
Yeah.
So he shows Paul having to say, hey, flip the switch. You understand what I'm saying? So he
Yeah.
could give up the ghost. His only delight was he was going back to heaven. So he's watching that movie with tears in his eyes and he says, I'm in heaven. Because earth was too heavy for him to carry the burdens of man. That's why he was so enormous in his stature. John Coffey, for all intents and purposes of what it means to carry that 6 sextillion tons of the earth.
Mm. Yeah. I think there's an occult state of saying that says, to others we can assist, but to ourselves we cannot help. Like it's not meant to be self-serving. I mean, like I'm not hearing about psychics getting the winning lotto tickets, and it's kind of some rules. Just like I was saying that my friend who would peer, I call it peering. She technically, ethically shouldn't be doing that. It wasn't invited, And I would always hit her with that rule, like, yeah, you're like kind of, you're breaking some rules here.
Yeah, initiates can't initiate their own children. They have to go
Right.
outside. Yeah.
Right. You can't have it by association. Mitch, I was wondering, is there a difference? Do you feel there's a difference between what we call psychometry and remote viewing?
That's a really good question. It may be a different doorway or prompt into the same experience. This past summer, I got to spend a week at the Monroe Institute, which is a ESP research and growth center in Virginia, outside of Charlottesville. And I had the opportunity to meet remarkable man, Joe McMoneagle, who is considered the chief driving subject in America's psychic spying program, a program that I write about in this book, and that was a successful program by any measure. And there's a lot of misunderstanding about that, a lot of skewed information about that. And Joe's record as a remote viewer was extraordinary, still is. I'd like to ask him that question. He is able to gain coordinates, mental pictures, geography, locales. He's able to see in a way that is unbound by linearity. He's more than we normally do. And if he were to be handed an object of some kind, maybe that would serve as a prompt to open up that seeing. Some people who practice psychometry would say that there is an energy residual on the object, which again is not dissimilar from what Manley was saying about the universe, the atom, the particle containing the whole. And there's that this energy residual allows the person to make a reading of circumstances or personhood around the object. I think it's probably the same thing going on, but it's just a different prompt, different entry point.
Yeah. So do you think that they found a scientific, or as they say, the method of repeatability for this?
Well, definitely in some experiments, yes. There's very good repeatability in the precognition experiments that have been done by Darrell Bem and Dean Radin. Great replicability in the Gonsfeld experiments that Charles Honorton and his colleagues pioneered. Very wide replicability of J.B. Rhine's original work.
Mm-hmm.
So the replicability is there. In the laboratory setting, the effect can be modest, but statistically significant. And I suppose the laboratory researcher would say, well, it's valuable to do it this way because we structure everything in such a painstaking way that we remove the possibility of cognitive bias, confirmation bias, which cynics often invoke, claiming that the person out in life, the experiencer, the psychic, the seeker, can't be having his or her experiences because it must be cognitive bias. And I challenge that because the people who weaponize that phrase very rarely apply it against themselves. It's just a clinical term for prejudice. We all suffer from it. It's part of the human situation. So, but to say that the individual seeker can't experience something outside of survivor bias or cognitive bias would be to condemn everybody from Lao Tzu to Christ to Sylvia Plath. Well, sorry, folks, it's just confirmation bias. It's a denial of the human situation.
Right.
And I suppose in the lab, there's such painstaking effort made to filter out bias. And the name of the game, of course, is replicability. And I think that parapsychologists have achieved it. It's just that the effects in the lab for us from the standpoint of life would be modest, but are statistically very, very significant. And yet the real significant thing is not this or that statistical deviation from norm, it's that there is any at all. The extraordinary thing is that it's not quanta, it's quality. It tells us of the infinitude of the human experience. So those card experiments that J.B. Rhine started doing at Duke University in the late 1920s, early 1930s, that statistical deviation from chance tells us that man is ineffable. It's the kernel of truth that opens us up onto a whole vista of understanding. So it's not a quantum equality, and that's why I love parapsychology. It tells us what the great mystics have been telling us since time immemorial, since prehistory, that what we see is not all there is.
See. Oh man, it's interesting. Did you see the movie Men That Stare at Goats?
Oh yeah.
Did y'all talk about that? I was wondering about that program. Do you think that program actually? I think it was at Fort Bragg, maybe. I'm not sure.
That
Do you
was
think
a very
that
real program?
Very real program.
And they had real successes in that program. They had some extraordinary successes in that program. There were a group of young Army officers in the 1980s who were trying to determine whether methods in human potential, yoga, meditation, martial arts, psychical ability, remote viewing could be brought to bear on the training of the soldier. And this is where the slogan "Be All You Can Be" emerged from.
Really?
And yeah. And I have an interview on my Substack newsletter. It's called Mystery Achievement with Dean Radin, who's one of the greatest living parapsychologists. I view him as the true inheritor to J.B. Rhine. And Dean painstakingly points out, and the references are in there, that when there was a press report issued by the military to the media about this program, the report suppressed its own findings, literally and actually left out a big chunk of its own findings as relating to the success of psychical abilities within that program. And so you see this, and I don't use words like suppression lightly. I don't confuse, and I beg my readers not to confuse supposition with evidence. I speak with evidence, and there was a report commissioned by 2 Harvard social scientists to evaluate the data of the psychical findings, successes that had emerged from that very program. They issued the report. The report was affirmative, and it was kept out because it was considered divisive. And Dean said, well, isn't the whole point of science to be divisive? Aren't we supposed to be challenging our theses? I don't suppress a thesis just because I don't like it. What could be more unethical than that? So we talk about that in detail with references in this interview, and it bleeds into the book and the movie. I like the book, and I like the movie, and I like the author, John Ronson, but here's what John didn't tell you. And John has said this in interviews, and he would say it in private. He basically said, I saw some really weird things coming out of that program that I could not understand. But none of that appears in John's book. Where's the doubt? What is in John's book is a very witty send-up of some of the eccentric personalities who are part of the program, the astonishment that he experienced at certain things that he could not explain. And what John understands, and I respect him and I admire him, but what John understands is that the fee of entry to mainstream culture is disavowal of belief. Now, maybe that bar is lowering, but disavowal of belief traditionally is the fee of entry to mainstream letters. And there is a man who he's very gifted, he's very talented, and he is very determined to be part of mainstream letters. So while he'll say off in this little interview, I saw some weird things, he won't say that in the book. And hence the movie looks like a big, and I liked it, don't get me wrong. The movie is like a big send up. And it's like, yeah, do all the satire you want, but there's a kernel in there that's more fascinating than all that satire. And it's not in there because within mainstream letters, that's a pill that can't be swallowed. And if you start talking that way or including that in your books, there's going to be cultural shunning.
Wow. Wow. I wonder how much of that is applied in just science as a whole of what someone may not say because of that, you know?
I did. Huge question. Yeah.
What about the Minority Report?
Oh, that was a good one. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah.
Future crime.
Yeah, future crime where, you know, they were able to see things before they happened, and then the ethical question was if we were able to catch it before it happened, did it really happen, or could we still convict pre-crime, right? But you had 3 women who were the precogs. I call them like Sibyls. That this is how they built the database for this. Any thoughts on that, or is it just something you hadn't seen in a long time? Or
Well, it's been so long. It's an interesting question, though. It's the ultimate idealist question. It's like the question of the tree falling in the forest. If there's no one around, does it make a noise? So if the future crime is averted, did it ever really happen? And it gets us into this question once again of the multiverse. I mean, I have to be careful using that term because it's just a concept. And I don't want to turn it into some sort of a point of orthodoxy. There's a serial universe. There's a multiverse. There's a very good
I get what you're
reason
saying.
to believe that there is, but it's just conceptual. And I may be using that term too much, but it does capture something, at least, let's say it's a metaphor, let's say it's a concept, let's say it's a model, a theory. It captures something of the human experience. We want to know. We want to know if I'm going to do something in the future and it gets averted, did the thing happen? Because the answer to that question, if there is an answer, determines who I am. Then suddenly I'm the multiverse. Because if it did happen and I'm responsible for it, is that fair? Is that right? Does that say something weird about human nature? Does that say something about what we call karma? Does that unlock the key of the code of karma? It's all these interesting questions. Because if we take linearity out of the picture, if we take time out of the picture, then we become totally different beings.
Right. I see that. I think, isn't that sort of the talk that the Oracle is having with Neo when I think it's the vase or it's something that I think he's in a room and she's talking to him and she says, never mind about the vase, and then he does it and she said, now the question is, if I hadn't said it to you, would it have happened?
Yeah.
But she told him before he did it.
Yeah.
Sort of the same.
Yeah. It's exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
And it also raises a question about inevitability, even though she tells Neo, watch out, he knocks it over anyway. And there was a student of Gurdjieff, Uspensky, P.D. Uspensky, and he wrote a book called The Strange Life of Ivan Osakin, which was the inspiration.
What was his name again?
The Strange Life of Ivan Osakin.
And who was the author?
P.D. Uspensky.
Oh, did he write The Fourth Way?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah,
he wrote The Fourth Way and In Search of the Miraculous.
In Search of the Miraculous. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
And he wrote this book 2 years before he met Gurdjieff, but just as we're talking about it, it presaged Gurdjieff's philosophy, even though the two men had not yet met. And long story short, in this book, which was the inspiration for the movie Groundhog Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Ivan wonders, okay, if I were to go back in time, would I be able to correct mistakes that I made in my life? And a magician sends Ivan back in time, and although he tries, he makes all the same mistakes over and over and over again. And and there's something about man's automaticity in that. You know, Gurdjieff would teach that man in his degraded state, my state, does not have a destiny, does not have anything called choice because of automaticity. And so going back in the past for Ivan wouldn't make any difference. Although he does glean something at the end of the book, just as Bill Murray's character gleans something at the end of Groundhog Day. But he has to keep going through all this automaticity, and no matter what, everything turns out the same. It's
wow.
Fear, I think.
Wow. So interesting enough. I'm not sure if you know this, but Killah Priest has a song called Deja Vu. And Deja Vu is like Groundhog's Day.
Mm-hmm.
It is a story that's being told, same story being told from 3 different aspects of the same person. I would hope that if we could, I would love to get your thoughts on it, because it's I think Nas wrote a rhyme. He did a track where he saw things from in reverse. Yeah, he did it where the day started like retrospection,
Dig.
right? And so Priest in writing, I guess it's like a challenge, right? And he wrote this song called Deja Vu, and it's very, very good. It's very, very clear. Maybe I could get Knowledge Born to play it, but it's told. I don't want to tell how it ends, but it's the same. You can purposely see the repeating of the person, but the aspect it appears that it's changing points of view, but it's the same person.
Dig.
Looking at it almost like at different what would appear to be time. So when he comes back on, maybe I can get him to play it. But in the meantime, what about the Adjustment Bureau?
The Adjustment Bureau. Oh man, it's been too many years. It's been too many years.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because it's sort of the same. They're like the if you ever seen Fringe, then you ever seen the TV show Fringe produced by I think JJ. The Observers are in those.
Right.
And they are kind of keeping the construct of what it's supposed to happen, and it's a multiverse, right?
Yes. And
something that's similar with the Observers of Fringe and the Adjustment Bureau. Many times they're in Hollywood, they symbolize these men who are in charge of what they would call like the spiritual hierarchy. They wear fedoras.
Oh yeah.
You see it in Adjustment Bureau, they're wearing the fedoras, and you see it in Fringe.
Yes.
And I thought that was very interesting that there's this play on that. I think this is also based around the book. There's a book called The Shining Ones, and they get into that. But I'm not sure why they even say sometimes the Men in Black. They were wearing fedoras, and these were symbolic of. So I have the book around here somewhere. It's another book. It's almost like something with the puppet masters, and they, the story of there's certain evolved men that control world history, the destiny. They come at certain times to individuals when a certain piece of history is to be made, and to kind of keep things moving on a certain course.
And
so I would think like even that is, to your point, the same thing. This is how it's played out. Just thinking of some of the movies that I've seen that correlate with that, and also with just psychometry overall. I don't know if you answered this earlier. What made you write this book now?
Well, it's funny. Years ago, a publisher approached me. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but asked me to write 10 books on the ideas of Napoleon Hill. And I'm getting there because this is number 5, so something is getting done. And I didn't know if I could do it. I didn't know if I wanted to do it, but I did agree. And in my very first book in this series, which was called The Miracle of a Definite Chief Aim, that came out in 2017. So dig this. And I read about this in the beginning of The Sixth Sense, and I'm proud of this. In 2017, I included material in the opening of Miracle of a Definite Chief Aim about ESP research, some of what you and I have been discussing. And I talked about Napoleon Hill's prescient early interest in this material. And he quotes J.B. Rhine in Think and Grow Rich and so on. And I was placed under a lot of pressure to take that material out. There were people at the Napoleon Hill Foundation who thought that was taking Napoleon Hill into a cult of direction. It was too weird. And I said, too weird, too weird. The man wrote about it himself in 1937. And then so someone else came and argued to me and said, well, look, what might have seemed plausible in 1937 has since been shot through with holes. And I said, no, that's not the case at all. And I fought to keep this material in. And I said, it meant a lot to me because I felt taking it out would be not telling the truth. But it was a protracted struggle, and it worked out.
Wow.
And so I mark progress this way because, okay, so this was 2017. Today is 2025. And now, we got a whole book called The Sixth Sense in this series, using as its jumping off point Napoleon Hill's chapter in Think and Grow Rich, chapter 13, which is called The Sixth Sense. And now nobody's complaining. And so I have to see some progress in that.
Really? So even in a world and how, you're writing well, let me be careful how I say. Are you free to write as you see it, or is it because now you're gaining more and more readers, and it's like we don't want to go like how artists sometimes musical artists are kind of their executives sitting in there saying what they can and cannot say or what should not be said.
I definitely write whatever I want. I used to chase a lot of mainstream bylines, New York Times, places. And I thought at an earlier part of my career, I needed to do that to gain validation. And there's some truth to that. But it was a dreary experience. It really, really was a dreary experience because even though I was proud of gaining the validation, and that has a place, there were very strict parameters put on me. And I was very happy with it sometimes. There was a lot of cynicism, a lot of materialism, philosophical materialism. As I said, disavowal of belief is the fee of entry to mainstream letters. And it's a fee I did not want to pay. So I drifted away from that. By and large, I have been given tremendous freedom. I do, in the case of this book, for example, and several of my other books, including Practical Magic and Modern Occultism, I'm with a very small publisher called G&D Media. And they have given me, I would say, in terms of my writing, 100% artistic and philosophical freedom, completely across the board. I wouldn't say I experienced any narrower parameters of that when I've written for more mainstream places, but you do go through an editorial process where people who are unfamiliar with the subject will place their hands all over your book, and that unfamiliarity can result in problems, the same way problems with the Napoleon Hill Foundation when I did the first book over the EST material. But nowadays, I have experienced, I have my issues, my difficulties, but no curbing on thought.
That's good. Wow. Okay. And so, how many more books are you contracted for?
Well, in this series, I've got to do 4 or 5 more.
Do you already have those? What inspires you, or what do you already know what you're going to write on, like what your next book will be, or do you have all of the ideas laid out, and then, or is it just?
Well, I have 2 lined up. I mean, I'm supposed to write a book on the metaphysics of persistence. What is this thing we call persistence? Because we're told never give up, keep going, and it can turn into a slogan. Is there something deeper than the slogan? What does persistence look like? Virgin talks about this in meetings with remarkable men. And then there's another book called Multiverse, which is on some of the themes that we're talking about. And I'm feeling like I have to be very, very careful with that book because, again, it's just a concept. It's just almost a figure of speech, and I don't want to turn it into some sort of catchphrase or orthodoxy.
Right. Yeah. Do you feel, or not fear, that you could, by the wrong, like you said, the multiverse, something like kind of with pop culture, you may not be taken as serious?
Well, I've given up the ghost on that, because I've worked so hard for so long and so many years. I've found that, first of all, sometimes seriousness will come with posterity. There are things that I've done years ago that I didn't think anybody would care about that suddenly come back into the picture, and that I'm suddenly hearing from people, and sometimes media people, about something that I did a long, long time ago that for various cultural reasons had a certain staying power. And I work so hard to make my books airtight in terms of the argument that I'm trying to get across, and the transparency, the referencing, the application, the practicality, the taking into account just and right criticism. Now I'm at a stage where I will write a book and I have no expectation for it making any impact whatsoever in mainstream culture. When the mainstream needs something in my basket, then they come to me. But I cannot go to them, because mainstream letters, while it does many, many good things, mainstream letters does not do a good job at all seeing beyond the boxed parameters of philosophical materialism.
Wow. Okay. Deep. Okay. I think Knowledge Born has the song. I was hoping if we could get it with the lyrics. I just wanted you to see a little glimpse of sort of what you were speaking on.
Yeah.
Let's see if he said he has it queued up. So let's see.
What's going on with me, man? It's like I'm crazy right now. I can't get out this circle. What's going on? Somebody talk to him. He stared at me with them cold eyes. Who was this old guy? Drug him in the building as police drove by. Took out my 4.5, cocked it, put it to his forehead, dug out his pockets. Went in his shirt and took his locket. Threw him near the garbage. Aimed the gun and shot it. Then dodged quick. I dashed so fast, felt the wind go past. Everything went in a flash. Hopped over the trash. I ran around the corner, cut up the alley, and made it to the back door into the lobby. Then I stopped. My eyes were shocked. All my stolen goods dropped. My body stood still like a rock. I saw this kid holding a 4.5 with the same old guy, with the same cold eyes. I looked out the building, saw the same cop car roll by. It woke me out the trance when I heard a shot. Saw the old man crashed and dropped. Brought a garbage. Kid disappeared somewhere through the project, so I chased him. Called his name round the corner, up the block, through the alley, through the back door to a lobby. When I came in, I saw the kid backing up with his gat in his clutch. The floor full of stuff that he stole from that man. I glanced over the kid's shoulders. I see the same old man with another young dude with the gun in his hand. Pointed at the old man's head, making demands. I looked out the lobby door, saw the same policeman roll by. It was no surprise. I said shot. At the same time, I heard a gun pop. Looked at the garbage, saw a man lying there crouching. Couldn't believe what I was watching. I walked near them. Should I film? I said to myself, it's getting weird, son. Who was this old guy? Drug him in the building as police took off the old man frames, put them on my eyes. At the same time, the old man died. Then I cried. I felt like something inside me died. It got weird too, cause out of nowhere, I asked myself, do I fear you? Then a beard grew. I felt my face and took out a mirror. Looked in it, my hair was silver. And in terror, my body got cold. I broke the mirror. I felt I was old. So I closed the locket, put the chain over my head, hit the picture in my shirt like a curse. I stood up and walked outside where a kid was waiting for me with a loaded 4-5. I didn't say a word, I just stared in his eyes, saying to myself, I know this guy. Then he grabbed me by my shirt, then he drugged me inside. I asked him why, but he didn't reply. Fuck it, I might be high. He reached in my pocket, he dug in my shirt. Just when I thought, damn, I lock it. When he pointed the gun, then cocked it, then he shot it. Whoa, what's going on? He stared at me with them cold eyes. Who was this old guy? Drug him in the building as police drove by. Took out my 4-5, cocked it, put it.
So hopefully you heard it, Mitch.
Yeah, I did. That's the multiverse in that song,
Right.
right? Who's our narrator? Everyone.
So Nas does this in reverse, but this is the inspiration behind it, right? He recalls a day that he had, but he recalls it in reverse.
Yeah.
In the English language, they call giving a sentence in inverted word order. And that's something that Yoda did with his sentences. When he was imparting wisdom in Star Wars. So there's a relationship, a deep relationship in regards to the artistic value in regards to that message, right? So there's a movie called Vantage Point where there's 8 people or 9 people who see the same occurrence from their vantage point. And the director, for all intents and purposes, tells the story based off of everybody's vantage point, right? So your vantage point here versus your vantage point over there, you're looking at the same event, right?
Yeah.
So Priest is taking us through this, hip hop journey in regards to the story that's told from different vantage points, right? So from one vantage point to the next, to the next, to the next, and how they're interrelated in the story. So you hear the story and it's brazen space, and then you get to hear the aspects of it, right?
Yes.
Because everything is told based off of perspective, right? So that multiverse that you're talking about, where time is not linear, right? It appears linear. However, there's different trappings and different interconnected spaces that's happening in the simultaneous space of, the multiverse and everything.
Yes. Dig.
Yeah.
My teacher, who's now dead, used to say that people get into spirituality sometimes because they want to be more happy. But the fact is, if you become more sensitive and you're feeling what other people are going through, that wouldn't make a person happy.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what one of my teachers told me, right? 20-something years ago. He said people come to this path to see Allah's face, right? And they see his shitty ass. You understand what I'm saying? So you come to see God's face, right? In all of its glory. And then the closer you look, you get to see, okay, he got the same shitty ass that you have. You see what I'm saying? So that becomes a place.
Interesting. Kinetic was a wonderful teacher you had. That's the path, though, right? Like it's not the glory, right? In that song, Mitch, how it ends is, so there's an old man that's being robbed.
Yeah.
And at the end, it's the perspective of the old man watching this young guy walk in to rob him, but he doesn't recognize him. He's like, he looks familiar, and the young man asks, give me the chain, and he's like, okay, gives him the locket, and then as soon as he's about to shoot him, he realizes that's him, and he goes, wait, and that song ends. I don't think that's been done in hip hop.
Right.
Nas did a story in reverse, and Priest, I think Nas called him about that. Like, he heard it. It was like brilliantly written. I never got to ask him what. I believe it was inspired by the Nas Rewind is the song that Nas had, but it was told brilliantly. But yeah, that's what I just wanted. I thought it was relatable to what you were saying about the multiverse and everything.
Yeah, it's to use that narrative structure. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. This is the space that the Killer Priest and his and those on the path with him are creating, because as I was saying to Knowledge Born when he was here in New York, it's not just that Killer Priest has brought metaphysics into hip hop; he's brought hip hop into metaphysics. That's so right. It gives people like me a chance to experience this, who would not otherwise, maybe without his influence. So it's a huge gift.
Definitely. Most definitely. So this becomes a sacred space where all of the worlds, right? Because he's writing about the 360 heavens, in regards to these codices.
Yeah.
And in the pre-Islamic world, they had 360 gods, right? Back to what you were speaking about in your talk in regards to, we are looking at this thing from a monotheistic sort of way versus a singularity. A singularity is you can bring it back to source. In the monotheism kind of way, you have to try to play and say, this is it. This is the absolute, right? And they don't operate like that. And regardless of what they put in front, they still don't operate like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you have the monotheistic Islam and then 99 attributes of Allah. It don't work, right? It doesn't work, right? So the Sopranos, and then you start to think of, the Christian space, and then they start to talk about the Trinity, right? So at no space and time are we operating from a space of monotheism. We're operating from a space of singularity. That's source, right? But source has this visurgency through the aspect of agencies, right? So that a space what one of my other teachers speaks about is polyrhythmic. So the source, singularity, mother, father, God being operating through the familial aspects, because everybody has to have a job, everybody works. You understand what I'm saying? So everybody does what they are entrusted to do based upon that. So this is how we have destiny, that the ancient Cometians call, Shai, right? And Shai is a force. Shai is not just necessarily because you went with Ren and you went with name, right? So in the aspects of the Judaic world, if you had got too many elements, they changed your name. Too many elements, they changed your name, right? So your name becomes something different, right? So Jacob becomes Israel after wrestling with an angel of God, or God whatever the case may be. You can no longer be presented before the world in who you were. We're dealing with who you are and who you will become, right?
Yes.
So in the space of that ren or that name, it becomes interchangeable and based off of who you are or who you will become via your destiny, right?
Yes.
Via your path, via your space of mastery, whatever the case may be, based off of who you are, who you will become, right?
Yes.
So you mentioned an aspect in that talk, or one of the talks, about having a private ceremony in regards to your name change.
Yeah.
So if you could expound in that regard of that reclamation space that's presented to you as a space where which you are seeing yourself for the first time and you are signing a name.
I appreciate that. One of the things I talked about in the Amityville presentation is the power metaphysically of changing one's name. And for some of us, a name change is impossible. There may be various reasons why that's so, but the individual can change it in secret and choose a secret name that is his sacred, true, and real name. And there's a great deal of precedent for this in Kabbalah, in the Abrahamic religions, as you were just referring to. Abraham himself went from Abram to Abraham, and it's practiced within esoteric Buddhism. This practice is actually very popular today in Thailand. And I will tell you this, here and now in the 21st century, there are Orthodox Jews who, if a child is sick, they will change that child's name. And that is a very hallowed practice. And you find this going on in various esoteric traditions, but chiefly Kabbalah and esoteric Buddhism. And the individual is at liberty to, in private, and you'll hear a lot of my methods are private methods. At this juncture in my search, I'm not a group person. I'm not a congregational person. I mean, the exchange, of course, requires relationships, but I believe very deeply in private methods. So the individual can choose a different name for him or herself in private that speaks to the actuality of selfhood, maybe encountering the plus self that I talked about earlier. And I ask for people to take that very, very seriously. And I think that a depth of feeling around changing a name taps into a metaphysical truth that the ancients understood about the power of the individual's name. One could say that the individual's name is his or her destiny. And it's more than identification. It's more than identification. I feel there's something about the tonality of one's name that is tied into causation and expression. And people shouldn't despair if they feel they can't change their name, maybe because they have a position in life that makes it impossible. They can do it in private. And I believe the ceremony can be very simple and personal and self-devised. And that name becomes your actual self. Live from it.
Agreed. So I played something for you from Ka Zodiak called Inception, right? Inception is based off the movie Inception. We did a astrological breakdown of the film Inception in that regard. So your treatise and your analysis from a esoteric and metaphysical perspective was spot on in regards to the seeker in a world of the mind, right? So you see the subject, Ka Zodiak, navigating through his superpower, where it seems like in a world of a mind of a people that are disconnected from his set ability to be able to impart love, right? So he's a microcosm of a thought in the mind of a macrocosm of a thought, which is brother love, which is Killah priest. So the priesthood tales come from this particular story or vantage point where which music or the muse think is utilized to begin to heal the self from inside out and to guide those into higher principles of self-actualization, where the muse that is being used nowadays with the same sort of frequency, but a graver influence towards doubt and devastation. You see what I'm saying? So in the micro of the macro, there exist artists and artistry for those who delve into the realm of higher vibrational hip hop. Shout out to Ty Phoenix in regards to what that is and then what the remedy could be in regards to the affliction, because we are afflicted with a sickness and the sickness looks like the cure and the cure looks like the sickness based off of the mind, right? And based off of those things that become a thing where your perception is off. So that's a point in the space of that mind that exists within the realm of discernment, right? So priest comes as a cure to the afflicted, right? This is the priest. The priest administers a prescription for your affliction, right? So if you go and you sit with the priest in the Catholic space, the priest says, oh, say 10 Hail Marys and 5 Our Father. He has a prescription for your affliction. You go sit with any priest of any sort of faith or path, they have a prescription for your affliction, right? The minister administers the prescription, right? So it works like that.
Yeah.
So we had you hostage here for quite some time. If you want to give a quick synopsis of what people will expect from this great and arduous writing, this beautiful book, in regards to where they can get it, how they can get it, and then what your hope is for the seeker on this particular path, please do so.
Thank you. They can get it anywhere. It's out in trade paperback. It's out in digital, and it's out in audio. I narrate the audio edition. I wanted to give a shout out to the artist Scorpio Steele. Some of his beautiful artwork is in here. Scorpio sent me this wonderful painting inspired by the pulp hero Doc Savage, whose adventures I read about as a kid, and Scorpio reawakened me to that. And the book, I think, is a real exercise in practical methods and personal experiments backed up with writing that I hope gives the mature reader, the sensitive reader, warranted confidence that the methods will work. It's not faith, it's warranted conviction, because as we were discussing earlier, I think that the conviction is a factor in the effectiveness, and the conviction shouldn't come cheap. And I try to really address the reader as a friend and say, look, let's unpack this and look at this, because there's good reason to believe that we're not using all the capacities of human being, and that we can experiment with these greater capacities in ways that are very practical. And we start with the wish. And so that's what I'm attempting to do in the book. And then we march through a whole lot of different things. And it's not a book I knew I could write. When I started it out, I thought, oh man, I just don't know if I have it in me. And I was going to go in different directions. And then I sat down, and suddenly you start to find that if you've worked hard enough, the book starts to write you, the book starts to write itself. And things begin to take shape. And that's what happened with this book. So I hope it's a good experience for the reader.
And it definitely is if they're reading. If they're not reading, it won't be. But if they are, then it shall be, right?
Yeah.
Shall we? Shalln't we? Okay.
And it's good to be here. Our conversations are always, they're more than conversations, they're exchanges. And it means a lot to me, because you create a space, and Killah Priest creates a space, and the Podcraft ecosystem creates a space where we can really exchange, and
Right.
And you feel it, and the audience feels it.
Definitely. Well, thank you for your time. Love and honor to you and to Lady Jacqueline, you understand, and the family, your sons and everybody. And I definitely will see you within the next couple of weeks, so we can do something else.
Outstanding. And I'll give you a copy of the Rogue edition. So
yes.
You have the
collectible. Yes.
I have some of those.
Yes, the Rogueology is the path for the stone that the builder refused.
That's
the path along the way of the journey. So
I do.
The rough ashlar in its rude and naked state.
Yeah.
To be able to do those things, right? So shout out to you into Noble Street, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, man. I'll see you soon.
All right. Peace and love.
Good night to everybody.
So we had a priest sighting. We had a Mitch Horowitz sighting. Shout out to John Newsom and his said ability to be able to connect things up. Scorpio season, things are a little spicy. We got retrogrades happening. Jupiter's went into retrograde, Mercury into retrograde. All kinds of things are happening. All right, all kinds of things are happening, and in this season that extends all the way into March, Jupiter in retrograde and Jupiter in Cancer. Don't think that you were counted out. Don't think that you were looked over. It is time for the just due. It is time for your rewards. A blast from the past can be a blessing if you see it righteously. So, shout out to the fam. Shout out to the God, Hakim, Universal Life, Allah for coming through. And see y'all next week. All right?
I just want to ask
pain make the black father's chain smoke. It starts to rain in the park, children playing on the swings. Marvin Gaye standing in his raincoat. Do you see demons in the flames? World made him go crazy till he seen the babies with the wings of an angel. They can't grow, it's painful. First off, rest in peace to Takeoff. His real name Kirchnick, Kyrie Ball. At the same time with Kanye, and Kyrie got involved. Oh wow, Kirchnick, Kyrie and Kanye. Guess that's the modern day KKK. Ancestors were slaves, now we America's plagues. Be aware and afraid. From Hebrews to Negroes, I heard the sequels fire and brimstone. Cause they put the messiahs on Skid Row. We were the providers that lift stones. We had empires with big thrones. We were never pre-owned, now we unknown. When I write I can see home. Before they put our seeds in the twilight zone. The enemies with the white tone. That gave us BET and EBT. R.I.P. to Nate Dogg and Easy E. Tupac Shakur and B.I.G. Shots for you all, and one more for Shock G. They on the ships as Anunnakis. When I spit, they transform through my body. They call it the gift of my hands when man first saw astronomy. Call me Gandhi, a godly from Mali. Spread love like I'm on Molly, but I'm as strong as broccoli or broccoli. They call me the Mahdi. The truth is clear as sake. I'm headed through the spheres, the proof is here. The suits I wear is probably for the star seas. I'm the tsunami, split to both sides when I part seas like Moses. I wrote this is God disease. Hashtag, when did Kanye start talking like he's Razzcast? Who would've thought it, but we support it. Knowledge drop like a leaky faucet. Take ignorance out like a trash bag. Say to babies, we in the land where they made a graven lady. The great horde that makes war and takes your safety. Satanists, necromancers. Question God, the devil answers. Alchemists with bars, a metal handler. I sit on a throne with heavy antlers. The golden deer, the chosen steer. It's more than rap in the booth, I'm a channeler. I sense rejection, isolation, and fear. In abandonment, our planet hit. Candles lit for a year. Save the babies. Stress, loss of control, death. This is Hades, bodies going up the pole. They feel lost in the need to belonging. I see the performance, let's save our seeds till the morning and place our greed in the coffin. You can actually see what I'm talking. I got the tolerance of Solomon on my throne of knowledge in the outer realms. I see it like a film or a hologram. I see our babies going crazy, infants codependent with no opinions that's so offensive. No one to help them or show them business. So they are codependent in his prisons. But with the math, I'm the master of the solar system. I came in to craft to expose religion, but I'm good friends and good faith with the Jehovah Witness. And so with Christians. In Islam, I sit calm as I deal with the outer limits. I switch palms, I'm the old magician. Sleight of hand when I'm writing jams. My style is hidden, algorithms, balanced wisdom. The salads heal them, trauma from the mama, drama. I had rhymes ready to carry the summer, but I was never ready for the news. I had to bury my mother. I told my Aunt Cassie and Aunt Carrie I love her. Don't worry, no suffer. Fish and curry for supper. She's my Mary as I sit with the brothers. Maybe my last meal, Judas came as a covert, narcissist. Arguments over if I had a deal. Bag of pills, 50 pieces of silver, I grab a steel. This getting real, this giving chills. I written this will, understanding anxiety through a child's eye. Grew up on the wild side, expecting the storm, mad clouds in the sky. Saved the children, obeyed the healing. They played victim, became the villain. God favors Abel's offering because of jealousy came with killing. In the 60s we were proud of blackness. Now the black queen's a child of captive. Churches Alice to practice. Our attitudes are maladaptive. Our children play in the day, but at night the owls are active. Police proud with the captain. Big brother watches through clouds for our taxes. We stand on mounds looking up but can't see them like the meerkats. And fear that they looking down on our actions. Post-traumatic stress disorders. The IRS had our door cuz they took the law from us. They plan to build a superhighway to try to escape and get arrested at the borders. Grandmothers pray, making a mess at the altar. It's like the old days, hair braids. Like the chicken necks, make an offer. Pray till it rains. Felt a hurricane over Mississippi till the whole South flood with waters. We personalized, we hurt inside. We never arrived, we first tried. 432 Hertz vibes. We must be doing the devil's work. This is Mr. Universe live. West is Yam, the East is Codeine. Teaming in South, let me even this out. They came from the North, which is smoke. Painted on skulls, the land of Canaan of old. Trading and enslaving the gold. Required by force. Wanted resources from tribes on a horse. Uninhabited plots. That's why the unexplained gathered in crops. The whole universe is inside of an astronaut. They say Killer Priest sounds like when Prince first worked with Sheila E. When Michael Jackson first put on his glove. When the first disco balls lit up a club. When Bob Marley lit up his bud. Or Hear the Key by Stevie Wonder. Or Hear My CD Mother. Save the babies.
we are giving you these scriptures on our authority and by the authority of the prophets and the apostles, who came to open everybody's eyes to the fact that you are too manifestations of the divine. This discovery is the gospel, that is the good news, with the eternal energy of the universe and the love that moves the sun and other stars.
When KP is silent, he's still powerful, like a pharaoh in knowledge. Y'all think about it, when y'all done, I'll be over to the next one. Giving your mind and your ears direction. What you hear is perfection. When you disturb the Egyptian kings, death comes swift on wings. Either kiss the ring or get bit and sting, or it's dimethyltryptamine. That mean you die while you trip off of beings. No human beings what you're seeing. Only me in a huge coliseum, with slaves following me to their freedom, with trumpets and swords, and we taking out a kingdom. When I rap, I'm Lord, and this is my Eden. I write in my laws for the snakes and treason. Chariots out the floor that I'm placing my feet in. Horses pull my microphone cord, I take a seat then. We thrust through my bedroom door straight into deep winds. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. I wrote on steles and pillars of master killer and jizza, and saw my own reflection crash into mirrors. The healer, shout out the RZA, the cure. My rhymes could be mistaken as cocaine lines, so pure. I should've wrote this on aluminum foil, light a torch beneath it, to the room is fumed with the royal, like Upper Egypt. Back in the days we used to fight if you scuffed a sneaker. Your name ring bells to the school if you snuffed a teacher. I used to rhyme off a boombox with a busted speaker, back when Biggie and Tupac was just a feature. I started rhyming like I couldn't be touched by neither. I was only a child like King Tut, but deeper. While y'all poses on Instagram, I put roses in the pentagram, scent in my nose when I kill a ram. I'm son of man, rappers think they goats but they still a lamb, so I use it for a coat and to warm my hands. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun.
Meet the great osmosis like a rocket cane and turn into a serpent in my top reign. I'm certain that I'm not sane. The end is near. Engineer service in the clock train. Glock range, Dr. Strange, lend your ears, hemispheres. Hammers from the top crane while handling the rock cane. Ran before the cops came. This manual was not named. Now they call me Rock Kane, the cool Jesus rapper. Half a brigand and half a militant. He's the master. Read the chapter even after I can hear the demon's laughter. From A to Z, I found these letters between, written by Allah's hands. Every step is supreme. Flew across the hot sands, turning breath into steam to make nimbus clouds by dining on electric cuisine. In the center of it all, but still never be seen. The memoirs of Superman who flew ahead of his dreams. Clan of the 10 planet spheres under one roof with me, combine them all. Made a W, like there's two of me. You guys, you gotta feel it like your moon degree. But who would see the breeze who stole heavy mental riding on the ferry? My flow across the wave valley, like riding on a jet ski. Turn to heavy, getting to heaven like the science has possessed me. Spirit in the body, use the iris to impress me. Pause from the astral plane, need a psychic to connect me. I gotta hand it to him, knowing lightning couldn't catch me. Run me the procedures, sweetest honey Indonesia. Staying on my D-Nars like money in Tunisia. While they studying how Nas ticks, I was with the Gnostics. Until I started rapping like I couldn't be touched by either. From 5% is it intelligent hoods to God MCs, I was God, they was never this good. Heard the silence swept the room like a ghost when it's calm. And said you took their breath away, how they supposed to respond?
The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun.
Since inspiration always comes through a human vehicle, whatever truths I might utter to you will be distorted. My voice will be distorted, and you might mistake the meaning of what I said. Now, so therefore, everybody who receives divine inspiration, sometimes it comes for no reason that anybody can determine, and you can take that or leave it.
Silent. Rain and thunder, the pain I'm under. Paranoid paranoid, I keep seeing the same numbers. Even on the train that's coming, lights in the tunnel. I'm standing at the terminal of eternal jewels.
God is love. It's either you just did. The same thing that created the tree created me. The same element that created water created you. Same element that creates the wind and the rain created woman. God is everyone and everywhere.
I said it before, I'm a melody, a metaphor. I'm the L-O-V-E, comma, MC, comma, mentor, comma, Assalamu alaikum, breaking, Satan, embracing the day sun with night arms, quite calm. You see peace as we sleep, as you stare in the spheres, you hear light bombs, distorted noise, distant thunder, a sense of joy and mystic wonders. Spring is escorted into falls courthouses in the winter season to visit summers.
The moon and the stars, the fields full of grain, the soft summer breezes and the mountain rains, it all belongs to my Father. Abba now is Shabbat Shemayim, Orion, Holy Mount Zion, snowy owls flying. I watched them closely, then slowly they morphed into Kobe Bryant. Talking, what is he saying? Then behind him I saw thousands of musicians playing instruments, intimate, actors and entertainment giants, masters of science. Get a path with their guidance. I'm in the craft when I'm writing. I am brass, I am diamonds. I wear a mask to keep them shining. I believe in man. I believe in woman. I believe that we can change anything that's wrong. I believe that God gave every man and every woman the power to change, to cause effect, to treat people decently. We have the power to feed the hungry children or not to feed. We have the power to give and administer justice or non-justice. We have the power for everything.
I dissolve the Old and New Testament like it's a peppermint. These gospels open up my nostrils. The treatment's like a medicine. It secretes within my tonsils. Then I speak counsels to my apostles. Like it's heaven sent, like Jesus and the Nephilims. I'm in past and present tense. To a master devil Schmidt, to the upper class of presidents. Whether testosterone or estrogen.
Wait a minute, the colossal bones left evidence. Paintings of these ancient astronauts on these stones are copper tone. Solo, let's make an instrument. Chisel, now place the rocks on his phone. Then put it in his box that's unknown. The sun is hot, ozone, layer, prayer, watch. Time stops the invention of hip-hop. This is a microphone. The scenery is like a twilight zone. That's how I write poems. As I hone in my third eye combs. Then combs through ancient black civilizations and highlight thrones. Blood type Israelite to the real Christ is shown.
Do you believe in God? That is God to me. God is trees, air, women, men, children. We are made in his image. So my philosophy is if we're in his image, we must really be close to him. So man and woman must be a part of him. That is God.
Silence of the oldest island begin to thaw, replaced by a growing comfort from endless wars, a sense of openness from the hopelessness of night terrors and war-torn. A culture hit on the trio roots go down to hell. A vulture sits, its fruits are strange. Comfort is the enemy of change. That's Buddha slain. Ostentatious displays of masculinity, master identity, clashes of chemistry, acts to ministry. They found ossuaries where Yasha was buried. Yale and Oxford is wealthy. That's where it's held in box with the Staleys. Sensation seeking journalists, selfish collectors, thieves and lip professors search for leads to hidden treasures, forbidden fruit that Adam and Eve bitten together. Seductive promise, corrupt the conscious, curse of the monstrous, a bomb nuclear launches. Dinosaurs extinct, who instruct the comets, destructive regardless. Buddha's twisted bamboo, the Messiah touch a carpet, unspoken tension, permeated the air. The sun show us vision, made perfectly clear. The whole solar system, from days, months to years, cast a net over our tranquil existence, joy and tears. The town's whispers grew louder, weaving tales of a particular king of power, deceived as well. Conversation in hushed tones spoke of a clandestine underworld, King Tut's bones, the son of hell. Gray smoke filled the air, creating a nostalgic atmosphere, contentment, religious. In the quietude of recent years, a mysterious veil descended from the night upon the living. The sun dipped below the horizon. The streets took on a different shape altogether, monopolizing luxury cars, sleek and expensive, stealthily rolled through the winters. Criminal business with their wives and the fitness. Some took bribes, leads to a sentence. Some survived, codependent, now they co-defendants. Exposed to witness through hopes and contradictions. Cellmates, ex-cons in prisons, killers with long convictions, addicts with strong addictions. Badges, they draw depictions. Priest and mystic, listen. My book fell apart when I touched it. Its pages turned back to a papyrus, then went back to a tree, to a seed of a mustard.
Every day's a lesson, every moment is a plus degree. When I reached the door, I discovered that I was the key. Rules to the heavens so high, it's all under. And yo, I fit 1,000 nation libraries in one mustard seed. I planted planets in the soil, grew them with the thunder trees, but lightning branches, stars as fruit. Second dances, sight enhancers follow, but the numbers leave my novel is too much to read. Arm wrestle gorillas, now they groveling in front of me. This knowledge from a honeybee, competition runs for me. Obviously, never went to college for my son degree. Thought I erased light, when only darkness just remained immortal. When I erased light, I dusted him, and it created soil. Snakes that call you, raise the oil, praise the royal, slaves that toil. My hand touched frozen water, and it made it boil. Food inside my brain don't spoil, burning bronze. Word is bond, I flow like every word's upon a rose. We gotta work my wand, I send a message out, and every creature in the world responds. They send their delegates from every forest, birds and squirrels, swans. Have even made me say, damn, leave it trying to weigh grams. Unison, I pulled through desert eagles from my waistband. I flew away as UV rays in heaven. I'm a made man who can cause free will and destiny to shake hands. Definitely shape plans, trajectory remains grand. And even when they buried me, I effortlessly made jam. Fast they couldn't tag me if they messaged me with spray cans. I made pie from a piece of a divine apple, eating in my mind castle. Frequently got time travel, leaving them with rhymes traveling. Preach within your spine chapel. All things are from the past, every seat a time capsule. See that they can sign maps you. Deities inside gravel, creeping up behind gravel. Reason why my rhymes baffle, much through the move star. And saying look how smooth he is, I'm something like a juice bar. They bishops all accuse me of removing all the blackness like a substance that removes tar. Spirit free lyrically, I've come to take it too far. Few saw my feathers and they only saw a bird perch. In every culture, all they gods spoke of me in first person. Zodiac, Satan got the yogis round the world searching. Mow me from the dirt merchant holy with the earth circling. My physicals and sculpts and fastened from a fist of mud. The flow that made the mythic flood. Missile scud, sigil thug, the engineer who stripped my code and wrote it in magician's blood. Man Samutra, man that super secrets to the clock counts. Be myself, even if the people in the box doubt you. Teleport, I be myself, seems that they forgot how to. We the ones that the deities on top bout you. Let them speak and slide out you, see your spirit pop out you. Beating me and not bout to, sequences I drop wild you. Risk electrocution, just to touch me, call it shock value. Every day's a lesson, every moment is a plus degree. When I reached the door, I discovered that I was the key. Rules to the heavens so high, it's all under me. city beneath the stars, the glowing shine from the top. There stood a man below with glasses, check the time on his watch. 1-2 begins the story that the spirals unlock. Hotel, motel, inside the bathtub, a man slept, opened his eyes, forehead bleeding as he stands, crept, not sure if the foggy mirror's broken to me. Got dressed, opened the door, but ain't look over to see. Fishbowl, I knocked it over, and it broke like the feed was unaffordable. There's water splashed and soaked the debris. Something's fishy, so I saved it, now I'm holding the keys. Looking over, I see a briefcase like short trials, the initials KZ. Time to open and see. Open wide, closed inside, postcard with Shell Beach on it. Opened it, caught a flashback scene, just a piece of it. The phone rang, I answered, it's the man on the line. With the hat and glasses, someone stole the plans in your mind. I know you're scared, but listen to me, understand there's no time, somebody's coming. So get out of chill, the ran in my spine. I dropped the phone and saw something strange that can't be defined. A dead woman's body on the floor, I struggled within to look down as I examined spiral cuts in the skin. Knocked the bloody knife to the floor, then rushed in the spin to the hallway looking shocked with no connect to my zen. That's when I jetted to the exit, almost crippled with fear. As I look back, the silhouette of 3 tall figures appeared. They hit the lobby, it's deep, looking propped in the seat. The clock saying that it's 12 and everybody's asleep. It has Pisces, not just one rest. Slumber party plunge best. People on the couches even dozing at the front desk. Suddenly recovery, they woke up from the dream space. Simultaneous as I walk out with the briefcase, tossing up the boardwalk I left from the doom. That erased the club replaying as he's checking my room. The same figures and it choked them with no weapons, just goons. Looking like acidic Nazis fresh from the womb with no hair at all. Needle on the floor that he grabbed. Mr. Monarch, have you seen him? 5 minutes ago. It's so clearly frustrated, like why didn't you know? They touched his face, told him to sleep, but I wouldn't hit him a blow. And recast him like the spell ain't work, we live in a show. D-A-R-K, dark city of dreams. In a world of illusion, it is not what it seems. Everybody's sleepwalking, everyone's so blind. How you gonna see the light when the sun don't shine? D-A-R-K, dark city of dreams. In a world of illusion, it is not what it seems. Everybody's sleepwalking, everyone's so blind. How you gonna see the light when the sun don't shine? Like hypnotism, started drifting as we switching the scene to a pretty singer on the stage that glitters in green. And she was done, somebody said she had a visitor to see, who left a business card to call her back, she dips to convene. Daniel Street beside psychiatrist, she opens the door. He's inside experiments in white coat that he wore, watching rats and mazes pass the state to slowly explore. But thanks for coming to see me, Mrs. Murdoch, I presume you are, well yes I am into you all, what is it about? My husband's doctor, he ain't mentioned, I can't figure this out. He bending over at the table, writing notes as he spoke, said he would come for secret sessions, marriage totally broke. She bounced 3 weeks prior, he was angry, I know, suffering psychotic breaks, the amnesia totally slow. Where his memories go, call immediately if you see him. He could be violent cause he's searching for his missing regions. Walking through the city, see him talk to himself. Even talking to the mannequins fresh off of the shelf. Trying to remember what they called me, Jack, John, or Jason. Maybe ain't I crazy into the detective to investigate the murder scene while Murdoch at the restaurant connects with fate. Mister, you left your wallet here inside of the glass. I couldn't open with my hands, but then my mind sent a blast. I tried to leave police questioning, I'm trying to dash. That's when the lady saved me. Come on baby, father the home, while the detective by the murder victim stopping the comb. The scene searching for clues. 6 strippers were killed, following his wet footsteps until he was still. What kind of killer stops to save a fish and gave him the chills? That's when Walensky running through the hall, they tackled him quick, screaming, there's no way out of it. Trapped in this pit, into his office, moving cautious as they searched through his things. They saw spirals written everywhere in circular rings. Into the wife of Murdoch, file a missing persons report. To the detective who just questioned her to search through her thoughts. Maybe her husband did the murders, we gon' search till he's caught. I think I'm sorry I came here, I made a mistake while I was sitting with the other woman, making me wait while she undressed. I checked my wallet for my name to the states. I'm John. That's when I turned around to make an escape. search of Michelle Beach, postcard in my hand. Match the billboard that I saw, hit as hard as I can to break the boards blocking the entrance. That's when horror began. Up the steps, I walked to the billboard at the top. News clippings about the murders in my pocket. I dropped them. Dark figures walking toward me, stood apart as in shock. I asked him, who were you? That's when he told me to sleep. But his hypnosis wasn't working like on most of the sheep. He pulled a blade, I looked afraid, but through the floorboards he fell. But now his partners coming toward me, used my thoughts to compel the floor to move beneath his feet. Another falls through as well. His neck caught up in the rope, the other talked and he yelled. He consumed while the little one was ready to bite. Another floating right behind me, swung ahead with his knife. Tried to dodge it through the hole already standing above. I pulled the rope, the boy's hand cut up the back of his mug, spilled the black of his blood. As I climbed to my feet, an alien crawled out his cranium, then died as he weep. The billboard exploded, lights that spark and ran to the street. Well, underneath it all, the demons call admitting the plan. This man is dangerous, Michelle, we knew they needed a tan. Underneath the surface dwellers like some ants on the ground. They control things from the shadows with no plans to be found. They all standing around. Said he's able to tune. That's impossible. Another said I claim that it's true. Seen it with our own eyes. Another came with the view like children when they awaken with no aim and no clue. We need this man in our possession like he caged in the zoo. Shady underworld dealers back above at approach. A car rolling up, detective, I'm so troubled, she spoke. Do you think he really did it? Let's just hope that I'm wrong. As she exited the vehicle, his focus was strong. She entered the front door. She was startled to see me smoke a blunt in the shadow, almost started to flee. Stretched a hand across the table, I've been worried alone. I found these keys inside my pocket, I assumed this was home. You supposed to be my wife, so confused in my tone. Wow, you really don't remember empty rooms in your dome. Anyway, spoke to your doctor, and she gave me his card. Who's nightmare in my living? Then she made him aware. What's the reason for a doctor? She explained the affair. Police are looking, I'm no killer. I believe you, she said. Out the window saw a cop car in danger, I fled. Out the door, he's there waiting, about to spray in my head. I didn't do it, there's a group of men that wanted me dead. I shook him, my wife pushed him and she told me to run. So I leaped across the rail and chased me, holding his gun outside. Dead end alley, made a door with my mind and ran through it. The detective almost caught him behind, but then the door had disappeared. There ain't no crossing the line. Now he's lost what he finds. The doctor spit his card, I dropped through that alley, I dashed in the back of the trash. Snow globe, Michelle Beach, in the back of a cab. You know the way to Shell Beach. He looked back in the rear, of course I do, but then forgot like the path isn't clear. Detective questioning the doctor as I exited the cab. Then they parted in the alley, wait to step in his lab. Once the detective leaves, I follow him alone in the pool. But behind him, someone's coming, moving slow as a mule. Dr. Shreve was startled, he turned no glasses to see. He put him on and saw the same figures asking for me. Where you been? I'm looking for you, seems you failed to report. I was frightened, he responded, gas for air were too short. We found this needle in his room, should we do it again? Reproduce his memories and confuse him again. He woke up, it startled me, and I dropped the syringe, so all his memory is gone, and his logic is thin. In the cut, I listened quietly. Detective Walensky's house, his walls looking spirally impossible art. So obsessive, ceiling covered in astrology charts. Will never make it out the spiral, just acknowledge the arc. Nothing's real, it's all illusion as I followed the doc. Through another hidden door, he with no knob and no lock. In the lab with all the creatures making memories like recipes, a touch of pain, a dash of fear, sprinkle of some empathy, moving with mind powers. Why is Murdoch awake? He evolved, you keep switching things and searching for what makes the human soul. As they hung him upside down like an ape to the floor, he dropped quickly. It's time they said it gathered to control the dark city as they gathered as one. Shut it down, giant clock, it was massive a ton. Then everything became frozen, folks in traffic were numb. Walking through like Black Thought, even buses and trains. Police sleeping in their cars, this is fucking insane. Walking through the streets screaming, no one comes to explain. Wake up like Killah army with nobody flinch. Just them underground aliens controlling the vents. Building switch, people move like they musical chairs. As I'm looking up, watching this confusing, I'm scared. As the poor and rich switch, buildings doing repairs. Towers move in the air, bodies carried in place. While the doctors need to put memories in their face. Yoke them up, once I saw them, I want answers immediate. Telepathic powers kicked in right off his feet. He hit the ground like it's true. You can do what they can, I'm like I did. You're the power, you can ruin their plans. But one move with a hand, I can teach you control. We can bite and win before they get a piece of your soul. A door appeared, I bounced before they hear us speak of these goals. Background, they stood around and watched the clock face close. As time continued, people woke up. Through everything changed, nobody noticed. Switched their minds, they don't remember a thing. While the villains underneath and in the buried terrain. Yo, strangers plan to take one of their own. Fill his head with John's memories to follow him home. Strangers flew over the city, grabbed the woman he met. We're looking for John Murdoch, you run into him yet? Well, I was on the train checking just to study the map. Before I leave the city, trainers always coming right back. Shh, she knows nothing, you done beaten her yet. Mr. Hand said I should find his wife and teach her respect. While they studying my thought train, I'm looking for a real one. To go to Shell Beach and didn't stop and spun my wheel, son. With Chowski on the bench, no way out, they still in swap minds. To jump in front of the speeding train to exit. Well, I got mine, everybody screaming, shock, raining and shook. Asked for his wife, Mr. Handy, you knew right where to look. Sitting by the river, thinking on the bench, and she sat. He started quoting John's memories and mentioning facts. While I'm in Neptune's kingdom, waking into the place. My wife found another victim, cut up drip, and she raced into a different embrace. As the detective appeared, what you doing here? I followed you, it's just as I feared. No more call, points his gun at me, dips from the rear. Johnny thought that you forgot about me, gave me your hug. From a wheelchair that he's in was almost hit with a slug. Now he showed me old footage of a vision that was as a child on Shell Beach. Memories in the buzz, what's that burn on my arm? Take a glimpse with your eyes, roll up my sleeve, it's missing out of me, so this is all lies. Knock the pictures off the table, what a wicked surprise. Now my wife and the detective found her daughter beneath. Sketch artist drew the culprits, helped us sort through the grief. Back to me and Uncle Carl, did you notice the time? Have you observed it's never day? Come on, open your mind. I caught call on the phone with my wife, I'm coming, stay there. My hand was eavesdropping on the planet, he never plays fair. They sped off as he flew without tying the cape. Well, everybody fell asleep again, but I'm still awake. As they spot me from the window, eye to eye from the drapes. Even the stairs started moving while I'm trying to escape. Climbing to the rooftop, just in time for the switch. As the buildings rearrange inside the side as they drip. It's Dark City parkour, quickly gliding up swift. The Mr. Hand levitating, watch him rise with no lift. My fisticuffs hit him rough, dropped the knife on the ground. Now I got into his neck, struck my eyes with no sound. As he revealed the truth to me, things that I haven't found. Said we made the city fashioned from humanity's dreams and stolen memories forgotten as we planned in the scheme. We use your dead as our vehicles, you can't intervene. Now I'm pondering, I'm so lost. The building knocked us both off. Climbing through a window as we ran through the hall. Through a door that led nowhere, couldn't handle the fall. Through the legend, held on to it, the little one came. Tried to bite my fingers off, I know it's sick and it's strange. So I jumped onto a building, I was lifting in pain. Now I'm on the ground, surrounded till the car rolled up. The detective and my wife, I'm glad that y'all showed up. Now they standing there heated in the street as we dipped. I'm getting questioned at the station about the people they clipped. Stop lying to me, more like now they getting me pissed. I asked him where's Shell Beach and he couldn't explain. Looking at him like a dummy, now it's cooking your brain. Do you remember daylight? Now who you looking to blame? Now I'm making books, levitate with thoughts I get masked. Handcuffed me as my wife and I talk through the glass. Use my thoughts in this mask. As as I gave her a kiss. Police dragging me away, ain't no way to resist. The chief's office door open, turned to say, what is this? There's 3 strangers in the door, holding blades in their fists. Looking for me, all they found was just the mattress I skipped. The chief got his throat slit and wonder where did I dip. Rolled up on the doctor and he pulled out a gun. Said the syringe has the answer. The detective then come and threatens him with a bullet. Took the needle and left the Shell Beach in a hurry. Look at me in this mess. By the bridge took a boat, my wife and me in distress. She came home, missed a hand there. She peed in the dress while the doctor on the boat telling me of their tests. Yeah, first it was darkness, then the strangers appeared, who abducted every one of us and changed our careers. Switch our lives back and forth, rearranging the gears. They sick of answers cause they dying, that's why they get the fear. Listen, they hide the sun, they afraid of the light. So we remain in dark city every day in this night. Now we reach the dock, see the sign of Libra, that's the equinox. Climbing till we reach the top, ran into a brick wall. Managed to forget all, hammers used to hit fall. Swung a few times till we broke through the mold. Where the universal rated almost go through the hole. I just stood there staring at a strange approach and patrol. The detective shot and hit one, another minute's rip done. The doctor hit it, ran toward us, 2 in the face. He wrestled briefly the detective and flew into space. We saw a flat Earth city, no one knew was the case. Mr. Murdoch, surrender or your wife gets the knife. As he held her to her neck, as he threatened her life. One hand he said sleep, dozing the belt to the ground. Put my body on the elevator, traveling down. While I'm about to wind up, it's unraveling now. Zodiac wheel, they screaming kill him. Now everybody's screaming it, hoping I was dreaming it. Imprinting making one of us, but they ain't see the needle flip. For the record injected with the cerebral drip. Lifetime of memories, a single syringe. Doctor in my thoughts teaching me to see where we've been. Dosage in my mind focus, he was speaking within. To use my telepathic powers, I ain't keeping it in. The world is what you make it, you want it, you gotta take it. Zodiac, pentagram, a head shark before the matrix. Tuning fork power, superhuman thought shower. My soul blooms, the eldest fought back, but that's an old tune. I struck back, sudden attack, clear out the whole room. Dangerous mind battle, the break of the timeless revenue. From underneath the streets, we levitated above. The price of testing me is expensive, you gon' pay it in blood. It's a second night fighting with an alien thug. Watch me throw it back at him, strip his place to the club. Psychological gun clapping, meditating with slugs. It's all in your mind, you got the power, what will you do? Remake the world in your image, mold and shape it like you. Put it all back together with no tape and no glue. I made an ocean out of thoughts till it came to be true. Turn the sun to the sky, across the face of the blue. The pilot of the earth plane, an unbelievable view. As I met my wife again in hopes of seeing it through. Mind, power. Mind, P-O-W-E-R. Powerful, but you don't know how strong that you are. I speak to the trees, I can talk to the stars. Make a world from your mind, turn your thoughts to a lost. Mind, P-O-W-E-R. Powerful, but you don't know how strong that you are. I speak to the trees, I can talk to the stars. Make a world from my mind, turn my thoughts to a loss. Mind, power. This is that. This is that mind, power. Mind, power.
the same time sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watch through a telescope? The Illuminati cyclops, beast mark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocket to nebula quotes is like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Rod Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. It made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter Wright, he could steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Into the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say Killah flows is like pillar porticos that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display of gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers. As the clan went from loud records, and Priest and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's are where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants. With unclean skin disease, they called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on steelies inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis, lazuli, channel vibes to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks sits on amethyst. I write my scrolls on a clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold, the untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen bin, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most roll to him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins. When we take the mic, we're the walking life.
The D's raided houses looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands, the raisins in the Juxin, through the mazes of the bullpen. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims, except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What words will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Dazed, the mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver, a gold spitter and a soul filler. I came to slay the Antichrist. Walking life, walking life. Yeah, it's a prayer.
Now, who were some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing. Stoic silence of the oldest island begin to thaw, replaced by a growing comfort from endless wars. A sense of openness from the hopelessness of night terrors and war-torn. A culture hit on the tree whose roots go down to hell. The vulture sits, its fruits are strange. Comfort is the enemy of change. That's Buddha slang. Ostentatious displays of masculinity, master identity, clashes of chemistry, acts to ministry. They found ossuaries where Yasha was buried. Yale and Oxford is wealthy. That's where it's held in a box with the steelies. Sensation-seeking journalists, selfish collectors, thieves and lit professors, search for leads to hidden treasures, forbidden fruit that Adam and Eve bitten together. seductive promise. Corrupt the conscious, curse of the monstrous. A bomb nuclear launches. Dinosaurs extinct, who instruct the comets. Destructive regardless. Buddha's twisted bamboo. The Messiah touch a carpet. Unspoken tension. Permeated the air. The sun show us vision. Made perfectly clear. The whole solar system. From days, months to years. Casting that over our tranquil existence. Joy and tears. The town's whispers grew louder. Weaving tales of a particular king of power. Deceived as well. Conversation in hushed tones. Spoke of a clandestine underworld. King Tut's bones, the son of hell. Gray smoke filled the air, creating a nostalgic atmosphere. Contentment, religious. In the quietude of recent years, a mysterious veil descended from the night upon the living. The sun dipped below the horizon. The streets took on a different shape altogether. Monopolizing luxury cars, sleek and expensive. Stealthy rolled through the winters. Criminal business with their wives and the fitness. Some took bribes, leads to a sentence. Some survived, codependent, now they co-defendants. Exposed to witness through hopes and contradictions. Cellmates, ex-cons in prisons. Killers with long convictions. Addicts with strong addictions. Badges, they draw depictions. Priest and mystic, listen. My book fell apart when I touched it. Its pages turned back to a papyrus. Then went back to a tree, to a seed of a mustard.
Yeah. Bruce Zeroy, the truth from no decoy. Hey yo, lung food, spirit flipping, catch the arrow while blindfold. To know without knowing, searching for the sublime glow. No longer your master taught you everything I know. That's when the master said our time was complete. Told me about the 7 levels I was trying to reach. Kick Rick, gold medallion, left to fly through the streets. The beat of unsung joy, seek for some dumb goy. Turn into a wise man, that was some dumb boy. Bruce Lee upon the screen, while they breaking the aisle. Somebody smashed their radio, watch them breaking the style. Sort of walking to the room, shorty breaks in the smile. Hands on his face, points to me, he's praising my style. Fist in my face, surrounding his clowning, I can't listen. The secret, erase eyes and clouded by ambition. Listen, he said I got something real for you in these hands. Superman stories about the legendary Z-Man. The White Side, Bruce Zeroy, they spoke deep plans with these hands. I give them the beats with no tree brand. Please I make a toast with just one glass up. During the show, a fool screaming, shut your dumb ass up. Out the book of life forgiven, only one match struck. But all 50 of you come to the stage just for the fun of it. Smashing heads, biting their legs, chopsticks, I'm done, I dipped. Stepped on the elevator, pressed number 7. I thought I reached the final level, but it wasn't heaven. Kai Elohim, the bar, kissed the rhythm of the nighttime. Begging Vanity to spin the song and get the night fine. When she declined his offer, Eddie was pissed. Lil bro was in the crowd, catching the kiss. Eye connection while she left and hopped inside of the lift. Caught her slipping by the exit, driver stressing his fist before a strucker caught his hand and put his men in the twist. Helped the rubber eyes connected, then I left in the mist. Quick, Eddie was living with his men all bruised. Back at the dojo, on off walking, maybe bending with shoes. Damn, didn't want to do it, had my mans inside a headlock. Reluctantly, my head dropped. Kiss your shoes, got up, hit the roof back at the best spot. Logo on the screen, looking fine, it's like a Libra. I get like a diva, I would like to see you. I would like to see him. Fire like a fever, like a lion to the zebra. Even said it'll bring me to if I carry him and rap there. Fashionable cashmere, the crate looks like a half chair. Waited outside, that's when fate would collide. The kidnapped her, but I peeped it, got the plates in the ride. Yo, made her watch some garbage video, I kicked in the door. Like notorious with darts, I threw up hitting all four. Eddie's head in a piranha tank that dripped on the floor. Hide heads need cool water, take a sip that I pour. Next we hit her ass, posted as she slid off her shoes. Like a bird with a hidden nest, I'm missing the clues. Blindfolded, private eye that blinks, the mission is smooth. Record players spinning slowly, couldn't get in the groove. Love is clumsy, kinda awkward, found the gift that I lose. Present things return more valuable than this I can prove. Made a necklace, made an exit, hope that this is excused. Course of love is now rejection, like a kiss that's refused. Wanna smash, gotta dash, what's a nigga to do? You socket to me, I socket to you. Cool breeze blowing through, dancing posse crew. Where's the master? Here's the laughter, nothing's funny but you. The master's busy acting silly, left me stuck for a few. On zone, I'm stepping in the pizza shop, whole crew with shoulder pads, screaming on his folks' dad. Oh, you mean Junior? Yeah, Junior, things is going bad. Mama throwing dough in their face like strip clubbing. Little bro got tossed in the trash, yo, kick something. Who plays his garbage shit in the glass in the brick oven? It's better than McLovin. Z, I'm the baddest man around, you ain't gotta like me. Just take a chicken-hearted son, now he's gotta fight me. Shut up as they speeding off, hug my mama tightly. They all looking down on me when I'm God Almighty. Hit the heavy bag, imagine the sim. Lord walking, smiling at me while I'm mad at the gym. Said she needs a bodyguard to guard her African skin. Said I should look like a master as she laughed with a grin. So seductive while I'm down the lotus flower that has some bloom. Eddie Arcadian was building up his cast of goons. Am I the meanest, the baddest, and the prettiest? Keep your money, I just wanna smash him till he's hideous. I bumped into Laura, the apology's mine. Took a ride, look inside, surprised and shocked at one time. Kissed her while my brother spying, there's a lot on the line. Like Bruce and his opponent's lair, I jetted not a good time. Once the coast was clear, the folks appeared and tied them up both. Set the stage to be some left the case and silence they hopes. Hey my man, but it's looking like when pie gets a hoax. Straight from Daddy Green's pizza, rolling dice as I told. I wanna see the master now, put these guys in the yoke. For a fortune cookie machine with hidden lines that I quote. From a master that don't exist, from my third eye isn't broke. My former teacher pointed at me like the lines in the scope. I was born a quiet storm, was moving high into slopes. Brought an arsenal of weapons, crept inside with no cloak. Corrupt powers, tied as break dancing, slide from you ropes. Announced me once I hit the stage like I was miming the host. In the Zodiac, circle in the sight buzz spokes. Each degree's a blade and angle, cut the pie in the ghost. Nothing chuck and punch struck him, 25 of them smoke. Took a lie at the rope, tossed aside as I choked. They kept coming, always lost to the arrival of most. My students came to shoot a flame, my troops collided the goat. Tasting Eddie through a warehouse, bullets fly through the toast. Though a ninja starts and darts to turn the sky to a roast. Save my brother from a scuffle, locked inside of us both. Shut up every simple final boss and working it slow. Ducking kicks and blocking punches with berserkers I throw. Many certain blows kick me through the surface exposed. I return the favor, resting while he's hurting. I pose and turn a second, then he vanished and return with a glow. Who's the master, Bruce and battered to the surface below. Like red lightning at his fingertips, you hurting him so. Couldn't say it till I waited in the waters to grow. It's one place I never looked to find the source of the flow. Emerging from the baptism bag, dripping like a rich apostle who became Christ. Like the fish couldn't miss the gospel. Saw visions in the mind, swimming with no goggles, no gillies on the kid. Waited but I didn't wallow. The last time I had emerged, Fibonacci spiral. Blink of Vitruvian man, to the heights I flew. Glistening radiance, more like a supernova. You got the glow, I got the glow, go check the beauty thrower. Can I kick him to the tub, this dude is dookie odor. Z-Way green tokens, what you gonna do to Yoda? Hung him out to dry and see the bullets about to fly. Bow scum suck, put a trigger out and down they cry. And when he came to check, my body was dead. Caught the bullet in my teeth and I stuck inside of my head. That's how my joints got crooked, look how he got tied up instead. Pigs took him Laura looking off the side of the ledge. I'm still glowing, still growing to the skies I spread.
If I could, I'd spend it all again with you.
Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life to death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove. I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life to death couldn't keep me from you. So I live forever. Many lives search for hidden treasure, living lecture, found it within. And I'm too rich to measure, miss your nectar, miss the meta, miss illumination, misses never, you the circle, and the circumambulation. Stay on point in the center with the perfect grand equation. I greet you with a kiss on your third eye when you awaken. mother and the son, that's the science of a mason. In time I had to grow beyond the ciphers I was raised in. Achieved the 7 circles and I mastered the globe. 7 lead proceeds, the reason I fall back with the show. Astrology's is gotta lead us, I imagine it so. Bruce Zodiac, Roy Elam, casted in gold. Soul Reaper, flow bleacher, I done shattered the mold. The pattern is cold, your lab is my abode. This path is too cold, it's warm in your presence. Beauty so pure, it was born from the essence. Galore effervescence. Each moment we're together is a reward, it's a present. That's why it's called presence. Bright as fluorescence. Hear ye, feel me, silence all peasants. I spit it all with you if I had 94 seconds. Years, months, days, the science is all lesson. You could be my classmate, beauty in your math shape. Truth you couldn't castrate, a blind film director. This movie, it wasn't half-baked. Zodiac calendar, remembered every past date. Money is time. Spitting every sin with you, cause I'm in love with your shine. Sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life and death couldn't keep me from you. Hold my hand, sit with me in the groove, I walk in, all white. Could you teach me some moves? I done brought my paintbrush. Did you see what we drew? And our last life and death couldn't keep me from you. Body guardian, protector of the vanity mirror for Zora charging them. Set them throwing punches, he beat him by outsmarting them. Clowns charging it, but rarely challenges come. Word spread fast, and they don't want to battle the one bro who beat the shogun to the gun show. What's up though? Outside the shop with Richie posted up as he bust blows. Years passed, cry like tear gas in the wind. The whole neighborhood was sad when Pops moved from his skin. Asked Richie to run the shop, he couldn't do it right then. After starting a rap career, he made a group with his friends. Moved the jerks to disturb, he was smooth with the pen. Like Eddie, when he moved to the pen, called 2 to the chin. His first night alone with no crew to defend. Along with Laura at events, only a few could attend. Lifestyles and glamour, hoping I ain't losing my zen. Until Laura started stiff and white, abuse it again. Can't protect her from herself, can't excuse or pretend. Throwing punches at addiction, hurt her too in the end. From a man to a god, now he's human again. Off screen with stimulants, but on screen they're innocent. Time flew clean for some years, remaining vigilant. Wrong crowd playing songs loud behind the limo tent. Find that they're never glad to weather the storm. Her leggings egging me on like the head of a sperm. Now she's pregnant, got the silver glow, her belly was firm. Before Nas, war scars here to never return. My old master reached Miami and he left in an urn. On a mission, he could only go to heaven to learn. To see his mother, he ain't tell me she was resting with worms. Hey Yo, had an overzealous student like I'm Nexus, my turn. You know the one that kicked Johnny, kept on telling him stern. He wasn't ready, green with envy, who could measure the burn? Concern, one day he telling Z-Boy, I'ma be the master soon. Challenge you and beat you from the morning to the afternoon. Your face on the mural, doves, candles, and some black balloons. Hit you with a blow strong enough that it could crack the moon. While you stressing there, warming up your whack platoon. The nerve of this guy with hurt in his eye. All he ever did was train him, now he's thirsty to fly. But I can't grow wings for you till the birds in the eye. He said gently as he turned it through his shuriken by. In his peripheral recorded, are you sure again, Bob? Won't take no for an answer. We kept his back to him and just glowed with the grandeur. The long rocking yellow tight clothes like bananas. The question marks coming at his dome like the antlers. Cameras camouflage in the stones like salamanders. While scanning reviewed the footage, it was there and he knew it. His student had an emerald green glow when he threw it. Rub is so faint, took the tape just to view it. He hit the rooftop, took a break to compute it. And Laura like, come and get this played, I just stewed it. While dancing the soul music, he planted it so rooted. The channel his soul fluid from horse dances, thought branch with birds on the limb that would chirp and thought bubbles. That emergency grin, she like you know, I could read you like a psychic again. Like I write it in pen, stretch lines that extend between the temples in your head. Held them tightly and then a loud giggle in the back. They little guys like tennis, calendars flip, and time when clocks that turn digital. Trouble faith forgotten, but watch and nurse miserable. Steady growing stronger to shock the world cynical. Saw it in him since a young seed pod, the florist. Read in the Starkosaurus, destiny is marching toward us. The most wealthy with the chi or the Starkosaurus. He wants the power for himself cause he got Mars and Taurus. After he left the school, some legends that say he went to get a drink and ran into the devil that day. Familiar voice from behind, he still remembers the way he had Z-Boy shook enough to kiss his steps on display. In his 50s, hair streaks turned electrical gray. Unshaven, drunk laying, punch his head in the days. He be starting bar fights, believing stress in the spray. Still biting kicks, flying fists, weapons to play. They pursued him to the alley once he stepped in the way. Zone up, he yelled twice, turned no second delay. Said he wants to build a rap, started stretching like, hey, I just got a proposition. Fight me and I'll listen. Above heard the peeping Toms hiding in the kitchen, close they blinds if you last one round or have an open mind. Kicked you out, Diddy blows clashing any given time. He's staring at just one eye raised to gain a couple pounds. Searching for the golden glow in him, but it still wasn't found. Swinging, kicking over trash cans before they touched the ground. Made him levitate with his rage, guess he in trouble now. Ducking down, buckle up, taking him to Knuckle Town. Red light, green light, counted 1 to 3, right? Talbot underneath height, you became solid, muscle pounding in this brief fight. When he told him that's the power of the J Dragon, but he can't hold it long enough and it's still faint passing. With Bruce Z-Boy, they had a mutual contempt, so they joined forces cause they both knew what it meant. Bond that grew to cement, bound to show him how to harness it and shoot with intent. Enough he did it all in all. Redemption and revenge as the meanest, he just wants to get his mention in the end. Z-Boy, behind the glow, still perceives the pump. My training, you be ready, you can eat him for lunch. New moon above their heads, Mars and Venus conjunct. Z-Boy, oblivious, wouldn't even have thought. While he teaching the young guard to retreat from a skunk. Fight him and you both stink, who can weed through the funk? As he sat and meditated, holding beads of a monk. Have you fought inside the reins of a tree in the stump? Can you calculate the amount of tea leaf that I drunk? He could levitate for minutes, he could leap with a jump, and even teleport. Whoever thought the flow would remain, and evolve beyond the Kundalini, open his brain, and it transferred to his son and the fallopian rain. He's that blue star Kachina that the Hopis explain. Couldn't see the ultrasound cause it was glowing in flame. Blue lighting in the glow that still shows in his vein. Taught to keep his talents hidden, never show it in vain. And make it through a small window if you go through the pain. Light, but some lessons only smoke can explain. I rose up the chain, but son, you awoke in this plane. Child of the indigo that was born in the glow. So I answered every question that you wanted to know, but will it last and melt away like writing thoughts in the snow? If you learn the ways of nature, you can talk to a crow. They spend weeks out of state, taking walks as they grow. Steps of ascension, walks in the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. Steps of ascension, walks in the path to bloom. For the seeds stressing they leaves, but they don't have the room. It all started as a word, then it happened. The head tells the tale, the return of the dragon. More relaxing since they moved to the A. brought a new club together, pour their roots from the clay. They celebrated, lift the ceiling on the coupe that was gray. The sun went to close the club, but guess who's shooting away? Pushed me back instead of attack as men moved in the play. With techniques as Pop taught them, 6 removed in the fray. 6 more that stood above them in acoustic array. Kicked 2 over the steps, 3 with shooters to spray. His blue aura bounced backwards to the music they play. Royal Priesthood on the map, now one dude's in the way. On the stage where the baddest nostalgic, you hear, you know why. But this war was fighting blindfold. See with no eyes, he made his final call with no phone. Ain't need a boat tied, no way that we could find our way home and leave the boat dry. It's raging waters of bear, slaughter the final foe. The lights were now darkest in the limelight glow. From the shadows of the room emerged the villain for show. Reading over bright emerald, and it isn't for show. But like stories of his father throwing fists in the road. So persistent with blows, but for show can slow time down. A spell could just rock you to sleep and slow your mind down. A headphones to neutralize. If he could get the high ground, they had the same teacher, so he remembered his moves. Broke the DJ table, split it, spinning kickers improved. They throwing records back and forth, take a trip to the blues. When he was on the ground, bleeding lightning hit him for food. On his feet, but not the floor, ain't feel the tip of his shoes. Ripped the suit from off his chest, and his assassin sense was avant-garde. He got lessons in Medina, check the knowledge. God's Z logo on his tank top is like a calm massage given by the hands of the wind that made the monologue. The self-talk that made itself walk with no entourage. Battleground, spitting outside like his bomb the dark. The show where the years for this day, close to an eon. Hit him like a prayer from the ghost of an imam. Zone of God, Mecca, I'm the shogun of Pilon. Then he got hit some with blows, he couldn't respawn. Trying to go to war with the wicked with no Dion. I'm the one you must hurry with no Dijon. The blue aura cold in his veins just like Freon. But glow like it's neon, punch a hole in a Nissan. Knock them out cold with no shoulder to lean on. Perspective that they had that was so disagreed on. Both of them were reborn, then Z-Roy and Logan King. Pulling up, looking all struck, his son and off for pain. His mother joked to Superman now, and they still call the name. But that's a tale of another overwoven snake. Dragon tail scales of a song that we can all relate. Talk to face messages that spoke with no tongue. We're so proud you get everything we hoped you become. As the sunrise approached, his toast to the sun. It's like man, woman, child, all awoken as one. Full circle to return of the dragon. Spine full of musical scales, so just imagine the serpent and the sound waves back and flying past them. 7 seals, Zodiac, all Messiah fashion. Full circle the return of the dragon. 360 degrees, when am I lacking? Not a thing, shining stars in the ring. Birth of the Zodiac God, divine passion. Yes, yo, it all started on a silent night. Watching old footage tapes spinning back when beats of y'all skipping like a high delights. He trying to fight, he hiding like pillow rays. Why you trying to swing it while I'm trying to like this Indo haze? Kimbo blade, slice of an essential page of life, an instrumental stage. He'd overwrite to catch the ball game. He had the time to say, car crash in memory lane. She's switching dialect with match. She go the street from classy. When we laying upstairs, don't even ask me. He smirking car passing outside. The beat was nasty, but it's sweet like taffy. On the precipice of making up, felt the slight tremor. Had the edifice shaking up, accompanied by 3 loud bangs. Now they racing upstairs, unprepared to see if the baby's waking up to their surprises. And they're levitating his trucks while he floating in midair with arms placed in the crux. On this one side of his room where it was raining too much, his dark clouds hugged the ceiling. Thunder rolled from his soul, the sound was unappealing. They hit the ground, kneeling close enough to pick their jaw off the floor. Profound feeling, they both stopped, so amazed that to the left his toy train just dropped on the train tracks. Too shocked to explain that. If every month's a circle, he done ran about 8 laps. The soul was navigating his plane without a maze map. The air was spiral circle, his crown without a wave caps. He rose and tried to grab him real slow. You'll always stay back. It's when they heard her from outside. It's just a stray cat. He giggled, yawned, and everything fell. He just lay flat. Brought his mother, sang him to sleep. I need a late snack. Wheels turning in his cranium too fast. Orange juice for pulp, he poured it straight in a used glass. They hit up they booze stash. The liquor was too brass. He's really no drinker. Made exception for this. As she joined in the kitchen, had their heads in a twist. What's it mean? Cut the scene. We ain't ready for this. So they sat and watched the movie, ate a Mexican dish. As he reached and grabbed the phone that was next to his fist, caught his main man Johnny. They still cool. His thoughts inside his brain ran. Finally ring, that's a native course. Wiping the tomato sauce from off his beard before his ear was hit with the grenade he tossed. Switching back to pace and forth, meditating, facing off, incense burning, made him cough and many questions pondered while he sits in the stool. Will he electrocute somebody if he swims in the pool? With his power, will he listen when we give him the rules? Should we send him to school? What's his energy fuel? It is what the master meant then about the beauty that he could bring to the world by Johnny yapping over needless things like using them for battery jumps. And no one needs a string retrieving rings from out of the drain below the ether spring for moving heavy things. You can charge a levitation fee. I regret calling you, he thought, but said, okay, I see. Let him talk while he daydreaming about things that came to be. Prophetic vision series made to see that made him flee. Daughter, he was too afraid to open, hid away the key. But that brought him to a flashback. The room turned dim in every corner of it abstract. The night he got the glow, his senses heightened like a jam-packed city getting ransacked. Critters in the sand trap. Hourglass he toasted on the roof above the land tap. Let the rhythm hit him if a villain wants the man's mask golden glow. Folks below shivered who be glanced at remain anonymous a few years until the plans hatched. Notoriety just appeared as camera scan fact developed in the fiction. Blood edition made it stands cap for many who had seen the footage of the glowing man wrapped in legend lore. Few who ever saw it, people stand clapped of everyone he met. He saw visions when his hands dapped. Random acts of heroism. Meddle with the badge rats who mess with him and try to play heroin in his knapsack. Discovered it's the factory. And more than just a bad batch. Knew they throw a blow before they swing a ready jab back. Followed by agents claimed his energy was hazmat. Started hitting faster home, listening to jazz tracks. Head nodded like the Wolby on the lamb's back. Miles Davis doing sit-ups to keep his abs flat. And every time he went and did a selfless deed, his selves agreed to elevate his level again, and he surpassed that. One night he heard a whispering sound as he was levitating, felt his feet lift from the ground while the spoken riddles what exists if it isn't found profound. Now think deep, did birth create you, reveal you? Heard his old master's voice explain the unrevealed clue that led him to a natal chart reading that was real true. Much he started studying the angles of the wheel zoo, looking for answers when his wife is getting real through and acting like she healed on the surface. It's surreal too, walking through life with feet dragging, wearing steel shoes. Circuits of the years flew, searching with no real clue to the stomach wobbling what's inside, emerging like the seal glue. The thunder cried they son arrived, the watery home birth. Shocked when they first touched him, dried him off and he glowed when he nursed. Their tongue was tiny, stunned their eyes, the oral he spoke first. Query his son tried for the rare, but what they didn't know, across the world another child was born with a different glow. Their lives ran parallel, with destined to cross path back to his meditation as he stepped through the thought grass. His cherubims walked past while singing that the entrance to the heavens won't cause cash. Switching fast forward to the present time, he stepped in line on which the passport and he tipsy off one sip he had and gripped the glass awkward. Glasses in the hand, not an aid to see the baby three. Doing dishes, cue the missus who done let an angel free. She smirking while he working, trying to learn about the ABCs impatiently. Drew his first letter and he made it Z. If I plant seeds in his mind, one day they'd make a tree. Decided homeschool will be fine. They'll say he's ADD. She disagreed the way his eyes slighted. He was made to ski and insisted anyway. That created a split. And over time the gap widened more than they could admit. So in their mind they pondering if they should just quit. Ever since you started glowing gold, you think you the man. You sure as thought so when I saved you, put this ring on your hand. You ain't even have a brush, asking me for the moves. Finger painted things get layered as he reached for the fuse. To diffuse the situation while she reached for the booze. To replace the while I saved your life, who asked you to move? If you recall, I wanted a bodyguard, you passed to refuse. His ego bruised, her words hit harder than his own enough fist. If he could elevate his mental, she was show enough miss. First she cold, then she caring, he would know when she switched. Cause he could smell it on the breath. Did he notice the glitch? Then after this they both quiet as they fought with a stare. In an astral body battling the thoughts that they share. As he sets it off, a question slowly tossed in the air. As words became weapons, back and forth with a stare that wrapped eternity in moments way too often but rare. Mental exhibition battle right across in their chairs. They sat motionless and frozen like they lost in the prayer. So their thoughts could flow freely while they fought in the square. Astral body kung fu with punches tossed in the pair. While they dodged and she ain't stopping, he was more than prepared. scared because adjustment, it was sorta impaired. He white lotus dip, he barely scratched his aura. He laughed, his wife noticed it, got angry good. Reached for the staff to strike below his bed. Holographic psychic weapons made while in the yoga split. Self-defense classes trained to well to defend. Backflipped and swept his leg, he jumped compelled to the bend. Roundhouse he missed on purpose as he fell in the spin. He smoothly took the staff from it, now was held to a chin. Kissed the forehead, held her hands and they grinned. A short tussle, an opportunity exercising the thought muscle. At first, he tried methods to stop it and more subtle till he made some points sharp enough to pop the thought bubbles. Falling back to reality, he caught her, she screamed. Back in body, now they laughing like it all was a dream. With roots stemming from a problem way too small to be seen. From Bruce Z to Zeus B, stopped and reflects. While Lil Z was on the ceiling with binocular specs, looking at his pop study astrological text. But stay tuned to the next chapter for what's following next. Superman origin, step into the Z. Swim in the electric waves, making jubilee. From a young seed that is meant to be a tree. Son of a dragon tail, the epic of a G. Superman origin, step into the Z. Swim in the electric waves, making jubilee. From a young seed that is meant to be a tree. Son of a dragon tail, the epic of a G.
Fatal blow.
It's happening again. Run!
Run!
CUT. That's a wrap on scene 42.
Cut. That's the one. I know you's about to pass that. I know the arguing was fake, but the headache is real.
Priest, Ty Phoenix. Let's get it. From a mustard seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, a horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small till luckily the grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt cause their heart holds in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare prophet. To feel the world is too empty, it's too much to explain. Ty pH is the water, so it's only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Ty Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when you touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we can stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities and the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry. Don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them. Flying, we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword, so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day, I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence with space and time connecting.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Fly with us. Fly with us. Fly with us. Fly with us.
heard of Nag Hammadi? No? Let me tell you about it. The Nag Hammadi Library is a collection of 13 ancient books called codices, containing over 50 texts. Texts that present a radically different view of early Christian beliefs.
During the early race, man wanted real estate, so he started building shape. Others started to fill away, though they started killing snake. Those of the worldly faith found themselves in pearly gates, left his seat as girl inflates. Blessed he who elevate, set the tea and meditate. Rain splash off of the stained glass. Medieval cathedrals that still stand in Spain and France. Skeleton figures how many diamonds his ring had. The courts had green grass, the hawks took spring baths. Across where kings clash, they fought for the queen's hand. A masterpiece done by priests. Refractory property so unique. Sister goes Sophia in her holy seat. Her feet Alistair Crowley sleeps. It's where Kiss and Bon Jovi meet. The Greek, the beast, the owl covered in rosaries. Prophetess, potions, and poetry. Abraxas Reba Simha, the lion called Simba. When rhyming, I'm the Templar. The troubadour make music for the temper. The rooster call from roof to floor, the eyes in the center. The truth is all manly, hold what lies within the picture. The fruit don't fall, nuclear war that ties within the scriptures. The zodiac sign of Hitler, more than one Jack the Ripper, more than one Shakespeare. For some of it take years. The Nag Hammadi god body that practice motionless karate. The dragon on my Vatican Armani. Nag Hammadi, Nag Hammadi. The craft I'm in, I'm mastering. The carpentry, the scaffolding. Corian stones to cornerstones. When I grab the pen, I fall in my zone and reach the African. Plastered in the walls of Rome, the priest is practicing. The royals on the doors of the dome, pads and fabric skin. On the mountain surrounded by columns, writing my album. All alone like a minute of solemn, solving my problems. Gothic sanctuaries, a wall of St. Mary's. The Gospel of John is scary. Lately I've been drinking heavy, reading Psalms with nervous palms. Open the vote, grab my sword and my coat of arms. Murder I wrote. Nag Hammadi Library.
I hear spirits I'm aware when they whisper. Books and steps climbing up my stairs in the mirror. Zodiac webs, but the air in a twister.
The Nag Hammadi god body
rare for the listener. Yo, Nag Hammadi, Nadi Maki crusade. Good lord, hook saw chopping with the moon blade. 10 planets in my space, jamming when the tunes played from sampling the groove late. Acoustics, he's not in his body, but after all, he asked the all, so he's not in his body. Nag Hammadi, disagree, but really, could've Nag Hammadi. Nag Hammadi's body's out for karma, I'm a robbery. Nagasaki door train, Nazi trolley, stopped his folly. I'm a turbulent legend, heads were told by how to spot me. Never poke a dot on a leopard, the grand menagerie. Right before they make their next move, they say the planets watch me, follow me forever. When the camera shot me, Mandelbrot me, cosmic egg, Nog exotic beaches in the sand in Bali. Woke up a giant, lost the trees upon the land with broccoli. Y'all don't understand it probably. Kick inside the gown of Lakshmi, never reached the ground the top and see me. And they found the mock, they found the copy, sound karate. As speaking, I found the cocky on the clock, I knew the doom. Master underground Gaddafi, ancient astronaut from Mali. Yes, I'm high, but not on Mali. Exercise, Pilates, daddy, cars for wands. Manuscripts, but couldn't hold the manuscripts in marble car. Charlemagne, Malay, carbon. Painted me in dark bronze, apocryphon of Ka. Hypostasis of the Archon. Delete computer cookies out the language to the jargon. Avians, Acadians, praying on the Sargon. Start calm, then it got crazy up in stark calm. Intelligence that blew their brains, they say I was a smart bomb. Creatio, ex nihilio, made out of nothing. Society is fake, it's a great amount of bluffing. Ancient books looking like they just came out the oven. Yes, Mars of Vegas, living water, mystic order, Yahweh ain't as cold as his. Nag Hammadi codices. Lamb upon the codices, the solar bridge exploded lids. I showed the kids to stand on top of lotuses. Bible or eyeball, lyrics in the sky wall. Miracles inside Paul, my ministry. See men as trees, my enemies see end them easy. Right with venom, ink was hissing, writing still, leaving books burning like the Inquisition. Never asked forgiveness, astrophysics, back to business. Globe models hanging on my balls, call it sacrilegious.
That tells a completely different version of a story you thought you knew by heart. These manuscripts were hidden for a reason. In the end, Nag Hammadi's texts aren't just relics. They're a bombshell on traditional teachings, showing us just how diverse and dynamic early Christian thought was.
Dear colony, I am gone and do not follow me. I left no pheromones. I'm on a mission of my own. Where I'm going is alone. Give the queen my regards. What I seen last week was so hard, she left my heart permanently scarred. During 007 hours during the Operation Termite Mound, I was left there bound. There was no food or larvae around. Our battalion searched the whole grounds. I was sent there with our liberators and corporals for some detainees on some classification of some other insects. Unknown, if they detest, we made arrests. That same night the platoon had to find rest, so we slept inside of abandoned trapdoor spider nest. The very next morning, who came in swarming with some trapjaws trying to fight our sect. The combat resulted in a few more deaths, but we sung our mantra. We are ants! We are ants! And the plants we must protect. During the daylight, we gorged on millions of parasites, cut in pieces so many bodies of mosquitoes' larvae. We are the original army of the safari. We eat fly maggots, bed bug eggs, cockroach eggs. You should watch them, they crack like tacos on a tray. Our strong mandibles can crack bones and tear through flesh of insects and chew through tissue of any animal. We're the smallest but the strongest of the botanical. We are ants! We are ants! Stare at the word giants and you'll see our name. During our march, we carry rocks, we carry leaves, we carry grains. Our body is armor. In our sector, we forge nectar. We'll give our lives to protect our base. Even if bears want our honey, ask the wood ants, we'll spray phoric acid in your face. And it's not difficult when we get to the edge of a lake. We connect at the head, we connect at the legs. And others climb on top of us. They connect at the head, they connect at the legs. Over and over, connect at the head, connect at the legs. Patches of ants going over the waves. Now I'm at the end of my days, so I'm writing this page. As my heart beats slower and the time comes nearer, I'm also telling my story to a ladybug and a caterpillar. The ant slowly turned towards the caterpillar and started to cry and said, though I had many blessings, only one I was denied. The caterpillar asked, what was that, old ant? The ant said, before I die, I wanted to stare eye to eye and talk to a butterfly.
Once upon a rhyme, after teaching, number 1, I trained the next godly elixir in the ways of the imperial bear style. This is his story.
Story of the Guardian, the General, Kill Ripken. Yeah, bear with me. The clock stopped when Father sparked my creation. After 9 months, I came out of hibernation. Circle 7 forms my constellation. Compile thoughts like a compilation. Peace, no confrontation. Envision victory, no misery. Strictly learning self, health is wealth. DNA is antiquity. From Tripoli to Sicily, beyond infinity. Nobility, had angels celebrating my nativity. Born competent, confident, took every praise as a compliment. In the vast estate, I'm an occupant. Once owned slaves on the continent, that's my past life. I remember hard to gaslight. Loved as a cub, little black bear, they call me Makwa. Found truth in the heart chakra, 6th house realm watcher. Free as a furlough, bear in mind I'm a Virgo. Timid and shy, sparks fly like an inferno. Turn heads, never a turncoat. When I do business, give a firm quote. Earn dough, sipping Merlot, accordingly. I represent God's authority, compassionate, reliable, upright, morally, reportedly. They selling people hope, no warranty. Build and destroy, they really don't want war with me. In the habitat with hostile hearts, adapted to science and martial arts, trained to go dart for dart, trying to my dojo, solo, attack with 2 swords, Miyamoto, mystic Mazda Mojo. Never fear y'all, one of my styles, bear claw, grizzly, dismantle threats quickly. Speak wrath of God certainly. Bear the load, ruled by Mercury. Teach a leader, knowing what my purpose be. Ability to keep fighting wounded. Repair cells like Wolverine between material and unseen. Symbolize the consequence of disobedience. Elixir number 2, this the main ingredient. I keep feeding it. I call your bluff, though I run with killers at night. Sweet science, master the art of a wilderness life. Amongst lions and wolves, you know gorillas and hyenas. With fellas and misdemeanors and tell when they subpoena. Intel makes me a creature of detail. Some pray we fell, the force too strong. We prevail.
Trained in the art of discipline. I left the young bear in the middle of the woods alone at night until its sounds and smells became that of home. Raised amongst bears who accepted him as one of their own. Kill learned their ways. In time, he would be ready to defend the land against foreign invaders seeking to colonize the vast Moorish estates.
Represent a rebirth, a resurrection, seek perfection. Care for my loved ones, no exception, I'm protection. Papa Bear, honored to be of service. Brute strength along with my size, big most nervous. Patience, innocence, build an inner strength. Linked with the natives, no coincidence. Striving to keep my innocence. Enemies who plan my demise got dealt with. Kills a bull in a china shop, I can't help it. Turn greener than a Celtic. Berserko from gold hurt foes. Every day I grind, no stopping my workflow. 72 chambers if you brave enough enter. My style's chin-out, no competition, I'm the winner. Break bones, rip joints and ligaments. 5 deadly blackamoors, militant, administrating due diligence. Once fought 5 foes a man, preventing them from snatching up the souls of man, victims of a stolen land. Taught the tree of life by energy, to resonate lyrically, demonstrate spiritually and civically. Kills a mystery, witness my mythos, it's my story. Rhyme minister, got live wires that die for me. Play my position, my defense is 85 bears. Added to my arsenal, kicks, hats, and snares. No fear. Witness the bear, yeah.
After finding his own way through the forest to find the cavern of the immortal giant, he drank the potion, and the second godly elixir was reborn with enhanced abilities, derived from his training and time amongst the bears. With the lion and bear, it was time to take on number 3, the electrical Elohim. We are one step closer to defeating the Alchemist and rescuing the Calligrapher. There's so much I wish I could tell you now. But that is a priesthood tale for yet another day. Once upon a rhyme, many moons ago after the departure of the first 2, I took on a very peculiar student. His name was Ka Zodiak, and he studied electric eel style. This is his story, the legend of Ka Zodiak, third godly elixir.
Hey yo, peep this summary with swords drawn like pains take their weapons kneel. Suddenly they water formed, they couldn't get their necks to heal. Gotta play the cards you're given, you won't get a better deal. Studying the water forms, training with electric eels. The master summoned me, I wore the form of the next Brill. Resurrected just to tell the people what this death revealed. Scuba good and Zupa feeding fish to the 7 seals. Pretty maidens, mermaids watch, told me
connect and feel, be one with the current.
And I was thinking about his breath to steal. Tasted the forbidden fruit underneath the sex appeal. Battling reflections in my thoughts that were never real. The master said,
"You're God in the flesh. You think that death is real."
As a child, merry-go-round upon the heavens wheel, I saw the Aquarius sign, formed by skipping rocks, cutting Capricorns by the serpents, by the rivers watch. Fell in love with Kung Fu styles inside the picture box. As the time clock it down, Tommy, while I'm giving shock with Zulu. Water in my arms like a pasta noodle. First they will never see the harm, like a hostile poodle. Drawing loud weapons, that's the Glockadoodle. Got him cool, chocolate Taekwondo, get smoke, that's a cocoa puff. My mind starts to open up. Ninjas hopping out of it, shadow box with my own doubts, my mind's clouded with. When they saw the light in both, they knew they were screwed. Nailed up to the crossfire, superhuman, cause I ooze. Amazing for my pores. Faces of the Moor, said I'd never seen movies that's as dangerous as yours. Plenty years training in the pool that was formed from electric tears raining. Brain hemispheres changing, cranes come to the lake first. Stumbling strange turf before the alien said,
"You have to study the snake first."
Watch him kill a toe, suffocated, his brain worse. Like Vishnu, his skin turned blue in the face smirk. Sure, neurotoxins made the blood in his veins burst. First time it scared me, caught the thunder to shake earth. Lightning in my nervous system struck me, it ain't hurt. I'm bathed in the power. Capricorn Luna, I was raised in the tower till a lightning bolt struck it. I can taste the nostalgia. Voices in my head every day getting louder. Switch my brain into alpha, meditating underwater as I sway like a flower. My dreaming, sitting inside a light tetrahedron, bright like a beacon every night in the evening. I watch the heavens circle to decipher the seasons. Deep spells only few ones knew. Tree of life leaves fell by the new ones grew. I cast mic checks 1 2 1 2. I make swords out of words, it's the new kung fu. Deep wells is the new Sun Tzu. Tree of life leaves fell by the new ones grew. Electric Elohim style, y'all don't do kung fu. God of predictor, third godly elixir. The master summoned me and spoke in the rhyme.
There were more students before you. Listen, open your mind. There was the centipede, snake, the lizard, and the toad, the scorpion, the poison clan, but most of them went rogue.
Hypnotized by a dark owl that floats in the robe. His black smoke followed when his eyes open, they glowed. His stare froze time, it all turned cold as it slowed. Pretended to deceive you. He thought it was sure like it ended in the sea view that I mentioned in the preview.
It's him, his twin, I befriended, as a sea boo.
All was so dark it prevented him to see through. Circle in my eyes, swung a pendulum to ease you.
And whispered in my ears things I never would agree to.
Train the 5 venoms who's the deadliest between you.
They stole and they pillaged, caused trouble for the righteous.
Gold from the villages, suffered in the crisis. They built a reputation, speaking trouble on devices.
Murder gang, thieving, people struggle over vices. So I teach you Tang Zu to teach your muscles how to fight this.
To resurrect the dead, grab the shovel for the lifeless. Lucky swore to the thought body minister. I made an antidote.
The 4 godly elixirs.
Cleaning up the messages, stole all the literature. Cherry went everywhere, they roamed like Caligula. I found how to cure them in a cabin that was formed from a fallen giant's ribs. It was found in the sternum, and amazed geniuses who walked around couldn't learn them.
In a fountain that revealed the powers of any person, their zodiac spirit animal or behind the curtain.
Before rivers connected underground to obscure them, they went down to secure them, or was drowned to procure them. The traps placed hidden all around won't deter them. 1,000 angels' voices in the sound and the serum. Trained in the twister with my brains on the scripture. Laser point fixture, got him aiming for the trickster. My eyeballs curved to see the frame of the picture.
He gained his eel powers once he drank the elixir.
You need 3 others that could save the calligrapher. Underground sucking in the alchemist dungeon. Claim the whole story would end without his signature. They all wear the mask, the secret is in the stare. The eyes never lie, you can see it in the glare. Connect the 4 corners like the seasons in the square.
You'll need the gold panther, the phoenix, and the bear.
Oh my, ghost spies of the cuts will be rare. The first get so much attention, people stuck as they stare. And his raw head in the raw thoughts erupting the flare. The second gain the altitude till it's up in the air. She could hear with just a touch, all your muscles prepared. While the bear was so strong, he could crush the despair. Build cities out of words that's constructed, repaired. While your shots won't kill, they just wake them up more aware. Now everyone's competing for the throne when it's just a chair. Bones of the undeclared and heads where it gets deep. Or walking toward the mountaintop and heads where it gets steep.
The alchemist looked just like his twin, different color. So he shapeshifted to appear like his brother. Made his feathers turn white, it took me years to discover.
The zoo of full circle, you could hear the discs hover. Figured it out, it was only a hunch. Making portals with his fist, it was only a punch. Chilling with the loneliest bunch of the loneliest monks. He was sitting meditating on the team he created. Inception at his best, every dream seems related. Mastering the weaponry, magic is a specialty. Your time it developed into actual telepathy. Planets for recovering the tablets of their destiny. Golden discs holding every classic from the golden era. Then the program directors change it to a coding era. Stepping through the coral, electrical to snorkel. Then back to the present, all connected by the portal. To fight the alchemist, the exceptional immortals.
There they stood, at the edge of the portal, standing as one ready to embark upon another mysterious and incredible journey. But before we open that chapter, there is one more elixir. We must drink before we are ready to face the alchemist. For after training number 3, there was one more godly elixir with a story like no other. But that, my friends, is a priesthood tale for yet another day.
For the spirit of the living creatures were in the wheels. The wheels lifted up, the doors were still shut. They said, let us build. When the creatures went, the wheels went by them. I was in deep suspense and gliding 2 billion miles away. Clouds begin to fade, I'm in the horizon. We flying, way beyond science. Stars in alignment, Mars and Orion. Through the fog where the guards camouflage. Cameras off as we climbing. Lights are soft in this climate. I see the likes of Thoth and the Mayans. On course, caught up in the diamond. It was infused in a huge cube, crystal quartz that was shining. And when the living creatures spoke to me, the wheels spoke. And whenever the creatures turned, the wheels followed. They were really fast, the wheels slow. Like candles lit in the cosmos. Like they dance with a glow. Moving camps in the road. A hand from the burning lamp hands me a scroll. The language looked ancient. It was burned in a stone. Parts were still on fire. I blew on it, but it wouldn't go out. Even waved it, tried to smother and shake it, still wouldn't go out. The stone became a scroll. The words filled my mouth, feeling awakened. Hypnagogic, darkness slipped the conscious. Hypnopompic, conflict, sleep paralysis. Reach from a calculus, speak to an alchemist. 24 seats of astrologists. Tell the priest where the balance is. Out-of-body experiences. UFO Negro. Neo Soul was Angie Stone. D'Angelo Lauren Maxwell. To listening to Jordan Maxwell. Illuminati 666. Anthony Hilda. Humanity killed us. Society's anxieties. Unfamiliar with real love. Back to the 4 creatures with the will above. Beelzebub, get bail as blood. Little children, call them kids to sacrifice. There are no feelings. Project builders, watch how they act tonight. Between the cherubims, just ahead was paradise. The seraphim serpent wore a turban with sapphire and agonite. Nazarites aborted the wheel and left the wheel. Counter right and up the left. Steps going clockwise. Down the light, up the ladder, and counterclockwise, eastward to the south side, northwards towards the orbs, their wings stretched outward. The wheels spoke at the same time, the creature's wings all combined, forming a spine. No man know the day nor the time. Then I sped up real fast, so fast I became a gas. A wind, a breath into this glass, circling and circling. Open the windows of the craft. Stardust was coming in, feathers, pressure of the draft. Flash and peace at last. From the synagogue to the mosque back to Nassau. I told my story, they erased my name. Now from society I'm blackballed. Of remorse and confusion at equal measure. As I return to my throne with my foot on the black stone with Hebrew letters. Silence swallows my courts. The justice becomes stiff as a corpse. As the weight of my words sit in their thoughts. Priests of infinite force. Their faces etched with questions. Then shook like an etch-a-sketch. Out the text, how did he resurrect? I'm out of the second death, the house of Melchizedek. Not dying, just held my breath. Start climbing from hell steps. The gravity of the situation began to settle. They said horrified, he's in the skin of the devil. An eerie suspense, each discovery echoed. Chambers of whispered fears and fractured stories of my missing years. Now I'm back on glory. The enigmatic writing with the tip of a lightning is frightening. In my textbook that death put with hearses, writing fork green verses and red hooks. Inside of my bed-style bars, it's on shots. I found skills in Brownsville, wall to wall with ops. More things to jot, more things to watch. With a tash push to Flatbush, a ring around the block. All the hood flicks and Bushwick. It's like I wrote with a bullet. From my memoirs gun, triggers, ideas pulled it. The results unschooled the reality. Sun Tzu's mentality, this kung fu that balanced me. The T makes me the Alpha Omega MC. I died laughing, attended my own funeral, left wine glasses, shedding tears of joy like weddings. In the atmosphere near destroyed, my index on Jesus' death. Till I get my point across, took the stride of torrents, trying to wipe the anointing off. Lamps with no oil, y'all vessels for the devil. Throw shade, roll over in your grave, I got the shovel. My face in the terror. Read your palm, see the storm, escape from the ghetto. Where the air thickens a pair of griffins. Above the stained glass window sitting. Angels clash in my writtens. There's blood, painting, ashes in my scriptures. Back off, this ain't what you asked for, it's forbidden. You don't need a passport, all you need is a thought, it's cemented. Dimensions, you're going in and coming out every sentence. Peace to Ka Zodiak, Star Map Ascension, Priesthood recordings, standing ovation, the whole nation. I can see Julius Caesar applauding. The search now through purple clouds. Shout out to Thurston Howe, polo shirts through power. Our sounds roar across. Ralph Lauren, behold a pale horse. Young men that fell court. Some sell, some snort, some nail to the cross, while others make bail. That's jail in New York, in every city, state, and every coast. Though there's plenty ways to never choke. Never choke. Over kings, left their skull and bones expressed with screams. Naked, wet in streams, cold water, running dry, bodies sunken. Each finger a row of golden rings. Each tell their moments with heroic genes. It's detailed perfectly, encrypt in codes on beams like mercury. Written on scrolls unseen, only the worthy see. Missing head rolls from guillotines and perjury. Body release the soul in surgery. The mirror is clean before it cracks. Killah is back at the murder scene to clean his tracks. At the darkest hour of the night, glides on the wings of bats. Like a black avenger called the crow above a phoenix back. Swirling ravens around my fountain pen. There's all my written text. Unforgiven death, counted sin? If so, I write this epistle, holding the crystal, trying to counter them. With rhymes are balancing, and the mind is challenging. And all my writing books that lightning pushed. Open with burning pages, minister from sermons from ages. A lot remain hermits nameless. Hip-hop ordained minister of greatness. Came in the game from a spaceship. My merkable message, wordsmith on records. Magic, check it. It's like I'm related to the inventor of Tetris. It's weird, cause as my name slowly go down in the pages of history, the book disappears. My bars then reappear in shapes that's great. From the top, then slowly drop. It's reoccurring as ghostly hip-hop. I'm the phantom. Hold your attention for ransom. In my father's house, there's many mansions. Each room a bar, lounge, and expanded. A black K stretched next to a Celtic P. The crest etched upon my eldry. Red rosaries, holy beads. They read, I wrote a creed for the dead that goes to the elderly. Try to put a hex or spell on me. Ropes around the necks fell from trees. Open the doors of the cellars, make you dwell in hell for centuries. As the middle age seal reveals the MCKP, an executioner. With a letter from Lucifer. The dreads go booyaka from Leopards to Utica. I'm really that vulgar as I read from the stilly of the vultures. I'm hip-hop, I'm the city and the culture. Watch, I play chess upon the universe. Map first, flat earth, pull up my chair. I use the borough of Queens as my queen. Protect Brooklyn as king. They call check as I place Manhattan on the Madison Square. Then wait calm, you can't touch the Bronx. You in check, you got a problem, try to lift up Harlem. He touch strong alley next. I start smiling, that's checkmate, Staten Island. 32 pieces from my Charlene set. Who went next? I shuffle tectonic plates like it's a deck. Any concept, my sword complete with all flesh. It's Killah, priest, the war vet. The gold of psalms, coat of arms, and medals on my broad chest. Othello and shove devils into a vortex. Eyes yellow like the great owl. As my mic appears from out of gray clouds, my verse heard in rave sounds and frequencies of high pitches. Hide in hieroglyphics, the lyrics is aged now. A sage found. How do I stay bound? Young with a face frown. I'm older with grace. On my shoulders go plates. I went from headaches, but now on my head is where they place crowns. Caution when walking on my stage with your sacred grounds.
Anywhere our feet touch become sacred grounds. See us walking over clouds wearing flaming crowns. If you ain't speaking with love, it's just a waste of sound. Sacred ground, laid it down, builders of the ancient mounds. Anywhere our feet touch become sacred ground. See us walking over clouds wearing flaming crowns. If you ain't speaking with love, it's just a waste of sound. Sacred ground, laid it down, builders of the ancient mounds. Lips of death kissed me and it died right before me. See, they say the Grim Reaper took his eyes when he saw me free. They need me like breath, though they cried and ignored me. So ironic, knew I was the most high as a shorty. Trees tried to record me in their rings, years of extra Lakers. Why y'all don't see that every tree's a stack of record players? Nectar mayor, nexus maker, killers on our best behavior. They say your next friend could also be your next betrayer. Magic trick, 3 eyes that saw me in half. I'm illustrating, brigand, raven, spoken, taught me the math. Now it's all I see, thought I did. A seraphim that shared honeydew, melanin with the Z hive that's swarming me. They rhyme and it's boring me to dime. Be the glory, he's Allah's favorite suit. I arrived when he wore me, God. Body in the cleaners, had a stellium in Virgo. Kill adrenochrome sippers, melatonin into Merlot. Flying over New Jeru, I saw a giant priest rhyming on beats in a circle, playing chess with all the boroughs. I said I got next, sat on Badiq and dropping words, snow like ashes. Serapis, Caraxes, we played some worlds ago. I reached my jersey pieces from Monopoly and AC. Computer hacked the saxophone, called the music to play me. To learn your pattern, son, your KP. Where should I move my next? Word horse, jumpkin' JC, or is that move smart? I sparked the LEO with ideas to build a new ark. The move is nights falling, cause his curtains made the room dark. I'm serving turns to blows that level the playing field. From owners to renting, the kingdom will never kneel. From Brooklyn to guillotine neck, protect your shoulder mug. Upon his head he wore a T-set. I spit a soldier's blood. The mad Maga had to the dagger is still liquid. Watch it on Camden in slow motion, it's still missing. The Knights of Elves cut off their legs and still kick the globe back to the subconscious mind where it existed. Bishop coming at an angle with Woody, maybe he missed it. I spot the rook coming trying to take the Queen Elizabeth. Swept the pieces off the glass roof, watch her the slow breaking ozone Lakers. Once connected to the turbo deep, they trying to figure out how I cut them with a steel sword. And though I danced across the ceiling, they was still floored. Skilled at war, though I became human, I was still the Lord. Right until my name became huger than a billboard. I almost cracked the firmament, yeah, with just the surface below. While I was in the sky, breakdancing as the earth was rotating in the circle, I created an inferno. My breath across the glass wrote my name into the words glow. Head spinning on the ceiling like iguanas, it's the lizard ill. Nothing ever happened, if it's all a dream, it isn't real. Pictures in your image real, lightning that I get to wheel. Grip the wheel, whip a pill, bananas when I drove off. Grasping with the spoke speak, magic on the throne seat. I'm faster like I don't eat, magic when our souls cross. Say the future limits you, traveling with no peak. Hide and seek the time I sneak back again, but don't peek. I saw myself counting on the map again, a stone sheik. For many kings vanished, cause their character was so weak. Collab with God until we slay the dragon on its own beat. Out the lid, on this pot they battling with no heat. Without my hands I caught a glimpse, then married it with cold feet. I walked on thin ice and melted half until there's no sheet. The Matrix figure skater, one in battling, you're hopefully the greatest figure skater. To the math magician, don't cheat. But what if no one can see us? No squares to hold and keep us. No board and no chess box, just astronosis Jesus. We just played each other's music, it controls the pieces. Humans on the sidewalk, squares, planet psychokinesis. Every move connects fate and empty heads and neck weight. Santos and priests in Australia, we talk to plant ghosts. Created
like money together. Now that's a checkmate.
Made the devil eat his heart out from off his breastplate.
from the darkness came in the light. Best style. I'm from Gates Avenue. I was born in Bushwick. My upbringing is in Best Style. And a lot of MCs came through my block. A lot. Big Daddy Kane, Jay-Z, Jazzo, and a lot of them came up. My block was like a haven for that. I'm a fan of rap and all of it. So just being just being a fan of it made me want to push a little harder. You know what I'm saying? I had a mixture of gods and Hebrew Israelites and Islam, you know, so it came from a lot of mixture. I kind of like had a lot of this energy that was in there, so it's like a different type of philosophies in there.
But they didn't give it when it came in, it's slick because it never was just set. It was like, you got a demo deal. So the demo deal, at first, and you stress out, like, damn, I got a demo deal. That's good. But just say deal. You know, once you hand in the songs, then you got the deal. So I handed in the song, but I wanted to hear, yo, the deal's yours.
And 3 of us formed the Maccabees out of that. And Hellraiser came, and then Timbo came, and it was supposed to be all 5 of us, but it didn't work out. We got Black Market. We'll talk about that later.
It was my song. It was a song I had called As I Die Slowly. So it was the same thing, and then we just called it America. It was the whole clan. So there's a song called As I Die Slowly. So I said, yo, I got the song. Because they would say, yo, we wanted something for AIDS. So I said, I got a song about AIDS, but it had to be all of it. It got to be the clan. So I said, America is dying slowly. And we just ran with it. RZA loved it.
To do the next video, they was just like, sorry, there's no more videos, no more nothing. We done. So after Heavy Mental, it was like, I was really like, man, I'm done with this, you know? So I was ready to go independent then. But then MCA called me with a check. View from Masada was about to be born. I met this producer that was in there. He kept asking me, I kept going to the studio, and it was like, yo, man, this cat keep going to your studio session, you know, and he wanted to hit you with some beats. He was working there. He had dreads. It was Just Blaze. 4th Chamber, we in the studio. I'm over here with Jizza. Ghost and Ray is over there recording at the same time. And this dude, I just saw this dude in the middle of the circle, commanding it. This I never seen that done, especially with the clan. Like nobody had did that. At that time, this cat was different. And that's when my first time encountering the cannabis. We met sword to sword, man.
The offering is all New York. When I came out here, it was like more of a, like behind the stained glass where it started at.
But then I started getting out, and then artists, I seen people wanted to work with me and things like that. So I was like, oh, yo, this is a little different. And other than the clan, like we was doing it because we was keeping everything in the house. It was my first time out, so I started working with other artists. So
4 Horsemen came, the idea came from cannabis towards me. Can't speak for the rest of them. And then he told me to call Corrupt, gave me Corrupt number, and Raz. And me and Raz already had a relationship, it was cool. But the first one who brought that to my attention was cannabis. He was like, yo, we gotta start a group. I wanna do it. It's gonna be me, you, Raz, Kaz, and Corrupt.
It was just special to me. I started meeting people that I was fans of myself. And like DJ Pooh and all these guys, it was just dope. You know what I mean? I didn't know they was actually listening. I just thought we was making music, and it was right there. We was all celebrating right there, and that was it. Hip hop is here to stay, and I'm a part of it. So let's go.
It means a lot to me. This is all behind the stained glass. So when I first came out here, I moved out to Manhattan Beach, and I came to Topanga, which was a whole different world. This place, mountainy, it's the view from Masada. gate with summer. She said Leos have egos, but make great lovers. That's all that she knows. Ocean, white seagulls, sky turns purple, Virgo. On the sand with Merlot, her clothes off. Her skin so soft, it turned cold, winds from the north. Beneath the purple spinning sky, let me tell you about my twin, Jim and I. We were wet from the waves till our linen dried. Then the sun started to fade, thin in tides. It's all love, but I hate when women lie. She said she was just my summer fling. Wait till spring, she'll come again. She kissed me gently, I rubbed the winter hair. White as snow, we said cheers to our New Year's. Right in flows, the night is cold. Come here, put this jacket on. My dear, take some tongue cat, Ollie and horny goat, Capricorn. It's getting late after dawn, let's make some passion porn. She said, wait, let me score them till the autumn. It's like a lake when we falling. Brown, orange, sound of birds calling. Don't beat around the bush, get to the point. Taurus, or envy poison. Left us a corpse in the cold. Scorpio, coffee in the loft with some weed rolled. A kilo, fish scales, Pisces. Summer of love, sheer bliss. Reminisce, kiss and tell. Ocean, boat sails, big whales. Times I miss, she said, this is the season, let's take a picture. Aquarius, pouring out a heart. Take a chariot like a cherry pick. Seasons, morning till it's dark, like Sophia the Caesar. She said I should never leave her. Thoughts are laying on her heavy. Libra, you be my angel, I'll be your leader. She looked back at me, don't be a jackass, Sag. Good thinking why you always stay mad. That's why we always bump heads. Aries, I used to drill it like a ram. Relationship got cancer. Sideways, held on things like a crab, especially our past. But seasons are our destiny's last. Forever November 22, I stick a gum, pennies and glue. Loafers on sofas with you. Mocha, posters of us too. Seasons. Summer, winter, spring, fall. Seasons. All seasons. I love the seasons. The seasons. The seasons while we're here. The seasons while we're here.
Yo, colleagues, equilibrium that mastered the gun style. My cell phone's own, called a pass for the sundown. But Aries answer saying he'll be back from a gun trial. Caught shooting the breeze in the back is the sunchild. Libra, that's the phone to the side, but mine Jupiter. Capricorn answer with one ring to rule them all. Sun King Aquarius change can make you Nubidor. Taurus are the spokes in the wheel, they know who to call. Superman, rise to the occasion when the humans spoil a lonely child. Better sand castles with the hands of time. Relax, meditate, stay home like the Cancer sign. Gemini 12, imagine I'm Peter Pan and mom, the pitter pattern of the brain drop rings of the grand design. Phantom of the amber shrine, Virgo things you can't combine, but it makes the plans align. Leo under the camera time, up the stage I look up at the stars like they're fans of mine. Scorpio found treasure she ain't seeking, never plan to find. Fish up his footprints in the annals of the sands of time. Pisces footprints, 12 inches is a ruler. 12 signs, the ecliptic is a jeweler. Sag cross the spirit river in the physical maneuver. Ask the martini, take a sip of the Kahlua. God craft, come and hop into the ship as I maneuver. The 4 seasons, I call them the 4 seas. 7 in the center, it calls me the 4 C's. I'm leaving bars behind like I walk through the doors free. So much self-esteem, I can walk through the wall, see? Message in the numbers, I met her in the summer. Hit after hit, I never guessed I was a drummer. Wrestle the Leviathan, my vessel is the lion's den. Moby Dictionary made the steppers out of hydra skin. I sat back, just watched the time spindler. Zodiac, Goldie, Optimus Prime Minister who climbed the sky ladder to rocket for my temperature. And once I reached the pinnacle, I got the perfect view. Sometimes I'm not even sure if I'm on earth with you. Be prepared when the seasons come. 4 creatures, 4 wheels that complete the one. 12 signs on the road, what will we become? In a race against time, who can beat the sun? Be prepared when the seasons come. 4 creatures, 4 wheels that complete the one. 12 signs on the road, what will we become? In a race against time, who can beat the sun?
Here, the centuries of loneliness were to end.
Your collection of Leonardo da Vinci masterpieces, Mr. Flint.
They appear to have been recently painted. on contemporary canvas with contemporary materials. Then, age, death, the taste of dust. Do you understand? You wanted a perfect, ultimate woman. As brilliant, as immortal as yourself. Your mate for all time.
Merkaba master, I charted demons to other worlds, drive devils to plaster, rush them to hell, breathing asthma, place Satan on gurneys next to Hermes, send them off to their journey to Cleopatra. They read those chapters, egos captured, the Leo laughter, neoplasma, run through my veins in this matrix, and my basement became a plaza, and now I'm in the Sky Lounge with negative spirit hackers, build on math and we read the chapters, observe through our windows at the quiet disasters, riots at NASA, marches, gender pride, freedom rights for the masses, till we do away with first and second citizen classes. Religion is backwards, trying to comprehend to the pastor. This gym is like Jasper. Either we all live and strive for the youth to survive, or it all ends with the rapture. Forget waiting on the man, I'm making a plan. And for the ages of false statements, I'm taking a stand. Start an investigation on Satan with a cross in my hand. Make him plead guilty, now face the jury. We're in the courts of I am. If I could just vanish from off the planet, like magic, become caught from granite. Days, mathematics is understanding.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Oh, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
A billion stories in the naked city. Ghost told me that his best friend needs a kidney. We froze, reminiscing Tiffany in the cold, over whiskey from the 20s, in the memory, sympathy, made the angels play a symphony, said he could've had a scholarship, toured different colleges, now he's out of it, fading away slowly on dialysis, his name remained anonymous, but here's my acknowledgements. Street legends and hood guards, kingdom fall into a mirage, ghetto depression sets in, then we place weed and cigars, a child has difficulties concentrating, from where he lives, he sees his promises fading, he sees his pops gone, his mom's is aging, she trying to stay strong for a church congregation, and meanwhile a kid named Rico was the coke king, a lot of siblings of the dope fiends hope you scream, a lot of children with broken dreams, homes were clean, the most extreme, you got rich and what you sold to queens, look what you did to Josephine, and Ebony is unheavenly, the devil's ready with open wings, as Lucifer uses love and his youthful mug, then his blood on the cobra's fangs.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. This is the perfect place to disappear.
Through the mid.
Royal Priesthood. Yeah. Vedic vape room papers. Yeah, on nature. Yeah, here we go. call me Captain Invisible, Master Original, Super Saiyan of Saiyans, graphic and visual, math metaphysical, rap somewhat mystical. From a sun-disk vehicle, I come to spit lyrical. When I talk, I force crowds to come forth. As I return lyrical hip-hop to its source. That's food for thought. I add salt, so let it sit in the pot like broth. Stir it till it cools off. Nourishment from New York sidewalks. Rent with high cost apartments, vents and lofts. Space and treble was twist. The ghetto was lit. I take my space behind the tape as the next pharaoh to sit. From sunrise to become Ra. Then I became God from King's Yard. Brooklyn from the train yard. Spray paint, brave saints. Late night rain hard. Engraved ink, they drink back on the boulevard. My flow irritate demons. Make them uncomfortable like it's a palm reading. Cause when I write it's like I'm foreseeing those in your circle that will hurt you and across regions. I call them out throughout our 4 seasons. They say my quotes galvanize ghosts and make the place spooky. Like cemetery chase in the movie. My pen embraces beauty, a taste of grace. A face with 4 aces, greatness truly. To balance the brilliant bipolar. Try yoga. To the skies lower than climb over. The time flow I baptize Noah. Joan of Arc, my refuse to get up persona. Rosa Parks, this is mental health help. Protect the temple, be gentle with self. The giant to elf, though it seem hard, it's simple with stealth. Attentive, attractive, anxiety disorders. Super supportive, silent schizophrenia. Dementia door walker. Dementia for millennia before the authors of Horus. Before the spirits moved across the waters. And my lyrics wrote themselves in Taurus. And Methuselah finally had rigor mortis. Now man makes machine to dig through the forest. The land placed with kings till he's to the orbit. I'm the understanding place in my queen in August. But there's more than 16 bars. So improve God.
Calculated Zodiac, I figured the water formula. More mates and more braids dripping before Lemuria. Swimming in sound waves, the rivers of every aura. The dreamings, the real streaming Piscean movie Emporia. Currency's words for me, he signed as a note. That's $1. Dalai Lama Lake, I'm torching the boat. Cross the river Styx with an orchestra and 2 goats. Rode a llama through the lake of fire, walked through the cloak. Darth Vader, Darth Vader, peak the charm, leg to leg. That spoke to Brahma through an ancient wire, thought I was woke. Dreams wrapped in dreams, inception of a Russian doll maker. The secret of confessions of 100 stargazers, giving birth to the future, but it wasn't hard labor. Bizarre nature, they be saying we extreme. You think you woke till you wake up in the next dream. Guitar player made the music to connect scenes. What if we're the clones of a nascent adept fetus? A repeating simulation of the living death sequence. Rebellious hidden nation in the masonry beams. This is light architecture that remains to be seen. Made tea inside the circle, so I'm baking the steam. Taurus taking nanobites till I ate the machine. Who can swallow volcanoes like a plate of cuisine? Cause God made the spiral and hypnotized himself, staring at his own chart. Now who can wake the supreme? So eternity at once, in the space in the stream. Between infinity and now and all this placed in between. They so hungry for the light to get a taste of the gleam. The clip's empty, I'm trying to refill it. But the beat's already dead, I'm trying to re-kill it. Inside of a deep skillet, stop lying to me, spill it. Exercise peace while you puzzle, I still fit. The circle's out of shape with no muscular build fit. Papers from banana plants to pucker my grills with. Jungles though I'm used to going dust like the bill split. Light pole, fixed stars, froze time, I'm still lit. Playing freeze tag with my past self, I'm still lit. I'm still repping my past rain, I still drip. That's an icicle, Zodiac bicycle. Rapid eye motion, beats for the appetites roaming. This sounds like a job for this is Captain Sky Ocean, Superman and Mr. Universe who snatched the time potion. Shoot, they optimism like it's magnified, hoping lyrics hit the firmament case and it cracked it wide open, wide open, wide open.
I know my sacred rights when I write. Who am I to judge? I'm in my pen tonight. I got booked in the pages with blue bars in. I started doing the sentence and finished at the margin. My mind tried to escape, but I'm the correctional guardian. Max in the mental state, full of gems while I'm jogging. Using words and terms till I serve my turn. On my brain cells form into a bell's bond. Recorded while I'm self-rewarding. Like I spit 3 autumns. When I release a masterpiece, just talking. That's how I get when I'm zoning. Just flowing. I make the listener a prisoner of the moment. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. To create new knowledge, the old face was abolished, reshaped and polished. Graduate from college, move to different states. The same people that hate make the dollar. Leonardo da Vinci envy. Cathedral cardinals were busy throughout the cities of Italy. The evil part of the history and mystery replaced the people darker than pygmy. Eventually, Michelangelo and Bible radicals handed gold by the Pope from that century to cover art immensely, intentionally. To dark ages from archaic, from rock paintings who started language, charts and data, tribal marks invaders, before titles and parts of Asia. The heart was nature, Africa was far ancient. Older periods, stars Sirius over pyramids, walls with cobra images, rituals were open the mouths of mummies, or biblical, how to rip a crowd for money, identical beneath the clouds of countries, subliminal, one wears the crown is chubby, while we hungry, they ugly and frowned upon me, look down on us but count on us and our growling tummies, arrest the devil, read him his rights, Edomites, in the courts of the cross, the Lord's jury seated Christ, and the 2 witnesses since Genesis, bringing the devil as God prisoner, the job for the minister, persecute him, then drag him to the chair to execute him. He tries to bribe you, stone him with Bibles. Give thanks to the Lord for he is good. A million saints with their swords to the devil's hood. Metal hooves, stand in heaven where I never stood. Only in hell, music and spells, magic only several could. Before religions, oral traditions, total transitions, Dogons, Egyptians, both arms are risen, the boat gone and drifting, the throw on depiction, there's no on subscriptions, snowstorms on Christians, black magic and sorcery, mathematics, bad habits, horrors that I see, and dialogue, and dialogue, and dialogue, giving honor and all glory, thankful and painful, during long sufferings, calm when storms hovering, protected by my guardian angels, the lower and the upper wings are covering, for soul restructuring, I'm like Job recovering, loosen all the knots and the cluttering, till I'm filled with coloring, my life's a book with crayons and spray on, our legs and arms are bronze, from the Amazon, lost tribes in Babylon, north skies we sung a song, sweet chariots, then we carried on, we came from the nebula as settlers, we came here to plant grain, then explain the weather, the 10 spirits of the Sephiroths, their attributes and appearance, 10, this is the beginning, the hot ones like the chakra transcendent, our demeanors in Bina, in its likeness in his image, the nexus died like Ma'at, the astronaut on the ziggurat, comet rocks past the equinox, cast it on my headdress, the space cadet, that's the message, then Gavura like Suma, then Teferi, then the tea beverage, connect with comedics, genetics and deep merits, next up is next suck, after it's hold in your soul, the Malkut, the Tao book, weed is Nubian, brown kush, take away the image you saw, now look, Jacob vengeance on Esau, his crown took, before the Platos and the Aristotles, in days of old those were pharaoh novels, and dialogue, and dialogue, and dialogue, and dialogue, and dialogue,
come with actions from a praxis, every tree is going dialogue, become paper for my reasoning and dialogue, rhythmic, big applause to the lion god, round of 6 mountains, quick the sounds can make the giants nod, Mayan guard, zodiac clocks made of compliant cogs, move barbarians medicines from a psychic rock, hallucination equations lost in vagina bar, they all bow when I walk into the highest lodge, climbed out the pupil in the all-seeing iris rods, vivid third eye massage, flying pigs high up the hog, while they hoarding I'm boarded the next astral plane, the wheel turns but I never seen its axis change, the same script, just the actors in the apple frame, I'll be giving different roles written just to act the same, and clearly Bukin Master's flame, who could reenact the same, that's a shame, planets rotating as the math explains, shed my skin, left a million bodies on the path I came up on myself and got away, but look what that became, vast master reigns. God releases science when I ask for rain. Master brain, if you don't have a name, you don't have an aim. In and out this world so many times, still I haven't came. I can see the next me, seen through galactic frames. 7 keys, 5 degrees, demons on our path get slain. Royal Priesthood, our reputation got them scared to death. Devils caught wind of us approaching, they give up their breath. Treasure keep a century, either season with time spice. I hate a clock and deprecated minutes from my hindsight. I took the 7 vows and went from infinite to finite. He's in the days, but he only entered it to find night. Looking at my chest, now she got interest in the finite. Talisman, talisman, the ignorant divine height. Body, all the Gnostics knew their wisdom's is divine right. Profound magic of a master at the round tablet. Heaven's real meal, not immortal from the ground addict. Holy evidence, open portals in my crown addict. Spectral spectators took the spirit world around back. The why knows like why know is ignorance bliss. But it's all mirage, vanished with one flick of my wrist. Took a picture of my watch like it didn't exist. Photo of my photons from the mystic abyss. Serpents with a hawk face, circus in my thoughts race. Knew my Pegasus would be the quickest at the horse race. Spearhead the mirror, fed me visions of the Lord's face. Arab in the abracadabra, abracadabra. Zigzag, Zodiac, Killah, the next massacre.
It's the rain, it's the rain. I'll spare the life.
Born natives in the flesh with their hidden wings. I'm talking angles that connect, it's a different thing. We Royal Priesthood, we the Wizard Kings.
The most anticipated. Kiss the ring. Scream the name out. Royal Priest. Supreme. All real, kiss the ring.
We the Royal Priesthood, we the Wizard Kings.
Smack and seize, watch me scream your majesty.
She's not a raven, not a dove, and not a pelican. The immortalized phoenix, universal element. The throne holder with the flow that's most eloquent. Bringing the rebellion, the mothership propelling it. I'm nicer than they ever fathom every time I'm doing this. My energy is like slicing an atom to its nucleus. Interstellar, surpass astronomical. That's why my aura got a sparkle like a diamond do. Soaring through the sky, but I was born underground. Blood on the temple from the thorns in the crown. The 7th seal will open when the horn makes a sound. No time to mourn, you was born not to stick around. So start reflecting and atoning. I recollect the sectors I was known in, even long before the Greco-Roman. Time to bow and kiss the ring, you will respect the chosen. I won the battle before I select my next opponent. 6 million ways to die, they lied to the masses, but they never taught you how to rise about the ashes. My intuition say we trapped inside a simulation, so I'm here to bring demolition to imitations. I dispel the pressure when I held the scepter, the luminescent, iridescent solar cell receptor. I rebelled and I refused to sell the elder treasure. Time to unify, rebel against the hell forever. Every word in the verse, you know it is Phoenix. Give the people rebirth like I'm growing a fetus. Say the truth with my chest like showing my cleavage. The mothership kiss the ring, cause we the ring leaders.
Yeah, multitasking through the multiverse, immersed in the energy that broke the curse. In a thirst for higher works, dispersed out your speaker box like Peter Tosh. Days balance equal vernal equinox, high voltage, frequent shocks, outward charged particles. Flares bring more color than carnivals, editorials, rhymes are written articles. Alkaline, my arsenal, I'm Canis Major, others are marginal. Fez, brilliant red like a cardinal. Flourishing with other Moorish kings, kiss the rings, mystic strings, beyond intellect, holistic beings, ecclesiastic, legendary like Atlantis. Reminded of divine protection, seeing the praying mantis. King Sharif on my throne, caliphate in the east. My influence increased from Greece to Mozambique. Crown jewel, laying new ground rules. Evil Carre, my mind sparred in renowned schools. No parlay, gracious, build a oasis. Spacious, greatness, entire priesthood, traveling spaceships. Connect with lawmakers, Mahatmas, scholarly, those who know the truth about the Barbary. God's professor, private sector, peep the architecture. Tartarian, so on the microphone, a barbarian. Islam, Al Day and Bay. If we Voltron clans, we'll run circles round Satan like the photon band.
Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. The black and brown came from the ground to fill the sun of the magma. I rap profound as a lounge so nail in front of your master. From merry-go-rounds to burial grounds, I killed every one of you rappers. With my skills I can heal, but my tongue is disaster. The age seal is revealed in none of the chapters. Burn them on cheap wood, it's Royal Priesthood. There's cavities and casualties wherever we stood. When I black out, I see the bats route. I say things that make the cats crouch. Wings from my back sprout, serpents coil. Anoint the head head with virgin oil, drip with olives. We sit in garments and spit astrology, regardless, and goddesses. And thick as the dip with the garlic, but hard as the chip, that's smart, that's trick knowledge. Nah, we kick knowledge while eating salad in a big palace. The roof open and the sky show a rich harvest. The Bitterman man, the black who a thick target.
Hey, yo, musically I'm married to the group, that's a wedding band. Cycle Jordan rings like Thanos with the heavy hand. The ringleader, the electric lamb. I'm staring at the rings like a breast exam. I'm peering up the next cycle at the drug ring, spirals in the dust ring. I made a campfire with the circle around the sun spring. I see rings in the flowers when the blossoms bloom. Knock the onion rings out, I'm supersonic boom. That's two holes in the middle of the VM. I seen rings in the middle of the tree limbs, clothed in the gospel, the noble, apostle. I'm moving more circles than the O's in Morocco. My blow made the rocks blow. Killing sex traffickers, my flow freed the kids in the ring. From death massacre, priesthood vampire hunters arrest Dracula. Earth stage I rock, never left in the ground, but smoke till I'm so high up that heaven is down. 12 angels quickly circle me wherever I'm found. Morris headband leader, that's a heraldry crown. Like no sort of omens, bodies lammed in the floor. Purple rings of cerebellum, see who answers the door. As it quickly throws, they bang the snow rings like the sound of sleeping, playing ring toss with my chakras over mountain peaks. Now's in the owl chief, ornaments around the reef, alkali, riding on the decibels around the streets. Brainstorm will gather the star charters. As every knee bends, kiss the rings of the Zod father. The Don Zada, in a sense, like the Nog Chomper, knowledge chomper. Kaharaja, squash him like a Kalabasa, Kali Lama. Dalai Lama lamp, Muhammad Ali Baba, uncontrolled voters. They all bowed down when we stood. Big flag, zigzag, Zodiac, Killah priesthood. Killah priesthood.
Scream the name out, Royal Priest. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all kneel, kiss the ring. Scream the name out, Royal Priest. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all kneel, kiss the ring.